against your old buddy, Senator Orloff. It's Sunday morning. Brings the dawning. May the 21st, 2023, in the year of our Lord. You know, I had a few hits back in 1957 on Starday Records down in El Paso, Texas. But for a brief while, I thought I was a star. Then the career just went down, man. Now I'm living up here in Virginia, rural Retreat, Virginia. What was formerly the historic Hotel Sprinkle, now the Hotel Orloff. This is the second day of our amazing spring telethon. We're trying to raise some money to restore this historic hotel built before the Civil War. And we're selling some DVDs, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, DVDs. Homemade DVDs made by Senator Orloff. If you enjoyed The Hypnotic Eye in the 1990s, this is just like that. Except I don't have the one-eyed puppet because that puppet's gone. I have the Donny Osmond puppet. I can show that to you here in a few moments. And perhaps I should incorporate him into the next episode. I've already made 15 episodes of The Tomb of Terror. That's the show we're trying to market here. And yesterday we got, first day of our telethon, we got 45 orders for The Tomb of Terror. So perhaps you'd like to order one. Let's see, where's the banner? There we go. Welcome back to the Hotel Orloff in rural Retreat, Virginia. Today we'll have several surprise guest stars on our annual spring telethon. Don't forget to order episodes of the acclaimed Tomb of Terror DVD. It goes so slowly. By sending $20 postage paid to PayPal at Kenneth Weinert, KENNETHWEINERT, on PayPal. There are currently 15 episodes. Specify which episode or episodes you want. Oh, I should add something to this crawl. Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to say we're also going to be showing you classic episodes of our amazing television show. So going to show you the past. Okay, there we go. So basically, I'm going to be the first thing I'm going to show you, I think, is going to be the very first time I did a live stream on StreamYard. And that's a historic episode. So let's get that going. Yes, indeed. So with let's take a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. This is from several years ago. I think maybe July of 2021. Let's take a look. We're planning out a line that we're going to take real soon, and I'm charging up my laptop. I can't wait for June. It's going to be a laptop safari, but I don't know. Will it work? Will the live stream even happen? And will this laptop allow me to actually live stream and not be frozen and actually be able to speak? We'll find out. So that may happen tonight. If not, I'll definitely be back tomorrow, Thursday, and I'm going to work in this theater room, and I'm going to be, you can watch, it'll take hours. I'm going to clear this room out, and I'm going to bring shares in, and you can watch the tournament and the agony. Guys, you got to order copies. Sustain a serious injury here on the Orloff Network. So tune in tomorrow for that. And if you have a large collection of stuff, which most of you do, you'll probably be able to sympathize as I try to clear this mess. So anyway, it'll be a fun thing to watch. But anyway, maybe I'll be on tonight. We'll see.
Already making a few changes to the theater room. I put up a couple of new posters, or just moved them from other places. So excitement, ahoy! Excitement ahead here on the Grow to Orloff Network, and I don't have all the lighting fixed right now because I'm getting ready to leave. But yeah, tomorrow will be exciting for sure. If you like watching people dig through things and discover old things they forgot they had, and curse a lot when they hurt themselves and move heavy boxes, that'll be fun for you tomorrow. And hopefully, I'll do a live stream tonight. We'll see whether this Acer laptop is up for the challenge. So that's possibility tonight, definite tomorrow. I guess I'll be seeing you. You know, we're planning out a live stream we're going to have real soon. I'm charging up my laptop. I can't wait for June. Actually, June's already here, and Gratu is going to try to start doing live streams with some friends. And first one was a disaster. Hopefully, we'll have a great live stream this evening, or it may not even happen depending on availability of people and whether or not this Acer computer will work. But yeah, we can't wait for June. And June, yeah, Barbara Billings.
How many copies do you want?
We'll be visiting our live stream.
47? Excellent. We'll have them right out to you Monday. Goodbye.
We'll see you this evening. Possible. If not, tomorrow.
You need to order your copies of The Tomb of Terror immediately, ladies and gentlemen. How dare you for not ordering them?
Hey, just a quick message from the Gratu Orloff Broadcasting Network. It's possible that I could be on a live stream tonight about 7:30 Central Time. I think it's kind of the if the live stream happens, it'll start at 7, but I don't get home.
Nobody's watching.
Oh, so I'm gonna try to get on.
What's the worst
you know,
my gosh, let me see what's going on here.
I guess.
What?
And there we are. Well, hello, everybody. I am joined with the great Eric Breen, and later we'll probably be joined by Gratu. And so, Eric, how long? I'm going to hear an echo here. And later we'll there. That's the joys of this live broadcast. So I was just trying to talk to Eric in the background. When did you first? What are your childhood comic book memories?
I can remember buying a comic book here and there. I think in like 1971, I bought a Justice League in a drugstore because it was issue 91 where Batman's carrying the Flash and he's supposed to be dead. And I probably recognized Batman from the Adam West series and didn't think much about it at the time. And about 4 years later, I guess, I was at a baseball card convention because I was a baseball card collector as a kid. And one of the dealers had a stack of comic books there. And I picked up Spider-Man 31 and 34. There's probably no rhyme or reason as to why they was probably at the top of that stack. And started getting interested. My brother was in the hobby for about 10 minutes. And me being the little brother, I wanted to do things like he did. Mm-hmm. And I can remember going to a drugstore and finding, I can still remember Fantastic Four 167, Iron Man 83, Batman 272, and Detective 456 were the first 4 books I bought. And this was probably October, November of 75, and never looked back.
Somebody gave me a Fantastic Four number 49, and somebody had colored Sue's hair red. So I thought, well, her hair didn't match the cover later in the book, but that was my experience with the Fantastic Four. And of course, then the Treasury editions come out in the 70s. And I remember getting a hold of the little bitty paperback of the Incredible Hulk that told the first 6 issues. And I had been familiar with the TV show, loved the TV show, loved the Hulk. And then I realized, wait a minute, the stories in the book are way better. There was a gamma bomb or like a nuclear bomb story. It wasn't just a man trying to turn a car over from a show. His car had wrecked and he couldn't turn the car over, and he becomes obsessed with that in the TV show. I thought, boy, these books are way better than the TV. But so you were you mainly a DC guy, or you were equal opportunity for all companies?
No, well, Marvel and DC, because at the time, the newsstands had scaled way back on Charles and I'm not even sure what, if anything, Dell and Gold Key were still publishing in 75. I'm sure they were.
Yeah.
But the newsstands were, and the convenience stores were pretty much filled with Marvel and DC. So it was years after I started, well, a little bit after I started collecting, that I realized there were other companies.
You would have had Carlton, Harvey, Gold Key. Dell was gone by then. But yeah, DC and Marvel. And then it seems like in the 70s, Marvel, made sure they could flood the playing field by, they started reprinting everything in Marvel Tales and Marvel Double Feature and Marvel Super Action, which was fine because I missed the 60s. And so I got caught up, and those are some of the best books in the world. So
yeah, that's because I was buying all of those. I mean, when I was started, it was Tales, Marvel Greatest, Marvel Triple Action, Marvel Double Feature. Marvel Super Action didn't start until very late 76. That took the place of Marvel Double Feature when it folded. And there was even a Marvel Adventure for about 6 months. Daredevil reprints. And it was great because it really, I mean, this was pre-trade paperback, pre-omnibus masterworks, things like that. And if you wanted to get these old stories, if it wasn't republished in a Treasury, it had to have been either in Origins of Marvel Comics or Son of Origins, if you remember those Fireside books. Yeah. The only way to get them was to track down the either the original issues or the reprints, and they were nice to have, as a kid, because you got to read, your favorite characters, what they were doing now. And hell, I think at the time, Marvel Tales was about 6 years or so behind that, because I think they were just getting to the death of George Stacy when I started reading them.
Okay. Did you you've recently said no more to moderns, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I fizzled out around 1993, and but I would never kick somebody for continuing on. I kind of had enough. But every now and then you see one on the stand, you think, I'll give that a shot. And if you take it home and you put it next to, let's say, next to something like this, and all of a sudden, it just doesn't kind of compare. That might be unfair. A modern reader would probably say, oh, you're being unfair. Nothing's going to compare to your favorite style or age. And I agree, but and I'm not lamenting that, you can never get these days back again. But I guess the word is I'm spoiled or tainted, or once you've experienced something really great like that, it's kind of hard, especially for, was it $4, $5, $6, $7 a cover price.
Oh yeah.
And I don't think the new fans are respected by the companies. Obviously, they seem to brag about how they don't respect fans, but
well, I've gotten the feeling that they have decided what fan base they want. It's not us. And when the disrespect is aimed not at the fans they want, but at the fans they want to get rid of, and replace with this phantom audience. Hello, Maranya. Thank you for showing up.
Yeah.
And there's more to it than that. I mean, the ideology of the people making the books, that's changed dramatically since when we were kids.
Yeah.
And I said, for years I fought against the tide. We all did. But at some point you have to realize that they're not going to change because they are doing what they want. And until, I think it's funny that the guy that ran Marvel terribly in the early 2000s, was a guy named Bill Jamas. And the guy that replaced Joe Quesada is a guy named Axel Alonso, who ran the company terribly. Well, the two of them are running a company called AWA, and they're probably producing the best comics in the business today. And it's almost like, wow, it's your own money, so you have to make sure you do things right. And but as far as Marvel and DC, as recent as 2 or 3 years ago, we're actually producing really good comics. I mean, like I said, for years I said, we're never going to get what we had. DC was like political correctness. Marvel is social justice, and that's fine if that's what you want. I read comics to get away from that.
Yeah,
and there's a YouTuber that used to go by Diversity in Comics, and he called it no escapism. And he was absolutely right. But now, in the last couple of years, DC seems to have been trying to make up for lost time, because it seems like they're always trying to do what Marvel did, whether it was successful or not. And unfortunately for DC, they usually latch on to the more unsuccessful trends. One of the things that DC never seems to realize is they can't trade for Spider-Man and Wolverine. So there's no such thing as a DC zombie. So trying to be Marvel has never nor will ever work for them. But they, God bless them, they keep trying.
I'll say. Did any of your schoolyard chums, did they share your interest? I remember being in the 4th and 5th grade, and there was a designated seat in our classroom where no one sat. And me and the fellows, we'd have a stack of books, and we'd all read them. Maybe I'm living in a fantasy land that no one else got to experience, but did you have any similar buddies that would do that? Or?
Well, I didn't get started until I was in junior high.
Okay.
So I started the hobby about the time when you were starting to do other things like notice girls. And,
yeah.
And just, it may be different today, but back then you weren't going to get a date to the school dance by showing anybody your Spider-Mans. And there's a friend of mine that I'm friends with to this day, and I don't remember the story, but he's told it enough to where it must be true. A friend of mine was playing baseball, and when you play baseball in the street, and he hit a ball into this kid's window well. So when he was going to get it out, he saw his comic books in the basement. So he told me about it. So I go up to him on the bus the next day, and kid's name was George Peer, and I said, "Hey, Peer, I hear you collect comic books." And he thought I was going to beat him up. Now when he tells the story, I'm 6'11", and you're tatted up, and I go,
Yeah.
"Hey, kid, I use collects comical books." I said, but and when I told him, I said, "No, man," I said, "I do too." And we've been friends ever since. And this was probably about 44 years ago, in the rearview mirror. Now, the other guy that told me about it, he went through a phase where he was the quintessential Eddie Haskell / bully. He's my best friend to this day. But in those days, I had to hide my comics. I remember one time I heard a bunch of noises on my roof, and it was a bunch of my rowdy friends coming over. And I'm shoving all my comics under the bed like I was hiding porn from mom. So it was a different world those days.
Did you ever make a bad trade that you regretted? I remember really wanting one of my buddy's books, and I was determined to give him like 4 times as many good things. Later, you regret that. And what was I was crazy to do that.
No, I did make a terrible sale. I needed new contacts, and I was moving to Louisville. So I sold my friend Fantastic Four and Daredevil #1 for $80 total. This was I think in 1986. Yeah. No, my bad trade was I traded a Ted Williams card for a couple stiffs once, and my bad trading was confined to baseball.
I'll tell you another one. You remember Amazing Spider-Man 17? Here's the Human Torch, the Green Goblin, and Spider-Man's in the middle.
Yeah.
I really wanted to finish a Fantastic Four run years ago, and I needed FF26. And I traded Spider-Man 17 for FF26. It's one of those where it seemed like a really good idea at the time, but days later, I had instant regret.
Yeah, because that was the issue after they fought the Hulk, right?
Yeah, it was part 2 of the
okay,
Hulk.
well,
Yeah.
All right. Was that the one that had the skyscraper with?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not a bad trade.
Yeah, I keep telling myself that. But now you look at that Ditko Spider-Man 17, beautiful, gorgeous cover, and yeah, and I love Kirby, but the inker was George Bell, and he. My favorite inkers are, of course, everybody's favorite, Joe Sinnott, and Chick Stone and Mike Royer, with occasionally. Who's the guy that like the Sergeant Curry? Who's the guy that drew that?
The Dick Ayers.
Yeah, he would be a good inker for Kirby. But Sinnott, Chick Stone, Mike Royer, those are my tops, I believe.
That's Fantastic Four 26. The thing that always made me chuckle when I look at that cover is all the people in that are about as tall as the rooms they're standing in.
Yeah.
There was some low ceilings in that skyscraper when they're done.
Must have been a replica building for one they're going to build next door. So
maybe they knew that it wasn't going to last, so they figured, well, it doesn't matter how.
Right. Well, the insurance must be terrible in that neighborhood with all the aliens that land. We're being asked a question. Where's Grot 2? He should be joining us shortly. He got off work a little late. Here's a comic from LK.
Yeah, that's another one. Oh my gosh. I don't remember what year it came out because it's too depressing to think about, but Walking Dead, #1.
Mm-hmm.
The creator was from my state. He had been in the LCS that I go to. The owner begged me to buy an issue 1, and I just wasn't having it. I'm sure I bought, let's see, what would have been next to Walking Dead at the time, which future quarter box book is sitting next to this issue 1. That's what I bought.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the TV show either. Probably going to disappoint a lot of people when they find out. I'm just not a fan of all kinds of things. So you're mostly a sports fan. Would you say you're a equal part comic book fan, pop culture, sports? For a long period of time, my high school years, football was king for me. But I always keep graduating back to comics.
Yeah. The ultimate Sophie's choice for me, since I never had children, would be comics or baseball, because I have little use for either one of them at this point, because baseball is nothing but strikeouts and home runs. And if I hear launch angle or exit velo one more time, I'm going to throw a brick through my television. Just whereas the comic book industry, the current output is, well, that we've beaten that horse to death. But I love the history of both. I guess I'd probably keep comics because, hey, Dominic, because unfortunately, no one thought to save the tapes of all the old games. And if more of those existed, it would be a real tough choice, because I'd much rather watch. Someone found games 6 and 7 from the 1952 World Series, and I've watched those several times. I'll even watch the Reds lose the 70 World Series. Because hell, it's 50 something, it's 51 years old now. I love that stuff. Yeah. And I'd love to just get lost in I picked up I picked this up yesterday.
Oh yeah.
I have all of them in nice, easy to read omnibuses and Masterworks, but there's something about just picking up a 50-something-year-old piece of pulp and seeing if my eyes can still make out the newsprint. Yeah, I just absolutely love that.
I love collector's items classics. I didn't like the name change. Why did they go to Marvel Greatest Comics? They were doing so good. I loved getting that next to a Marvel Tales. Love the square bounds.
Well, they changed the name because, as you know, that is the tagline for Fantastic Four. And when it went to just reprinting their
might as well.
Issues.
Yeah. Well, those of you tuning in, Gratu should be joining us shortly. Did you ever get into pre-Thor? Journey into Mystery?
Every chance I would get to read one, I would. Unfortunately, those opportunities did not come along very often. I don't know that I ever owned a Journey into Mystery pre-Thor. Maybe a couple of Strange Tales before the Human Torch. And I'm not sure if I had a Tales to Astonish or a Tales of Suspense before, the superhero started there. But that's something that now, especially if I get a chance to read something, because I buy all these. I'm sure you're familiar with these PS art books.
Yes,
Roy Thomas does. Well, yeah, I get a lot of the horror ones and the science fiction stuff like that. I wish, and I know Marvel has done some, but they're so freaking expensive. Yeah, I'd love to, love for some of those to lapse into the public domain so Roy can put them out in this format.
Yeah, I've chatted with you off camera earlier that where I live, it's bookstores are just few and far between, and they're not very good. So that's why I have Gratu grabbing a few of those for me. He's got some Unseen from the 50s, and I forget the other titles, but the 1950s pre-code horrors. I don't have very many at all. The other night I showed this good old Marvel Tales.
Ooh, nice.
before Spider-Man. But I got a few of those. But those just do not show up where I live. Everyone around here just wants to go fishing. So I don't know. Up in Ohio there, you may have a much better. I think you said it was a hit or miss.
Yeah, well, it really depends on whether or not they've just gotten a deal on remainders. If you catch them at the right time, it's hard to spend your way out of there. But if you go other times, you're in and out in 3 minutes, disappointed.
Yeah, Gratu, if you watch his channel, often he talks about moving, and I keep telling him, you are going to be very disappointed wherever you go. It seems like you are surrounded by pretty good stores, and I think he's gonna see the drought that a lot of us are experiencing where we live.
Yeah, I hear him talking about that. I go, I don't know why you'd want to leave. One of the places he was looking at was about within 3 hours from me. And I told him, I said, if you move there, I'm already planning my first visit, because I would love a tour of the Gratu building.
Yeah, I think I would help him out if I showed up, I'd have pen and paper and I'd make a list of, now you have this one, but you need this one, because he gets duplicates, and I do the same thing. I'll be at a store and I'll swear I don't have that, and I got it. I think that is I think all comic collectors can agree that's one problem we have, not being able to remember back home, do I have that? And
I keep, when my collection was north of 50,000, I had 3 full notebooks worth of records, and I was still duplicating things. Now I've got it all shoveled into one, and I'm still duplicating things.
Well, before everybody had phones that carry it around, I'm gonna show, I showed you this earlier. Here's the back. So I've got a picture of the cover, the title, the date, the artist. But the problem is we couldn't bring our computers with us to remind us. So now some of you guys probably have it on a phone. I don't have that fancy a phone. I'll show all you high-tech people out there. There's the
you can call the Enterprise with that.
That's right. That's why I like that. In fact, I had a better phone. I said, I just like that.
If you can just get the sound effect on the show when you flip it.
That's crazy that I'm nostalgic for something like that. Speaking of like you said, would you say 50,000? You had me beat. Growing up, my high was probably 7,000 comics at one time. May I ask why'd you get rid of them the first time? Just going through a growing up phase, or
the first time, because I've sold twice. The first time was at age 16, and I'm not advocating this, kids. I sold for beer and gas money, but I was buying new comics in the very next week. So I did a terrible job of quitting then. And the last time when my collection was about 55,000, I ran into financial problems, and it was either the books or the house. Well, I couldn't figure out a way to keep 250 something long boxes under an overpass. So that made that an easy choice.
Yeah.
And now I have hundreds of trades and omnibuses and masterworks and about 10,000 single issues again. So I really suck at this quitting thing.
So is this your second time around, or third? Or
well, third technically, but the first one was about 18, 19 months, I think, or maybe a couple years. I think I started when I was about 13 and a half, and I sold at 16, so 2.5 years. I also suck at math.
I just forgot what I was going to say. Of course, I went through this typical, you want to date around and then get into cars and then girls and stereo equipment, anything. But books always bring you back. I've had friends that I grew up with the past. They never saw these Captain America, Winter Soldier, or anything. They would have been in hog heaven had they got to see some of these. We only dreamed about it back in the early 70s.
Yeah, that's why I don't hold too critical a lens to the live action properties, because I said I'm 59. I grew up with Nicholas Hammond literally swinging on a rope. You needed a 2-part Hulk story. The first part was Lou Ferrigno pushing the Volkswagen to the cliff. Part 2 was him pushing it over the cliff. And to get from that to where we are, and by the way, the person whose comment you just highlighted,
yeah, Jerry Smith,
that's who I sold those books to. So if you want to kick him off, be my guest.
I didn't go to the prom because there were these great big speakers, nice woofers, and back in the day we just had to have that. And I decided to buy some nice stereo equipment and not get a date for prom. I don't regret that decision at all.
You still have the speakers?
No, I wish I had those.
Well, do you watch Grazzi's videos closely? They might be in one of his rooms.
Well,
everything else is.
Yeah. He had a modern Batgirl in one of his long boxes, and he looked at it and said, I don't know why I still have this. And I'm at my house screaming at the monitor, throw it away. And he put it right back in the box.
The last issue of her last series was one of the worst books I've ever read. No, I wish I could say I was drunk, Jerry, but I wasn't.
Spreading rumors here. It's fake news.
No. It was, I said, I've read easily north of 50,000 comics. And that would be on the, if my greatest hits of worst books I've ever read was one album, it's on it. But boy, do we get some great video material out of that. And that's at least some of these comics are so bad that we get something out of it entertainment wise. And that's about all I can say about most of the new stuff.
You are a Gil Kane fan.
Oh yeah. Not as big a Gil Kane fan as Gil Kane was.
In one of my recent videos where I show differences between art and when they reprinted a title, they might make a change to make room for a barcode or something. I tell a very subtle Gil Kane joke, and at the end of that, I say, I hope no one took offense to that. That was directed at you because you're the only real Gil Kane fan I know. And it wasn't a big slam. It was just me and my alter ego, Literature Lad. We said that Gil Kane's drawing of the Hercules on one of the old Avengers looked a little like Jerry the King Lawler, the pro wrestler. Yeah. So when it was reprinted, Ramita came in and retouched the face a little bit. But no, I thought Gil Kane did pretty good on Spider-Man. But I just wasn't a Gil Kane fan on because he was big in the 70s. You can't pick up a Marvel title in the 70s without seeing Gil.
Yeah, he was their house cover artist, basically, for the first half of the 70s. And then when Kirby came back, it's like they split the duties because it was hard to find a cover for a couple of years that wasn't drawn by one or the other.
Yeah, especially Captain America by Kirby.
Yeah. But it's funny, when I first started, and this will tell you, I'm about to commit blasphemy here. My friend that I was talking about that I met on the bus, he was the one that that clued me into the fact that that different artists had different styles. I didn't notice that stuff at the beginning. And when he showed me that, it was like all of a sudden I didn't like Jack Kirby anymore. Because now in fairness, I was exposed to him on the second time through. And he was not what he once was.
Right.
And today I love all that stuff. But it's weird. And that's where there's something about Gil Kane, his art. I mean, I will never claim that he was the best of anything, but I just liked the angular style that he did. And it was so unique that it is, something about it I just really, really liked.
I never really got into the nostril. It seemed like that was on every cover he did. It was somebody's nostrils.
And at some point, somebody was going to be flying back, having been punched by somebody
Yeah.
with all four limbs off the ground. But if we wanted realism in comics, we'd be reading the new stuff.
That's true.
Just give me the stranger, the better.
All right. As far as Gil Kane goes, can Steranko be labeled better than Gil Kane? Now, that's an opinionated question. I realize that.
I don't think Jim Steranko drew people very well, but the way he set up the story, so the storytelling, as they call it today, he was better. Yeah, not as much of a body of work, and you wonder if he hadn't had so many other things going on in his life that he literally was too cool for comics.
I'm afraid so.
And I'd love to know what he could have done had he hung around the industry.
I don't even know where he left after Marvel. Or did he just do anything?
I did know once. I unfortunately I can't remember. But I know in the '60s he was an escape artist, played in a band. He basically walked into Stan's office and told Stan, "You're gonna hire me, and this is what I'm gonna do." And I don't know that anybody else has ever accomplished that. But as far as where he went after that, I truly don't know. I mean, he still pops up. He's all over Twitter now. Yeah. And it's funny. And like I said, the modern comic book fans despise him. But it's because it has nothing to do with comics. It has to do with his politics.
Okay.
And that's all it takes now for some people to hate others. But I'll tell you what, though, I said he's what he looks like. He looks like somebody that'd be in one of Tony Soprano's meetings.
Maybe with or without sunglasses.
He's cool either way.
Yeah. All right, let's slide Barry Windsor Smith in there. What's your impressions of him? Let's say, Conan 1 through 10. Avengers 100.
Yeah, I'm glad you said Avengers 100 and not Avengers 66 through 68, because he was definitely on a Jack Kirby trajectory on those issues. The Conans, I think, are beautiful. I've owned them, haven't read them. I have looked through them.
Yeah, you need
Avengers 100. I think is very good, right. And I've read.
We'll have those out to you.
Yeah, he did.
Ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you order copies of Tomb,
an issue of X-Men here and there.
Again, we're watching old episodes. This is the first appearance of the four color.
I mean,
now shut up.
He's a talent.
Have a good day.
I am a fan. I don't know if I probably don't like him as much as some, but I you know, he can stand up there with the best of them.
All right, how's Steve Ditko?
Fantastic storyteller. Not a huge fan of his art per se. I don't think I did not like the way he drew people, but the way I said his old science fiction and horror stuff, his Charlton work, I absolutely love, and the Spider-Man, of course. I mean, you know, it's,
yeah.
But I will say, I truly believe that if he and Stan hadn't had a falling out, and he had stayed on Spider-Man, I'm not sure where the comic book industry would be today, because I think Spider-Man would not have gotten as big with Steve as it did with John Romita, because, you know, Steve wanted Peter to remain aloof and friendless, basically, and, you know, John Romita, who had the ability to draw the pretty women, and he and Stan were on the same page about giving him a life, you know, social life, and but as far as the art goes, like I said, love his storytelling, just not a big fan of his people per se.
Well, I too wish that Ditko would have stayed. However, I totally love Amazing Spider-Man number 40, where Spider-Man is victorious over the Green Goblin. That cover is just great. If we could have kept Ditko and then have Romita slip in Spider-Man 40, but I think Ditko's, some of his underappreciated work is the pre-hero monsters. They're just he draws Martians pretty good. But on the women, yeah, everybody looked like Betty Brant. I would agree, but there's something about Spider-Man versus Green Goblin from a Ditko perspective, and the Lizard for that matter. I see Gratu is getting set up. I've already got him on screen. Feel free to jump in there when you can.
Yeah, I'm using my wife's phone. Is everything working?
That's fabulous. It's really good.
That's because I only have like 32 kilograms of memory on my phone, and she's got more deluxe version of the iPhone, so maybe I won't need this laptop after all. I had it charging all day, but if the phone's working, that's actually ideal.
Oh, this is great. You think you can trade phones with her, or she'll mind that in the future?
I need to upgrade phones for sure, yeah, because whenever I do a longer video, I use up the entire memory of the phone, and then I have to delete the video before I can do anything else. Anyway, yeah, I've been watching most of the show, and I was gonna just kind of start just say I hate comic books because I've been looking at them all day and a lot. But actually, today there was a box I uncovered that was just, you know, like 6 or 7 copies of Tomb of Dracula #7, and it's just like, what? How have I not seen this box? But I pretty much got disgusted when I was in college, I guess, or maybe I just was consumed with other interests, and when I saw, and I understand that Secret Wars was a great storyline, but it just looked to me, okay, it's a toy line, and they're putting out a comic with all their heroes together so they can explain why all these heroes are together and villains for a toy line. And then DC was doing superpowers, and I just thought, you know, they're losing me, and I didn't like the black costume of Spider-Man then. So that caused me to miss Venom and Carnage when all that started. So to me, that has no nostalgia factor. And of course, I would always be in comic stores buying old comics. And then I would, I would always keep an eye out for amazing things that would pop up, like Alex Ross coming along with the Marvel series, and then Kingdom Come, And you know, I was always watching for artists that would appear like Alex Ross and Darwin Cook and Mike Allred that were like what I remembered, or showed that they liked what I grew up with. But so, you know, now it's just all oh man, this phone is doesn't have much charge. I gotta go get the cable downstairs. So that's one thing, I can be mobile. I like being able to be mobile. But so yeah, that's kind of. And in college, I actually started to have friends for the first time, and we would, you know, I was collecting records and movie posters, and there were other things.
It's an actual Gratu video. He is up walking with the camera. He has yet to trip on anything yet, but
Yeah.
it's a typical Gratu video.
The video is playing downstairs, so it'll probably cause feedback because I've watched enough talk radio to know that. So I'm going to set it down and get the charging cable, and I'll be right back.
All right. I think Breen was saying something about how Steve Ditko is the best in the world. And
Thank you. I'm sorry. I was thanking my wife because she brought the cable to me because she's watching me downstairs. It's really surreal. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. I was interrupting you.
So anyway, and I remember, you know, when I was in fourth grade, they, you know, they were always selling toys. Of course, I realized that. But when the toy company forced them to give Spider-Man a car, they put it in 2 issues, and they immediately had it go into the the river and never be seen again. And I kind of respected that they put it in the comic. It's in the comic. It's just barely in the comic. And I don't know. Just so I completely understood what happened with Spider-Man 3 because Sam Raimi was like, you know, read the comics during the era that I was reading them and had no idea who about to call him Spawn. What is this? Venom?
Yeah.
He didn't know who that was or what that was. And he was forced by Avi Arad to put it in there just to sell toys. And he was just going to have Sandman as the villain. And that messed up the movie because, well, that's one of the reasons, because he didn't care about that. So,
hey, as far as the car goes, as comic guys, I think we can all we can suspend disbelief enough to think that a man can jump over a building and someone's faster than a locomotive and all that. But on a car, tires that can cling up the side of a building, come on.
oh yeah, it did that, didn't it?
I liked it, but in my heart, I'm shaking my head. No way.
You mean those tires weren't made from the same thing that he made his webbing with?
Well, the Human Torch apparently made this for him as a gift because they were such buddies and pals. They hated each other, but yeah, they're buddies.
Yeah, that was something I really liked, was the rivalry and friendship they had because they were the 2 teenage superheroes in Manhattan. Yeah, I always loved that stuff. It just I looked at the new comics that were out on the stands today, and there's just absolutely nothing that interests me, and it's a shame. But I like the movies. You guys were talking about the movies, and because yeah, the movies were in the 70s were pretty terrible, and so, you know, as much as everyone hates Captain Marvel, if that had come out in 1978, people would have just been amazed that but we're spoiled now, and that movie just looks like a piece of crap. It's amazing how things have changed.
So let me ask you something, Gratu. It being a fellow back issue guy at our respective LCSs,
yeah.
Do you get how far into the day on Wednesday? Do you ever get through like a Wednesday and realize you didn't even look at the new wall?
I didn't look at it until I'd been there for 3 hours today. I just happened to be walking by it because I had to go to the trash can, and saw. There's nothing that interesting at all. Sometimes there'll be a cover that looks interesting just because, but yeah.
I just look to see if Alter Ego back issue or Creeps or Vampers Carmilla comes out.
See, that's the problem is this store does not carry that. And I would, and that Duncanville books that I love so much and talk about it, I don't think they carry any of those either. There's a place in Fort Worth that has that. I don't go, it's called Collected Comics. They have all those. That's where I got that's the only place I actually went there, and they had the Marie Severin book that I guess Alter Ego put out. And so they have all that stuff. And they used to have this big sprawling layout in this room that you're not really sure you're supposed to go into or not, with all these boxes. And there were unbelievable things in those boxes. And then it wasn't priced. And I always dread going up to the owner when comics aren't priced. And the guy was like super fair. And it was like, wow, he's gonna charge me $60. And it was just like $6. And it was like the cover comics I've been looking for years, like when the Harvey Comics Spooky, and he's like terrified because these two hippies are walking by. They had that comic. It's just all these great, to me, iconic covers. But anyway, Collected Comics is great. And I remember there used to be a great convention in Dallas called the Dallas Fantasy Fair for seemed like a generation. It was there every several times a year. And then it disappeared, and then someone brought it back a few years ago. And it had a lot of great guests, but there was hardly anyone there. And this was all pre-pandemic, but it was real expensive to park. And it was all comic books. And I don't think people care about comics anymore for the most part, old comics. So I don't think there are a whole lot of people that would, want to see Jim Steranko talk anymore. Because people are into whatever the hell they're into now. Excuse my language. And so anyway, there was hardly anyone there. And one of the dealers that collected comics, he had just multiple copies of what you were showing, Marvel, the real early Marvel, the Spider-Man reprint Marvel Tales. And I think I already had them all, but it's just when it's an issue of Marvel Tales and it's $1.50, I just bought the whole stack. Because it's a reprint and it doesn't have a lot of value, but it does feel it's a comic from that time period. And it was printed, like you were saying, only a few years after the original comics that are worth thousands of dollars. And it still feels that way. It still looks that way. If you just hold open an issue of Marvel's greatest Marvel collector's item classics, and if I just held it open to you, it would look like a real issue of Fantastic Four, because it has that age
and more important, it smells like a back issue.
Yes.
And then when you get these newly done, do they do a good job with the omnibuses of recapturing the coloring?
Yeah, they do. And the omnibuses reprint, at least they reprint the letters pages, which is kind of a nice feature. Because
you see the excitement and how Marvel was catching on. And then in one of the early issues of Spider-Man, you've got Buddy Saunders, the founder of Lone Star Comics, has a letter. I think it's like maybe before issue 10, one of the early Amazing Spider-Mans. There's a letter when he was just, in his early teens. And, but the thing about those books that you were talking about a little while ago, I brought some Mediterranean, whatever you call it, food home to my wife. That's what I had to eat. But these PS art book, my wife's camera is in a different. These things are. I gotta get used to where her camera is. These things reprint all the ads. Dang, her camera is complete opposite of the way mine is, and so that's important. And the house ads, Marvel's house ads that talk, where you saw what other comics were available that month, and all that's important. And if you're going to be paying, I don't know. I can't really afford many omnibuses, but there, I have the first couple Fantastic Fours, and I think the first Spider-Man. But I don't know how to.
Hey, Eric, you say you have the omnibuses. How do they do when you open? Are you able to see everything? Like,
Yes.
And this comes from a guy. I bind books, and so we're always worried about the gutter space.
Yeah, they do a good job of that. Now, personally, I'm more of a fan of the Epic collections than the omnibuses because the Epic the omnibuses are bulky.
Yes.
Not as bulky
I
as
never have $100 laying around either. So.
Well, that's why the reason why you don't see them stocked in comic book shops are the Amazons, the cheap graphic novels, the places like that have undercut them so much. I mean, they'll sell them for less than a comic book shop can buy them from Diamond, which sucks because those are the kind of things you want to see in a comic book shop. But that's one of the unfortunate casualties to online shopping. But that said, like I said, the Epic collections, at least, they're more pliable. I think they're easier to read. And the remastering is fine on those too. And unfortunately, the older I get, the harder it is for me to read that 50-something-year-old newsprint. So I mean, I like that for nostalgia purposes, but I found myself using the flashlight on my phone way more than I would like just to be able to read them.
Well, I have to get these little reading glasses from the dollar store to read anything, basically.
Well, my corrective lens is you can see space, so I can't add anything to that. But now sometimes I'll have to take everything out and just stick them like right up to my face to read them. Like
trifocals, where you could see the fine print, somebody over there, and Alpha Centauri up in the sky.
Yeah, I'm nearsighted, farsighted, any kind of sighted you can think. I'm colorblind. I'm all those things. So yeah, sometimes with my glasses or contacts in, if I hold it up too close, it just becomes a blur. It's and depending on the lighting too. My uncle used to complain about not being able to read, and I said, why don't you just do this? And now I know what he was talking about.
Yeah. Well, there was a good point someone just made down below. I don't have I see the.
Was it this one?
As far as the colors being real bright when they're reprinted. And the thing about those omnibuses, it's like a giant family Bible, and it's just not real easy to just relax and read it because it weighs in your lap and you're afraid you're going to damage it. If you drop it, it's going to like destroy the book, and it just.
Having Masterworks, they always printed 10 at a time. Epic seems to be around 24 issues, 25. I think maybe 20 is probably a really nice, good, safe compromise. I don't know if anyone ever will do that, but it's like we have Tom wanting to come in here. Hello, Tom.
Cool.
Hello, Mr. Orloff, my friend, and Graphic Man, and Mr. Eric Breen, who I've never met before.
Nice to meet you, Tom.
Nice to meet you as well.
Tom is he's got a collection of every humor magazine, almost going back to the 20s, every Mad imitation, every imitation of Cracked, every comic magazine, whatever. And then he's also an expert on old music and has, you've got how many YouTube channels? Each one's a different decade. Am I wrong or right?
Sort of. I've got 3 music channels right now. Cat's Pajamas 1 is for music from the early 1900s, like the teens, or 1901 actually is where it starts, and then up to 1959. So it's in the early part of the previous century. And then my Tom Smith channel, which I post my comments from a lot of the time, is to showcase certain singers and operatic tenors doing pop songs. and things like that. And my Line Popsicle channel focuses on 50s and 60s artists, but like obscure kind of singers, a lot of girl groups there, like unusual girl group records, and just songs that are forgotten that charted in the Hot 100, but they're completely forgotten today. So there are different types of genres and periods for each channel. You're right about that, Mr. Orloff.
Yeah, it's do you know the channel called Atticus Jazz?
Yes, I know, because you mentioned it in a few videos, and I watch your videos.
Well,
So,
have you looked at the channel?
yeah, I have looked at the channel.
I
Yes.
think that's just an amazing guy. Lots of 1920s music.
Yes.
And, so yeah, I put this music in the background of most of my shows, and it usually doesn't create a problem. And you would know more about that than me. Having put up music, I don't really understand. It was only once that it wouldn't allow. I put up the video, but only I could see it, because that was some Spanish language song that created a problem. But all the other times, YouTube just sends a friendly letter and says, "Don't worry, you don't have to take your video down. It's still viewable, and this isn't a copyright strike. But this particular song, because you used it, your video cannot be seen in North Korea, Iran, Cuba,
Serbia.
or Syria."
Syria, right.
And I thought, well, who's watching my channel? And they're probably trying to stay alive. They're not watching a comic book channel.
Yeah.
So that's all very mysterious. And I know a lot of people are saying, well, I'd like to put music on in the background, but I'm afraid. And so and you said that April March didn't like you putting some of her music up.
No, 10 years after I did it, she decided to file a copyright claim against me. I almost lost my channel because she filed 2 of them in the same night for like the same group of songs, which was kind of a jerky thing to do, because if it was only 1, it wouldn't have been as bad, but it was 2. And if it's 3 strikes, you're out, right? But luckily, I didn't get any other claims during the next
talking over the music. It was just like she didn't like it because someone could record the song off of YouTube and not buy the record.
That might be it. Yeah, I usually don't get a complaint. Like usually, if I do get contacted by singers, there are exceptions. But if I do get contacted by singers or songwriters, it's usually to thank me for posting their music on YouTube and giving it a wider exposure.
Yeah,
like I don't know if you've heard of a singer called Deborah Allen from the 80s. She had a hit, a #1 country hit and pop hit from 1983 called Baby I Lied, which is on my Tom Smith channel. It's got millions and millions of views. I was contacted by her manager that said they were glad that I put her song up there, but they wanted me to promote her latest single, and I said, okay, well, sure, I'll do anything, and I put a link to her single about Graceland in the description. So most people are glad about that. And a lot of people misunderstand the music copyright on YouTube. There's a lot of fallacies going on around about that. But generally what it is it depends on the music companies that own the particular recordings that you're posting and the songs, right? Most of the music companies like having the songs on YouTube, or they don't mind having the songs on YouTube. So most songs are fine, and they'll send you a copyright notice like you get, and I've gotten probably thousands of those notices that you've seen, where it says your song is allowed to be heard on YouTube. Sometimes it's blocked in a few countries, but we are just going to put ads on your video. So they're just making money off of my videos. I don't make any money at all. I can't make money off because it's all copyrighted. But they make money, and that's perfectly fine to me as long as the music gets heard. And as it goes for the countries, the reason it's blocked in these certain unusual countries sometimes is because they all have their own copyright laws. Every country has different laws, and some of them are very strange, and they don't like to allow anything in their countries, that sort of thing. So that's why there's all these anomalies. The company that you have to watch out for the most, though, with copyright strikes is Warner Brothers. Like anything that Warner Brothers might own, because they can be very, I don't like to say like fascist about it, with not just that music, but also TV rights and movie rights and things like that.
And of course, they own DC.
What's that? Sorry?
They own DC Comics.
Yes.
The weirdest thing happened. There was I'm getting an echo. But anyway, there's a mall I went to as a kid and as a teenager and in college here that's been demolished. And I did a nostalgic video about this mall. And then I created a collage of trailers for movies and things that I saw at the theater that was at that mall. And I sat in this room, and behind me on the theater screen were trailers for things from the 70s and 80s. And so I just downloaded it. I just recorded it on a DVD-R and was playing it on the screen. And I remember seeing the Buck Rogers TV show. They released the pilot theatrically. So it said trailer for Buck Rogers. I put it on, but it wasn't really a trailer. Someone just like 5 minutes of footage, I realized, and so that kept me from uploading the video because somehow you could see part of the image.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
behind me, and somehow the sensors, the AI.
I am in the middle of a telethon here live, and I'm actually on the phone here recording an episode. Even though you're watching episode 700, oh man, I'm getting confused. If that's 739. Okay, I'm recording 740 right now. So anyway, let's see what we can do here. I'm hoping some of you will order copies of the fantastic Tomb of Terror DVD
Hey, just a quick
program.
message.
If you do, then we will have a great time here. Restoring the historic Hotel Sprinkle in Rural Retreat, Virginia.
You know, we're planning out a live stream.
Oh, shut up. Let's see. Wrong way. Let's watch some of my very first attempt to do a StreamYard show. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I'm in the middle of a telethon here.
As dark knows upon Gratuville, it's time once again for Gratu Orloff After Dark. Friday night after dark, Friday night, a go-go, our psychedelic freak out underground party that we have each Friday night where we discuss comic books and
yeah, that's the very first time I'm
everything
live on StreamYard.
Birthing people threw away. My birthing person never threw away any of my stuff, but I understand that is a common problem. So here we're dedicated to pop culture of the past. And let's see, we got Gotham City Comics here. So hello, Gotham City Comics.
That's cool. Gotham City Comics.
So tonight we should have some
2 years
special
ago.
guests.
This is from like
All kinds of fun stuff.
21,
We're
I think.
coming to you live through the Gratu Orloff Inspirational Network here through StreamYard, which gives you 20 free hours a month. And I've already used about 6 of them. So tonight we're going to Charlton 66 is here. Let's see. Is the music audible or just a distraction? Let's see. Zombo Orloff is here. Oh, let me put an invite in the chat, and then people can come on and talk. Hold on a second. Oh, there's Dr. Soul Rage coming in. So, tell me in the chat, should I just turn the music off? Is it even? Oh, I didn't even put it in the thing. Because the music seems important, but I don't know if the little tiny microphone on this computer picks it up or not. Or if it, let me know what it sounds like. Try to do a couple of little test streams this afternoon, but so we got Dr. Silver Age, we got Charlton 66. If you Charlton, Dr. Silver Age, if you want to click that link in on your phone or computer, it'll put you down below, and then I can bring you up. I'm starting to master this stupid StreamYard program. I thought it would be really complicated, and even an idiot like me can figure it out. So, yeah, birthing people, they throw away a lot of stuff. Let's see. There's Dr. Soch. I probably should turn this music down a little bit. Let's see. Let's bring him on. Hey, Dr. Soch.
Hey, there we go.
Cool.
I got it to work.
Yeah. Wow, you've got an amazing setup behind you.
Yeah,
Just,
a little closet here. There we go. I got it to work.
I think we're getting a little bit of a echo, but that's all right. Do you have like any earbuds or headphones that you could plug into your computer?
I don't have any headset.
Yeah, I don't either. But I think that's what causes the echo. So what's I'm still trying to master this. So what else? So what have you been up to? You have like any earbuds or headphones that you can plug into your computer? You have any new acquisitions?
I don't have any headset.
Yeah, I don't either. But I think that's what causes the echo. So what's I'm still trying to master this. So what else? What have you done to?
Oh, not much. Just there. Is that better? Can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Can you still hear?
Yeah, I can hear you fine now. We got rid of the echo. Fantastic.
Okay. Yeah, I think I still had the YouTube up, so I just got out of the YouTube. Now I'm on just the StreamYard. So no, I haven't been doing too much. Just actually trying to catch up on a lot of people's videos. I think everybody knows my health situation from last December. So I've been trying to just heal up and try and catch up on things and get back to normal. So get back to what we all love to do, collect comics and all kinds of pop culture stuff.
Yeah, I've always I love that you've got the Monster Times displayed prominently and behind you. That
Did
really
that
was
for
something.
you?
Yeah, that's something that really changed my life. I see Movie World Comics is saying lately the Submariner theme song from the Marvel Superheroes show has been stuck in his head. Yeah.
I remember the first time I saw the Monster Times. We were on a trip up to Canada and we stopped into this little coffee shop. They had like a little stationary card shop, magazine shop, and it was issue number 26 and it had Destroy All Monsters on the cover. I had never heard of the movie before. I knew of Godzilla, and I saw all these other monsters that I never heard of before, and I'm like, holy mackerel, this opened up a whole new door for me with Godzilla and all that stuff. I'm still hunting that issue down. I don't have it in my collection yet, but I'm gone.
Yeah, the Monster Times is something that's kind of hard to find because not many stores, comic stores, have it. About this time last year, I was trying to fill in holes in my collection from mycomicshop.com. But yeah, it's a magazine that has to be preserved just right, because if not, it just kind of falls apart, because it's a newspaper. And I didn't realize until years later that it was the exact format of the Rolling Stone, the original Rolling Stone, where it is on the stand. It's the size of a magazine that it unfolds, and then you read it, and it's a large size. So it's yeah, I think that the one that really struck me was the one with Theater of Blood, the Vincent Price movie on the cover, and with the skull with two knives going into both knife going into each socket and blood coming down. And I didn't even dare ask my mother if I could buy that, because I would always have to ask her if I could buy a monster magazine, but if there's any injury to eyes, it would be an immediate no. Something like that would have just made her angry. I'm sorry, I should say my birthing person. Yeah, my birthing person did not like. That's the new thing, calling them birthing people. So I got to remember that. But yeah, the Monster Times was great, and Castle of Frankenstein was great, and so there's a lot of channels about comic books, but not as many about monster magazines. Let's see. Charlton 66 is, what is he saying? And Doc Savage books. And then Movie World says that's a cool Space Ghost slideshow in the background.
I love those Hanna-Barbera cartoons, the superhero cartoons, man. That's what opened the door for comics for me. Was the 66, 67 years watching Saturday morning cartoons. I knew about superheroes before I read any comic books. My folks just happened to see that I liked those. I happened to be sick one night, and my father went to the Rexall drugstore, came home, dropped a couple of comic books on my lap, and said, "Here you go," and fell in love with them. Been in love with them ever since. I think I was probably 6 or 7 at the time.
Yeah, my birthing person, when I was sick in elementary school, she would bring comic books home to me, and she had I think she picked them up randomly, but she had some luck going for her, because she picked out Hulk 181, which is the first appearance of Wolverine. I think it's 181, where he's just it's the one that's not as valuable as the one where he's on the cover. And she picked up Man-Thing #1, and I think Amazing Spider-Man 128, and she just had good taste in picking out comics.
Nothing wrong with those.
What's that?
There's nothing wrong with those.
Yeah. So let's see. How long have you been doing YouTube?
I think it's been about 4 years, 5 years, maybe. I think. My memory's not all that great, but probably about that time. I got started in it because I just happened to be at work one day. At lunchtime, I was tooling around YouTube, looked up comic books. I saw a video by Captain Strangelife. Yeah. And I said, oh my gosh, it was the one where he was going through his house, his basement, and showing everything. And I'm like, he's got stacks of comic books here and there and everything. And I'm like, oh my gosh, because at the time, that's kind of how my basement was laid out. I'm like, I could be this guy. Of course, I didn't have anywhere near the amount that he had. But I said, this was so fascinating. I said, this is great. And I said, I want to do that. And so he's responsible for Dr. Silver Age. And I always give him credit when I get the chance, because without him and seeing that video, I wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah, I guess he was the first guy, maybe 10, 11 years ago. I guess he started everything. And then I don't know how long Silver Age Dave has been doing it. And Charlton 66, do you want to come on camera? You may not be ready to do that tonight, but if you want to, you could. I'm not sure how long Charlton 66 has been doing it. I like when people, let's see what he's saying here. I became a fan of the Metal Men because my birthing person brought me 2 issues, number 54, like Iron Man, my favorite character. Yeah, that's cool. Metal Men was so wonderful because it had a whimsical nature to it. The Metal Men, and I forgot about that. I was talking to I guess I was talking to Graphic Man the other night, and Charlton 66, and talking about DC, the characters. Yeah, because we were talking about the Legion of Superheroes, and the Legion of Superheroes and the Metal Men. Charlton 66 says not accessible at this point, but thanks for the invite. All right, that's cool. But you need to come on at some point. But anyway, so Metal Men, Doom Patrol, Legion of Superheroes were different from the other comics, and I thought they were just a lot of fun. And I'm probably leaving out something. Yeah, I also liked the Jerry Bob Hope comics just because they had monsters in them. And, but yeah, I don't know what it was. If it was because my mom didn't want me to buy monster magazines that I became so fascinated with them, or I wonder if I had been allowed to buy them just without any approval, would I have been that fascinated with them my whole life? And I think I would have. But they just.
I think every mother probably wants to protect their kid a little bit from, having nightmares watching horror movies or anything like that. So I think that's just a natural tendency for mothers or even fathers to want to do that. But I think also, like you said, though, it tends to make us, what about it is so mysterious? Why don't they want me to watch it? And it kind of draws you in,
Well, she did the same thing with Dennis the Menace because he didn't speak with proper grammar, and she thought I would pick up his grammar. She was an ex-school teacher. And what else? The Three Stooges, because she thought I'd do all. I think a lot of mothers are against that. But,
yeah, Three Stooges were big in my house. But never once did I think of taking a saw to my brother's head.
Oh no! I mean, the type kids that do that are deranged, and they're going to probably do damage to their siblings. Some other reason. They'll figure out some reason.
It was just, you understood. I mean, we just understood. It was just all slapstick. It was funny. It was meant to be funny.
So what? Where did you grow up?
I grew up in southern New Hampshire, little town called Rollinsford. Probably had about maybe 3,000 people in it. I was born and raised there. Then got married when I was 26. Me and my wife, we moved across the town line to the next town over, South Berwick, Maine. That's where we live today. They're kind of like twin towns, you know. So my mother used to walk us when we were in grade school in the summertime. There used to be a little store called the Snack Bar here in South Berwick. It was like a luncheonette, stationery, candy, magazine store. It was the most magical place on earth. I'm telling you, because it had the biggest array of comic books that I'd ever seen through my childhood. And we would walk over here. It'd take about an hour. We'd walk over here. Ma would give us a quarter so I could get 2 12-cent comic books, still have a penny left over to get some penny candy. You know, it was just like, oh, days when she said, well, why don't we go to the snack bar? Let's go. I'm ready. You know, so it was a lot of fun. Just really, really enjoyed that stuff. So it's been part of my life. South Berwick has been part of my life all the way through, just as much as Rollinsford has. So it's kind of just been this, almost like the same town, you know. So that's pretty much it. Pretty boring, actually, for pretty boring life, but that's okay. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, well, my dad was in the military, so we moved around a lot. But I remember getting comics at a lot of PXs, and they would, in some cases, they display the comics out like magazines. There would be a whole wall of magazines. Then, you know, maybe a third of it was comic books, and they were all displayed where you can see the full covers, at least the ones in the front row, but not on spinner racks. And so, you know, it was, I've lived all over the place. I mean, San Antonio was where I was born. But do you still buy any comics today? New comics coming out?
I buy a handful of the new stuff. There's nothing really that grabs me. I buy the Immortal Hulk because Hulk is my guy. It's okay. It's still not quite the Hulk that I grew up with. I like the Savage Hulk. Never liked the Professor Hulk. I just like the Savage Hulk. That's what I grew up with. John Buscema artwork. That's what I grew up with. That's what I like. But I do collect that. Once in a while, I'll buy the Avengers just to see what they're up to. I'll buy Justice League, just again because Justice League was one of my favorite DC comics. I used to buy Astro City, one of the independents, but they no longer make that, I guess. I'm buying the Burker, the one I know Reeves. He's involved with that. I'm buying that, and that's pretty interesting. And a couple other independent ones that I can't think of off the top of my head, but that's about it for new stuff. For the most part, I'm trying to collect fill in stuff from the 70s, like fill in my
I was just
Invaders.
talking about John Goris.
I only need like
I'm filming
3
a show
more
right
issues
now
to finish
Don,
that run.
thank you for dropping
And
in.
just stuff like that from the 70s. The stuff that I need from the Silver Age is now getting
Here's
down
my
to the point where it's the real pricey stuff. So that's kind of few and far between, but still once in a while you find a good deal and pick it up. So, but eBay is pretty much my go-to right now. Although a new comic store just opened up real close to me, about 10 minutes away. So, and they have like a 50-cent bin and dollar bins, which my other normal LCS no longer has. So it's like, I'm diving into that, and I'm going to be going there tomorrow and check it out. So I'm really anxious to get into that and see what he's got. I did spend some money there the other day and picked up quite a few books from there. I went through like 3 of their 50-cent bins and picked up like $10-15 worth of stuff. So I mean, it just filler stuff, nothing, no hidden gems or anything like that. But it's just filler stuff. Hawk World, Hawkman, some other stuff like that from the 70s. Couple of stuff from the late 80s, stuff like that. Just filler stuff that I want to kind of fill out. Now, you don't buy any of the new stuff, right? You said.
I look, and if something interests me, like there were a few comics that I didn't buy them, but I pulled them to get later at the shop that I go like 3 days a week and work their back issues, and but it's like old stuff reprinted. Like they had apparently the Marvel had some sale for a deal, comic stores where they would sell their reprint comics real cheap. And let's see, so like they had like they're they have the dollar ones that are, I think, called True Believers, that reprint comics, but they also have something that's about $7 and it reprints like 4 comics. It's thicker, and I got one of the Night Nurse that I guess reprints probably the whole run of the early 70s Night Nurse, and just because I thought that was odd that existed, and
it's highly sought after.
Yeah, and but mainly I'm looking in the back issue bins. Now I hear the Immortal Hulk is great. People are telling me that it was a lot better and that it's not as good as it was. Looking at it, looks interesting. It looks like the Thing. Am I right? The movie, The Thing.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, exactly.
It's real. All kinds of weird transformations.
Yeah, he's kind of like, I don't know, amorphic. It's not like the solid Hulk, although he's starting to change back into that style of Hulk. So we'll see where it goes from there. But yeah, he was kind of like a jellyfish Hulk or something. I don't know. I was just trying to make it through there, hoping they get to a version of the Hulk that I like.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I and then Astro City, I always saw that and it looked beautiful. But it was something I never picked up, even though it looked, because I guess I figured I wouldn't be able to understand. Wasn't there from the beginning. The same thing with that comic Nexus. I always saw it and it was beautiful looking, but I only picked up a few issues because I guess I just figured I wasn't there from issue 1. I don't know exactly why. Astro City, were those Alex Ross covers? I don't remember.
Yeah, a lot of Alex Ross covers. Yeah, in fact, he did some of the interior work on some of them too. They jumped around. I think it wound up at DC under one of their little imprint things like Wildstorm or something like that. But it was very good. I really, really liked it because it was creating a whole different world. And they went through their phases of Golden Age, Silver Age, Bronze Age, and it was very well done. I mean, it was really good, and there was a continuity to it. And they would refer back to
watching
this guy, even though you hadn't seen this person yet. Eventually, they would tell you the story of him, and so it was very, very good. I really, really enjoyed the writing on it, and the artwork was phenomenal. So if you ever get a chance to fill in that series, fill in those issues, I would say go for it because it really is entertaining.
Look at those two in the mail.
Maybe I should get
Wednesday.
book.
Ladies and gentlemen, order copies of
editions and
they're flying off the shelves.
Yeah, I don't know if they do a trade paperback on those or not. They probably do. They do it for everything.
Back to the
thing about Space Ghost. You're talking about a character that they don't really explain initially. Space Ghost, they may have explained later in comics or something, but as far as I know, there was just he existed, and you never really had an origin story for him or any of those characters in that era.
Yeah, I bought the what was it, DC that did it? I bought the 6-issue thing, and yeah, they explained it, but in my mind, that was just like, yeah, okay, whatever. I don't really hold that as canon for me.
Right.
To me, it doesn't have anything to do with the cartoon. Same way Space Ghost Coast to Coast has nothing to do with the 66, 67
Right.
cartoon series for me. You know, that stands alone. You know,
I hated that Cartoon Network or whatever it was, Coast to Coast thing. Yeah, that was
I was
pathetic.
never a fan of that. Never a fan. But all those other ones, My Tour, Birdman, I really loved Birdman. You know, all those ones, Young Samson, Shazam, all those, they were, that was my Saturday morning, man. That was just such a wonderful, magical time. It was a sacred time when you were a kid. Saturday mornings were just about having cereal, sitting down, and just watching those characters bring it on.
Let's see. Charlton 66 says, "Love the Silver Agent and the Confessor from Astro City."
Yeah.
Now let's see what Captain Strangelove says here. Had absolutely no idea this was going to be on. Came across it by accident. Been working hard in the heat today. Just relaxed with a beer, and here's Gratu and Doc Silver Age. Let's see. Movie World says, "There's an Astro City trade paperback. That's how I read it. I don't think there's one for Nexus, though." And Charlton says, Herculoids was a big fave. Yeah, that was great.
Hercules. I loved the Rock Ape. That was my favorite character. And when they come out with the action figures, I should have bought it, and I wanted to buy it, but I just didn't have the money at the time. And now those things are big money, and I'll never be able to afford it. But that was such a cool thing. I'm like, oh, I really wanted that. But I just got a Birdman one, like a Mego.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a Mego style.
Oh, is that? Wow.
Yeah,
that was cool.
Yeah, it was really neat. I just happened to come across it on Amazon. There's some guy that makes different ones like that. And when I saw Birdman, I'm like, oh, that's mine. Before anybody else gets it, that's mine. So, I mean, but anything like that to do with those Hanna-Barbera cartoon characters, I really, if it's reasonable, I'll try and pick it up, because I just, that was such a special time in my childhood. That anything like that, just, it gives you such a special feeling, you know.
And then Johnny Quest, of course.
Yeah.
And which was prime time. That wasn't Saturday morning. I mean, later they put it on Saturday morning. Yeah. And then the Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't as good as the comic, but it had a great feel to it.
Yep. Spider-Man.
And what now?
The Spider-Man one was on there too. Yeah. Even though it wasn't done by Hanna-Barbera, but Spider-Man was on the same time as Fantastic Four. Right. That whole group.
And then, yeah, and then even the DC superheroes were cool too. The music was amazing. I thought the theme songs and the Superman, Batman, and then Aquaman. I love that.
Yep.
And then I've been on this kick for the last couple of months, wanting to get a complete set of the Marvel superheroes cartoons, but
I have a couple of those on the what do they call them, the clamshell ones that they have. I have like 3 or 4 of them that way, and I have some other ones on just regular VHS that a friend of mine had dubbed for me. But I'd love for them to come out on DVD, but I don't see it happening anytime soon. I don't know why, but for some reason they won't.
Yeah, it's odd. I don't know. Marvel is owned by Disney, and but you would think those would show up on Disney Plus or somewhere. For years, people rumored they'd come out on DVD, and then Blu-ray came along, and it can't be music rights. They just use, for the most part, music from a library. And what else? I don't really understand it. The animation is good.
The only thing I'm thinking and hoping is the reason that they're holding off is that they're remastering them or what do you want to call them, recoloring them to bring them up to perfect coloring or whatever. That's the only thing I can think of, or that's what I'm hoping they're doing, and that might be the reason that they haven't released them yet. But because as soon as they do, I'm gonna be there. Here's my money.
They were released in England, like the complete sets, and then I think there's someone on eBay selling the complete run of each hero on 2 discs for $15. So if you get all 5, it's $75, and I assume he's mastering them from the British sets. So yeah, then it just I just really, there's just something about just listening to the sound. It's like old radio shows. The John Vernon is Iron Man, and yeah, it's really
they had those voices. It was just like voices, just like you would hear on those old radio shows.
Yeah. So then,
but one of the cartoons, we were talking about cartoons. One of the ones that he always gets forgotten, but for one reason or another, it was one of my favorites. Was one called Super President.
I thought you were going to say that.
Yeah, I for whatever reason I remembered that. I have like 3 or 4 episodes on VHS, but I just liked it. I don't know why, because a lot of people pan it.
Well, it's such an amazing concept. There are episodes on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I figured out a way to record from YouTube, which, much to the consternation of my wife, I just have because we have a Roku box, and then it has an HDMI cable coming out of it to plug into a modern TV, but I have this little box that converts HDMI to the old-fashioned RCA plugs, and then I feed that into a DVD recorder that they don't want you to have anymore. They stopped selling them in the US. You can only get them in Japan, and mine worked for years. And then when it had trouble about a year ago, I bought one just like the same brand, old store stock, or maybe slightly used from eBay, and it's been working fine. But so I record right from eBay, right from YouTube, just like I'm recording VHS. I mean, it degrades the quality a little bit, but I'm used to watching, 27-inch, lo-fi television with tube television, so it still looks pretty amazing to me. But I just think that if you don't record the amazing stuff that's on YouTube, it'll go away and it'll just disappear. I mean, because things have. Let's see. There's a way. Someone was showing me a way I can show my screen. Let me see if I can do this. Because someone was saying, let's see, that's not share, but in other words, where I could show my computer screen, and then I could show you some cool things that are on YouTube. But there's oh boy, I wish Graphic Man was in the audience. He could remind me where it is. let's see. He was. I really just learned this whole StreamYard program yesterday, just on the fly. Camera,
you're one step
microphone,
ahead of me
share,
'cause I
invite,
don't know
leave
anything about
studio.
StreamYard.
No. Well, I figured that I needed to learn this because it's, although it doesn't. I don't think. Can you hear the music that's playing behind me at all? I don't think it picks it up.
No, I can't hear
Nah,
it.
I don't think this. Yeah, I don't think this microphone is up to it. Let's see. Let's see. Does anyone in the chat room know how to do? Let's see. Christopher Schneider says 60s pop culture in general was the best, in my opinion.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was catering to the majority of the population were kids at that time because of the baby boom. Oh man, how do I do that?
There were just so many good TV shows, not only cartoons but good TV shows. Lost in Space, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, The Invaders, Wild Wild West.
Right.
All those great shows, man. Love that.
Yeah, and they
stuff.
had theme songs then. TV shows now don't have theme songs.
No.
They just start and then maybe they'll flash the title up, but they don't want to waste time because they have more time now for commercials.
Commercials, yeah. The other thing that I noticed they don't have anymore is they don't have live kid shows. Like we used to have Bozo the Clown. We used to have Major Mud. Captain Kangaroo. Those type of shows, and they would show cartoons and stuff like that. I don't see that anymore.
Yeah, there was a local one in the Dallas-Fort Worth area before we moved here that everyone loved in the 60s named Icky Twerp, and he ran the Three Stooges and Little Rascals and cartoons, and you can see clips of him. And then he was also the late night horror host. He was a guy named Gorgon, and you can see clips of Gorgon on YouTube also. But he was a guy named Bill Camfield that played those parts. The first time we moved all over the place, and I remember we lived in Tacoma, Washington, and the Seattle kid show host was a clown named JP Patches, and you can see shows of his online. And he was around in the 60s, and I was seeing him at like 75, 76. And yeah, he was really great. He was, let's see what Captain Strangelife's saying here. Speed Racer, boy, I love the theme song, 1966.
Speed Racer.
Yeah, that Speed Racer, was one of the first Japanese, cartoons, with Astro Boy. But I just remember as a kid just realizing, there are people dying in this cartoon just constantly. And people would go off the road and there'd be an explosion. And it's like they are definitely dead. And then Speed Racer would go, oh. And I just thought, people that die in the other cartoons, but it's because it was from Japan, and they just have a little bit more tolerance for violence. But yeah, there was a high death count. Someone should do a death count in each episode.
Speaking of the Japanese one, one of my favorite theme songs for a cartoon was King Kong. You remember that one?
Yeah.
King Kong.
Sure, that had a great theme song.
Oh, I loved that one. That one always stuck with me. That was a great theme song. Another one was
and the Hercules
Milton
cartoon.
the Monster. That was another good one.
Yeah.
Milton the Monster.
Yeah, I love. Yeah, not many people remember Milton the Monster. I think I have a complete set on DVD. For a while they were putting out just about everything on DVD. Now you can't find hardly any movies or TV shows in the stores. They're shrinking. They don't want you to own movies anymore. They want you to stream everything. It's all a very it's a very political thing. I found that they don't really want people owning anything. Whenever you hear, I don't want to get too political, but when politicians talk about the Great Reset or building back better, they're referring to this plan that by 2030 we live in little cubicles and don't own anything. We rent things. Things are brought to us. We don't even have to leave the little cubicle, and so they don't really. So people don't accumulate anything. Most people, and so the people that get digital comics, they're part of that problem. It's just like, you want to own a record or a CD. You want to own an object because all it takes is one solar flare or electromagnetic pulse, and everything on the computer is gone. All those movies and all that music that you've accumulated on your computer is not going to survive.
Yeah,
and
I've always
so
felt
they're
that way
talking more and more
with,
about.
always felt that way with books. I know you can buy a lot of electronic books, and I'm like, I wouldn't want that, because if something happens to my computer, how could I read that book? I've always wanted, my paper. I buy a lot of paperback westerns, and I couldn't read them if my computer went down. So yeah, I can see that. Yeah, but I don't know.
Movie World says digital comics for the casual consumer, not the collector. But yeah, they don't want us to own anything. Is what they're said. That guy, this World Economic Forum, this Klaus Schwab, looks like Blofeld. This was you can see him saying, in a few years you will own nothing and you will be happy. They're so these are interesting world. So, but there's a lot of buzz in the media about cyber attacks, and so when they start talking about possible, that usually means that they're planning to do something like that. But they have to talk about it first, because these evil people, they have to tell you what they're going to do first, and then they can relish in it. All the more that you were warned, and we told you what we're going to. It's the same as comic book villains and James Bond villains. They always tell you what they're going to do while they have you tied up. And then James Bond escapes, and he knows their plan. But it's really true. They'll talk about, there may be electrical problems where you won't be able to get electricity, and it's like, and then all of a sudden it's July and you don't have air conditioning. It's like, whoa, seems like they were just talking about that. Anyway, I don't know. I get paranoid. So, but when people talk about, when you're a collector and people talk about, well, you're just not going to have any belongings in 7 years. It's like, well, what are they going to do? I got a phone call coming in. Hold on 1 second. That may.
Sure.
I'll be right back. Let me see who this person
Yep.
is. I'll be right back. You can keep talking if you want.
Okay. Well, I guess while he's doing that, I'll show some comics that I got. I pulled some comics out.
Are you coming tonight?
Show some DC comics
Okay, yeah, sure.
from my Brave and the Bold collection. This is Brave and the Bold number 30.
Give me a call because I'm upstairs working and I won't probably hear the doorbell.
First of Mazo.
Her mom is in town. They're gonna hang out.
Brave and the Bold number 34.
And they've got a hotel room and stuff, so she's going. Yeah.
Brave and the Bold 35.
All right, cool. Well, I'll see you in a while. Okay, that sounds good. All right, thanks.
Brave and the Bold number 36.
Sorry.
Okay.
I got this friend that visits every Friday night.
Yep.
And he's calling to. Anyway.
I was just showing some.
Oh, I got one.
Some DC, some of my DC Brave and the Bold comics while you were away.
Oh,
so.
Yeah. I got that same movie theater sign behind you. Did you get that at Hobby Lobby?
Yes.
Right below the.
Yes.
It's cool. Because you can put whatever movies you want on it, and you can customize it. And
yep. I think I've got
I have
Birdman,
now showing
Birdman and the Galaxy Trio on there right now.
Oh, mine says Batman and Blood Feast.
Blood Feast.
So
I remember
that would be a good.
I remember reading about Blood Feast in Fangoria magazine, and I said, "Oh, I had to go to my local video store when they had them on every corner, and finally found a copy of it to watch. And like, oh my gosh, I never laughed so hard as watching that movie." That was a
well. There was a great issue of the Monster Times. It was uh-oh. I think I'm delayed, but there's a Monster Times with a teenage werewolf on the cover, and it's supposed to be the worst issue of Monster Times ever, and it's all the worst movies, worst comic books, in their opinion, that have ever been made, and that's where they covered Blood Feast in the Monster Times, and so yeah, that's how I first found out about it. But yeah, it's hilarious. But,
that was unique, that's for sure. But Fangoria was my go-to for all the grade B horror flicks, and I blew through them all in the 80s. You know, Basket Case and Phantasm and all those. I went through all of those. Motel Hell and all those ones. I was really big into them back in the 80s.
Let's see. So Captain Strangelife's going to an outdoor burger place and getting a beer tent for a few hours. Later, guys, great show. And then let's see what Movie World's up to.
Take it easy, Hans.
But I think a lot of the sales. But I think that a lot of the sales for speculative investment. Yeah, they'd have to be, because I don't know who reads the majority of these new comics. They first appearance of Amazo, that was a good issue. Whenever I think of Amazo, I think of that comic book. And Man Bear Pig says, "I'm here now. Please start over from the beginning."
We got to go on.
Yeah, the Castle of Frank. Were you into Castle of Frankenstein?
I had never seen one of those. The first time I had heard of Castle of Frankenstein was by Hans. He had shown one on one of his videos, but around here I never saw one of those. We did see the famous Monsters of Filmland. We saw those. Eerie, creepy. We saw those. And those were pretty much it.
Yeah. So Castle of Frankenstein had a weird distribution, and sometimes they would go a year or two between issues. And I mean, it's a magazine that started in the early 60s and went to the mid 70s, and I think only had 20-something issues. So it had a weird publication.
All right.
And
they're wearing the same.
Yeah, I don't know what people that had subscriptions thought. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, I had a subscription for it, and it was a year in between. I'd be wondering what did I subscribe to?
Yeah, Castle of Frankenstein is interesting in that the editor is who Robert Bloch based Norman Bates on.
400th
You know
time
that
I've
story?
told this story.
I think
No.
you don't. Oh yeah, well, Robert Bloch hung out with. I gotta find
Yep.
the remote. With this group of science fiction
Like to
people,
order some copies
and
of Terror are historically important television
gotta
series.
restart. And
That's $20.
so he was
per
friends with
episode, and that's
Calvin
posted
Beck,
there.
that was the editor and publisher of
Yeah, you'd like
Castle of Frankenstein.
400 copies.
And
excellent. We'll have them out Thursday. Goodbye.
One second.
Send those requests in for the Tomb of Terror.
This room torn up.
That's
okay. So anyway, they were friends, and Calvin Beck.
Everything's backwards.
Has
those guys up there. That's July of 2021.
Who went with him everywhere he went.
21st,
and was real clean. When he went to college,
she wants to come on.
She would sit in the back of each class and kind of monitor it. And if he was invited to a party, she would try to come along. And she's just this odd mother. And so he just kind of based it on his friend, and also a little bit, you know, on Ed Gein, but people think that Norman Bates is more based on Ed Gein. Really, it's more this odd guy that made Castle of Frankenstein magazine. But it was a really literate magazine, and Famous Monsters was just really cool looking. But when you tried to read it, it just wasn't much there. I mean, he did, you know, bring back into kids' minds these guys like Lon Chaney and Boris Karloff, and that had been somewhat forgotten. But and he had all these stills, this collection of huge stills. But his kind of jokey style wasn't as, it's just Castle of Frankenstein, and the Monster Times had it. And then there were some other really good magazines too. See, I was born in '65, so I missed out on Saturday mornings. You know, all those Hanna-Barbera superheroes. I saw those in reruns. So when were you born?
I was born in '62.
62.
Yep.
Okay,
so I was 5 in '67. I remember '66 just barely, because you know they'd set you in front of the TV on Saturday mornings. Here, there you go, you know, and you just get used to it. But I just remembered I was hypnotized by it, and then by the time '67 rolled around, I knew what was going on, and it was just like that's one to be. I got to the point where I learned to read the TV guide before I went to school. I could read the TV guide, so I would know what shows were on. So I would know, okay, I got to be in front of the TV for Dark Shadows for here or this or that, you know, whatever, you know. So it was just that whenever, and that lasted for a long time. Whenever when we used to go grocery shopping every Wednesday night, religiously every Wednesday night. And when we would get home, I'd grab the TV guide and I would read that thing cover to cover, you know, and I now collect them. So I love going back and reading TV guides from the mid to late 60s, because to me, it's like a photo album, a family photo album. I can go through and I can say, oh, I remember when that was on after school, and then I remember what I was doing, what was going on in my life at that time, you know, and it's like takes you right back, you know. So I really, really enjoy collecting those.
Yeah, I collect TV guides too, and in a lot of cases, I just saved them from when I was a kid. And my mom would always buy 2 copies, one for upstairs and one for downstairs. And I remember they would come out on Mondays. Mom would always take me to this bookstore on Mondays, and we would get the TV guide, and I would go through the whole week and know what was going to be on. I'd have to pour through this, and
Yeah.
But you know, it was weird. Yeah, you become kind of aware of what's going on when you're about 4 or 5. That's where your memories kind of start. And I was born in San Antonio, and by the time when I was 4, we moved to Germany. My dad was stationed over there, and the first year, I think, first 6 months or more, we didn't have television because everyone thought that it was only German television, and that there was an American armed forces station, but it was way far away, and no one thought we could get it. And my dad just went up on top of the housing and put an antenna up, and it wound up pulling in the station fine. And then everyone else started putting up the antennas, but it was just one station, and it had just various shows from ABC, CBS, NBC, whatever they for that, you know, and so I didn't see everything that was going on in the States. It was in a weird way. It was like we were there for 3 years. It was like being a kid.
Well, we're watching
more
old
around
episodes
1949 or 50 when there's
Hotel
hardly any
Orloff.
television, maybe one station in your area. And then
waiting
when we
for
moved back
people to call.
to the United
there's a call
States
coming in now.
in 72, then I was exposed to all the network. Here, you only had the Flintstones in English.
Okay. You want
They had Captain America and the
5
Hulk.
copies of episodes.
I remember.
Okay.
What else?
All right, we'll have those out.
Tom
Friday.
Terrific. I mean,
Yep.
I didn't have many
Gotcha.
Warner Brothers cartoons. I'd see
Thank
Porky
you very
Pig
much.
talking in German if I turned the
Goodbye.
channel, but there was no English Warner Brothers cartoons. And so, yeah, my exposure to all that started. And so, like Dark Shadows, I remember my mom was really into that, and I moved to Germany.
Well,
but I was really loving the comic books and the Viewmaster reels, and I knew that I would love the show. But then by the time we came back, it was pretty much canceled right about that time. So I saw it later in reruns and, you know, on DVD.
What?
So, yeah, so that was an interesting thing, is that my
Yes, indeed. How are you guys doing on this wonderful Sunday, May 21st, 2023? Let's see if there's any other historic episodes.
give you a 45-minute.
Shut up. Let's see.
Well, June 7th, 2021, in the year of our Lord, it's the Gratu Orloff television program coming to you live from Gratuville, where it's been raining, cloudy, thunderstorms for almost completely since the beginning of May, which is very unusual for Gratuville, Texas. Something very mysterious and sinister is going on. But enough about that. Let's get started. Get my bottle opener. Yeah, big storm. Someday, a real rain will come, wash all the scum off the streets. Up here in the movie theater of Gratu Orloff, all is well. We don't worry about the HARP project and manipulated weather here on the Gratu Orloff channel. Almost tripped. All right. We're ready to start. It's episode 389, 390, something like that. Yeah, you may have seen the videos where I had like 24 mint copies of issues of The Amazing Spider-Man. Yeah, a box was pulled out from the back room, and there were all these unread copies that were basically in mint condition. They were like right from about the time period that I stopped reading Spider-Man. I was in college. It was mid 80s, right at the beginning of the black costume. I wasn't a big fan of that era.
This is unbelievable. The phone's ring off the hook. We probably sold about 700 copies of The Tomb of Terror.
Okay, so
new Gratu Orloff.
Who cares about that,
series,
right? No one cares about the 1980s
DVD series. There are 15 episodes.
This is what's important.
Soon
I
to be
announced
more.
on Friday's broadcast the advent
limited edition
of the Gratu Army.
As soon as you possibly
so
can.
I have in my black book.
How are you?
When people put down below that they'd like to enlist in the Army, well then we're
We'd
more
like
than willing to
700 copies of episode 9.
So I've got all the people that have requested to join so far.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people I know are regular viewers, but didn't comment down below yet, or probably haven't seen the video, or maybe they don't watch constantly for updates. But soon I'm sure they will all join our ranks. So, all right, dog faces, let's get started. We'll see what we got here. Now, from time to time, I'm going to have ceremonies here on the Gratu Orloff channel where people will be promoted, right? And so if you're, say, a captain, I might announce that you're promoted to a major one night because I like something you commented below, or maybe I really like some video you posted on your channel. That might, like Silver Age Dave, his last video where he showed those Silver Age comics and how wonderful it was and how he wished the world was like that. You definitely be promoted to the next highest rank. I got all the ranks written here in my book. So it starts with private, first class, sergeant major, then you go up to second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel. I'm a colonel. Then there are general ranks, but no one's going to be a general because those ranks are left for God and Jesus. And important people like that, like Frankenstein's monster. Those would be the generals. But for normal mortals like us. So, with further ado, these are the soldiers that have requested to join in the Gratu Army, which is a private civilian army of people sworn to promoting and preserving the pop culture of the past, things that were thrown away by parents and teachers and principals and pastors, things that we feel should be passed on to the future, be it hot rod races or comic books or giant monster movies, or maybe just cute pictures like this that some people might consider cheesy, but we think are wonderful, because this represents the world the way it should be.
The heck just happened? Hey, what happened? It's so frozen. The picture got froze. Man, come on, man.
So we will use our YouTube channels to promote this, or at least work to preserve culture in all manner and all forms. So anyway, Eric Breen, you will be enlisted as Lieutenant Colonel Titano Orloff Titano is spelled Titano. Nickname Flintstone. Serial number 645572. Gotham City Comics YouTube channel. You will be inducted as Major Grodd Orloff. Grodd is spelled Grodd. Your nickname is the Butcher. Serial number 667238. Man Bear Pig. Lieutenant Colonel Leatherface Orloff. Your code name is the Slasher. Serial number 861243. Meyer Greenblatt. You are Lieutenant Colonel Brutu Orloff, the brute that walks. Brutu is spelled Bruttu, named after a creature that appeared in Tales of Suspense number 22. Nickname, Old Blood and Guts, and also the brute that walks. He has two nicknames. Serial number 213645. Charlton 66, Lieutenant Colonel Rex Nighthawk Orloff. His nickname is the Cowboy. Serial number 6492.
I wish I could find that black book. I wrote all this stuff in. It's somewhere here.
Tom Smith, Lieutenant Colonel Sylvester P. Orloff, nickname Madman. Serial number 784213. I've got like a whole page dedicated, a couple of pages dedicated to each person. So as they go up in rank, I'll write that down. I'll write down notes as I need to, great things they've done so that I can promote them. Al Baroni, Lieutenant Colonel Basil Bo Orloff. Nickname Boots on the Loose. Serial number 478669. I had written down as the nickname the Terror of LA. My wife pointed out that Al Baroni doesn't live in LA, and she suggested Boots on the Loose. So that's Boots on the Loose. It will be. Movie World Comics. Captain Monzingo Orloff. Requested to be named after the person in the local cemetery, Monzingo. Monzingo. Nickname the Goblin that walks the earth. I noticed on your channel, Movie World, that there was a Goblin video, so I was trying to customize nicknames, code names whenever I could. Hey, welcome back. Serial number 678247. If you've got a absolute real problem with any name I've given you or whatever, and you want to request a change, I can scratch it out in my book and change it. It's not a problem. Just let me know. They don't do that in the Army. They don't give you a choice. Silver Age Dave, Lieutenant Colonel Gugam Orloff. Gugam, spelled Googam. Nickname Trench Runner. Serial number 226312. Gugam is named after a creature that first appeared in Tales of Suspense number 17. Christopher Schneider. First Lieutenant Moomba Orloff. Moomba, Moomba. Hold on. Moomba. Oh, nickname Cat's Eyes. Serial number 688134. Why Not Art? It's the YouTube channel, YNOT Art. You will be Major Rambu Orloff, ROMMBU, nicknamed the Electric Brain. serial number 194221. Whippet Lass, Captain Zetora Pepper Orloff. Zetora spelled Zetora. Zetora Pepper Orloff, Captain. Nickname the Union Jack. Serial number 196508. Zetora first appeared in Journey into Mystery 52. Justin Carguth, I hope I pronounced that right. Major Zombo Orloff, Zombo. Nickname the Judge. Serial number 455268. Zombo was, of course, Eddie Munster's child. Well, his where's the fucking? My phone is low battery. I gotta charge it. Ugh. Damn it! Don't die on me yet, phone. The charging cable's in the other room. Anyway, Zombo was the horror host that Eddie Munster admired. That's actually a really cool name to have, Zombo. Okay. Don't fail me yet, Mr. Phone. We're going to be in this room in a little bit because, I'm doing a live stream tonight with Graphic Man. Graphic Man. We'll be doing it at 4 o'clock today. So make sure you tune in. Tonight, 4 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Find Graphic Man's channel, subscribe to it. If you can't find it, just type in Graphic Man and then the words comic books, because that'll narrow it down, and then you'll definitely find him. Anyway, we're doing a live stream tonight, 4 o'clock, and we're going to be talking about Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes, and therefore I've got to dig out my Silver Age comics of Legion. Okay. Shit. Come on. Prior planning would have been better than let's try. Shit. Okay. Okay, now we're plugged in. We should not have any low battery power issues. Okay, wonderful. Okay, back. Oh shit! Fuck, piss. Oh man. Okay, hold on. Fuck. Emergency. Goddamn fuck, piss.
I think I had spilled a drink. Is that what happened?
Damn it.
All right.
God damn it. Hold on, I'll explain what happened in a moment.
All right. Well, he's using a lot of bad language, so we'll cut away from him, ladies and gentlemen. Because he spilled a drink 2 years ago. I'm having trouble with this.
Oh, man.
Nothing is working correctly here, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, how are you guys doing on this wonderful spring day? It's May 21st, 2023. Sorry for that bad language that he was saying. That past version of me from 2021. I'd spilled a drink on the carpet, and I was getting close to some vintage magazines, and I think I let go with a few bad words, but it's not what I do here. I'm not proud of that. Let's see. How are you doing? All three of you watching. It's one of the best telethons ever. 3 viewers. Anyone want to come on today? And here's the link is now in the chat. If you want to click on that, you can come on in. If anyone's gotten episodes of Tomb of Terror, Stanley J. Kirby, if you're out there, if you want to come on and tell us what it's like, and then we can. We got this. Everything's backwards on this. See this stool? The reason it's there is I was putting these masks up here. See that Planet of the Apes mask? I put it up there. Wow, dude. Cleaning out the fridge, says Kevin. Let me see what I can do here. I was going to put up another episode. Might go grab lunch here in a second. Yes, indeed. Let's see. How do I do that?
Accidentally turned it off about 11 minutes into it.
This is the new episode that I just put up a minute ago. I don't even have a thumbnail on it yet.
I mean, they say that these short shows, that's what everyone wants. That's algorithmically, that's what YouTube wants. They'll put their little commercials.
What would it be like if I share the screen with this?
That's
that's
what
good.
YouTube wants. They'll put their little commercials.
What would it be like if I share the screen with this?
That's
that's
what
good.
YouTube wants. They'll put their little commercials.
What would it be like if I share the screen with this?
That's
that's
what
good.
YouTube wants. They'll put their little commercials.
What would it be like if I share the screen with this? I wonder what it would be like. That's
what
good.
YouTube wants. They'll put their little commercials.
What would it be like if I share the screen with this? I wonder what it would be like. That's good. The world may never know. It's what would it be like if I thing. I wonder what it would be like. I wonder what it would be like. That's good. The world may never know. It's what would it be like if I thing. I wonder what it would be like. I wonder what it would be like. That's good. The world may never know. It's what would it be like if I see how this. I wonder what it would be like. The world may never know. It's what it would be like if I. Do you know what it would be like? The world may what it would be like. The world may never know. It's what it would be like. Do you know what it would be like? The world may what it would be like. Yeah. The world may never know. Is what I asked. Do you know what it would be like? The world may what it would be like. Yeah. The world may never know. Is what I asked. Do you know what it would be like? The world may what it would be like. Yeah. The world may never know. Is what I asked. Do you know what it would be like? The world may what it would be like. Yeah. The world may never know. Is what I asked. Do you know what it would be like? The world may what it would be like. Yeah. The world may never know. Is what I asked. Do you know what it would be like? The world may what it would be like. Yeah. The world may never know. Is what I asked. Do you know what it would be like? The world may what it would be like. Yeah. The world may never know. Is what I asked. Do you know what it would be like? The world may what it would be like. Yeah. The world may. Yes, indeed.
Try this 3-minute shower routine to quickly get rid of toenail fungus, itchy skin, and smelly
Oh,
feet.
disgusting.
Well-
Why would you put that commercial?
Hi, it's July 16th, 2019. This is my first experiment with YouTube. I have discovered as I'm going through a lot of stuff I'm organizing upstairs at my house, some folders my mother put together of my old artwork, things I did in elementary school at Regency Place in San Antonio, Texas. And this is some artwork I did in third grade. And that would have been the 1973-74 school year. Now let's see. Yay, I broke the cookie jar. And that's supposed to be me. December 10th, 2020, it's Gratu Orloff up here on the 5th floor of the Gratu Orloff building. Just been rearranging things and organizing comic books up here. Just put a Betty Page picture in there in that frame. I got it at a garage sale. So, yeah. Same old stuff, just moved around. So, anyway, so I've had quite an adventure over the last few days trying to get all these comics organized, and been listening to music while I did it, and some of that music must not agree with YouTube. So the last video I shot didn't fully post it, and I could watch it, but it wouldn't. I went to my wife's YouTube account and I couldn't find my last video. So apparently some of the music must have been copywritten. I try to play the music real low in the background just to entertain me, but I guess I've learned a lesson. Let's see here. Well, okay. So I've been organizing these Silver Age comics, and let's see. All the stuff that you didn't see when in the last video, this is the last box here. So I'm just putting in World's Finest. There's a Wonder Woman 139. Oh, here's a Wonder Woman that does not have a backing board. This is the kind of thing I'm trying to fix here. So anyway, I was probably telling some great stories in that last video that are now lost to time. But or I may have been telling you the same stories that I say all the time, just repeated over and over again, but it doesn't matter. Shit. So, a lot of things you're not allowed to talk about on YouTube, and I guess there's music that you can't play. So, I guess the trick is to get really old music from like the 1920s that's fallen out of copyright There's a lot of great music back then. That's what's playing in the hallway there on my radio station. Happy days are here again. Yes. So, I noticed someone put up a video like for beginning collectors, and it was just talking through someone that wants to just start collecting comics and things that maybe you don't know. And I thought, well, that's a good idea. Basically, like let's say you watch movies and you're aware of the characters and you're saying, well, gosh, I'd like to read some of these comics and see what they're like. How do I get them? How do I get started? Well, your local comic book store, a lot of them don't have older comics. They just have what's new on the rack. And in my opinion, I don't think that's the best way to get into comics. Is the modern comics are drawn by artists on computers, and a lot of the writers are these social justice warriors that are just trying to posture. And I don't have a high opinion of a lot of what's coming out right now, but then I don't know a lot of what's coming out now, and it's possible there's a lot of stuff I'm trying to keep an open mind, but I'd rather get older comics. And where do you get them? Well, you got to find a comic shop that has older comics. You may live someplace in the Appalachian Mountains or somewhere where there's no real local comic shops. So I would go online. It's actually a local business here where I'm living. It used to be called Lone Star Comics, but there's a website called mycomicshop.com. That's a good place to go to order old comics, and they're reasonably priced. And they have a lot, and they ship. They do a good job shipping and packing everything, and they're just great. It takes a little bit longer to get stuff now with everything that's going on with the post office, but they're really good. Okay, this starts with Thor. I like them, and I guess you could go to eBay and all those places, but as far as the older comics, you're not going to be able to afford the early issues. So they have Marvel's reprinted a lot of their classic comics in volumes called Marvel Masterworks. So that would be one. And then if you want to get it really cheap, they've also reprinted a lot of their original stories in black and white with kind of cheap paper, but real thick. It's like an old style phone book or a Japanese comic book manga, or it's real thick. But they've reprinted a lot of their old, you can read it that way. But a lot of the movies coming out now, especially Marvel, the movies they're coming out are based mostly on storylines that happened in the 60s and 70s. The Infinity War stuff, that's more recent, but the basic world building they're doing in the movies, you want to read the comics from the 60s, which is called the Silver Age, and the 70s, which is called the Bronze Age. Marvel, pretty much when you see this title strip going across the top, that means that the comic was printed between 71 and up into the 80s. But this is a Bronze Age comic. It was 20 cents. Just about it. Then they went up to 25 cents, then 30, then 35 cents. All through the 70s, comics kept going up and up and up in value. In price, rather, because the United States went off the gold standard during Nixon's administration. So we had inflation, and the dollar wasn't worth as much. But pretty much comic books from the time they were invented were 10 cents. And until the early 60s, maybe about 61, they went up to 12 cents. So if you see a 12-cent comic, you know it's from the 1960s, right around the turn of right before 1970, 69 or so. They went up to 15 cents. So a 12-cent comic, you immediately know it's from the 60s. 10-cent comics, you know they're from 1961 and before. You see something 20 cents and above, it's printed after like 72. So that'll give you an idea of just looking at the front of a comic.
Looking at the front of the comic. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm tired.
I got all this knowledge about comics, and I feel like
man.
I should share it.
Share it with you. You gotta share it with you, man.
I guess. Okay.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
House of Mysteries, 15 cents. So,
15 cent comics.
This is actually from, I would say, about 1969.
Oh, it's kind of cool.
Let's see.
Yeah, kind of cool. Having said that,
See.
Oh,
This is 15 cents.
Incredible Hulk versus the Glop.
So this is probably, that's probably from about 1970.
Yeah, that's what you think.
See, this one's 1971. I mean, it shows you that on the cover.
Shut up.
But what I'm doing here is I'm keeping my Silver Age comics separated from my Bronze Age and after.
Yeah, buddy.
Because to me, the Silver Age stuff is kind of like a sacred kind of thing, and I just wanted it in a separate place. It just feels better to be flipping through these stacks, and it's all 60s and some 50s mixed in. Okay, so that was really disappointing because that last video really had some good stuff in it, and I was just foolish. I got a little cocky thinking I can play some music on here, and no, I can't. Okay, so everybody's taking all the fun out of everything. God damn it. Let's see.
My aching feet.
Yeah.
Where's this push button war they've all been talking about? Watch it, guys. We're in enemy territory. Want to get us killed? Not just another one of them phony civilian rumors.
What is this?
This project mind telling us what places we're looking for.
Okay, so this issue of for instance.
Mystery that's driving intelligence down. Well, ladies and gentlemen, another phone call. Yes, you'd like to order copies of Tomb of Terror, the great new show from the Gratu Orloff Inspirational Network. $20 each, postage paid. Yes, there are 15 episodes. That's correct. You're right. They contain cartoons, movie trailers, commercials, music, hot rods, comic books, everything that makes life worth living. Yes, indeed. That's right. You heard right, ladies and gentlemen. Only one viewer? What's wrong with the people out there? Yes, well, order more. You want to order more? All right. Well, we have your address. We'll have those out Friday. All right. Have a wonderful day. Yes. You have a great day. A wonderful day. Enjoy the bright sunshine. Thank you. Goodbye. Yes. And you too should order the Tomb of Terror, ladies and gentlemen. And become a better citizen of the United States by doing that. Yes, indeed. 3 people watching. Amazing. It's incredible. Yes, indeed. Incredible indeed. What's going on here? Hey, welcome back to the great Gratu Orloff television program. It's episode 646. Today, we're going to be doing some amazing readings of some Golden Age comic books. So make sure you tune in. All right. Goodbye. Thank you. All right. Yeah. Well, let's see. I'll tune in. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be reading some Golden Age comics today. Because why not? Everyone else is doing it. It's the new cool fad to read comic books online. And if you want to join in on this amazing game, I'll put the link in the chat. Link is there. But anyway, I'm on a place called, I think it's called comicweb.com. I guess there's other ones. I don't know what the best ones are. Well, let's see about reading this comic book. Let's give it a full screen. Hey, do any of you want to come on live right now in 2023 and do a comic book reading? Beloved radio pixie, Sparky. But if not, we'll just watch Sparky meets King Midas in Golden Garden in the chat here for you. Look at this guy. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, let me know if you want to do a live Big broadcast. John and Sparky issue 2 from 1952. Thank you, boys and girls. It made us real happy to hear how much you like the stories and puzzles and riddles in our new Sparky comic book. We never dreamed we were reaching so many boys and girls. We were delighted to receive all those good ideas and suggestions too. We'll try some of them out in each new Sparky comic book. We agree with Tom Milton of Kansas City that our comic book is a good way to bring Sparky fans together and to make new friends too. One of the letters from Janet Alden in Boston told about how she bought 3 Sparky comic books to pass around to kids who hadn't seen the first comic book. Anyway, all went well until, let Janet tell you in her own words. And so, Big John, it made me very happy to lend out the Sparky comic books, but Big John, one came back all torn and full of stains. I think kids who borrow things should take good care of them. I made up a rule of the week, and I hope it will help. Here it is. Once you receive us a loan, be sure to treat us your own. Thanks. Thanks, Janet. When I look through my magic spyglass and see anyone not handling things carefully, we'll know that they haven't seen your rule. Or maybe they weren't old enough to read, or maybe they were too stupid. You know, babies rip things, but none of Sparky's friends are babies anymore. No, of course not. Sparky in Who Am I? Hi, folks. I farted in this story, I'm a famous character from the Bible. The brave lad who... I almost gave it away. Now you guess who am I? Who could he be, ladies and gentlemen? One day, while I was herding sheep in the hills of ancient Israel, a wise man came by. Golly, it's Samuel the wise man. You know me then. Good. Your father, Jesse, told me where to find you. Look, my 7 brothers are all at home. Indeed they are. They've come to see me anoint your head with oil. Now I see into the future. You will be a great man. Me? Him great? That's a laugh. A great tadpole, that's his future. What's the matter, tadpole? Don't you like being a tadpole? Ha ha, someday you may be famous. Sure, king of the tadpoles. Let them laugh. Someday I will be king. I will. Peace, strangers. See, your youngest brother, the shepherd, King Saul, has sent for him. King Saul sent for our brother? What's going to happen next? This was my big moment. My father gave me gifts to bring to the king. I took my harp and set out for the palace. I'm here to see the king. He sent for me. Oh, yes. Be very quiet. King Saul is a very sick man. Your Majesty, I'll play some music if you like. Yes, yes, my boy. Music. It may soothe my fever. Cat scratch. The king and I became great friends. He made me his official armor bearer. I hope my armor isn't too heavy for you. No, sir, Your Majesty. It's light as a ton of feathers. Your Majesty, I have sad tidings. The Philistines have attacked us. Attack? They can't. They mean war. The Philistines may outnumber us, but our soldiers have honor and courage. Am I right? Right, Your Majesty. Look, there are 7 brothers in the army. They make 7 splendid-looking soldiers. You should be proud. But Big Saul, Your Majesty, I want to join them and be a soldier too. You, a soldier? You're too small. I'll grow big, Your Majesty. Honest, I will. I'll eat double helpings of everything. Perhaps. Our soldiers need that food now. Take it to them, lad. Do you see what I see? It's our brother. Maybe he wants to be a warrior. Hi, brothers. Hello there. I brought you some extra chow. Delicious. Thanks to our brother. Think nothing of it. How goes the war? All is not well. The Philistines are winning. Look, here comes their tallest warrior, Goliath. The golly, Goliath, the giant. Let's see what happens next, ladies and gentlemen. Quake, Israelites, quiver! My king sends me to challenge any one of you in single combat to prove that we have won the war. What cowards? No one weakling dares to fight me. We do so have a weakling to fight you? Me! Hercules! You mock me? I asked for fair combat with one of your warriors. One, that's fair. What is this? A mouse to fight a man's battle? I'm not a mouse. I'm a man. Almost. Uh-oh. My slingshot. That gives me a fucking idea. Watch out. Sticks and stones will break your bones, Goliath. Oh, full panel. How about that? Oh, my gosh. And names will never hurt me. The wise man. He's right. He's a great man. Samuel was right. When I grew older, I became king of all Israel. Did you guess my name? That's right. David. And that's a true story from the Bible. Little did you know that David was an elf. Let's see. Let's read this on Adventures into Darkness. If you dare, take these adventures into darkness. In this issue, Murder Mansion and Day of Reckoning. Draw me. Try for a free art course. Draw the girl and try for a prize. Find it if you have profitable art talent at the Andrew Tate School of Art. Wonder if anyone else is. Let's check something real quick.
Michael Taylor says, hello, Gratu. All 2 viewers, we're having a fun time. All 2 of you viewers.
Well, today we have 4. Yeah. How many of us have ever passed a boarded up brownstone mansion without wondering what may be happening inside? Was the owner of such a place really away for the winter? Or was he perhaps looking out at us through a crack in the drawn blinds? Those dusty halls once echoed to violins and laughing voices, but what kind of laughter is heard there now? Donnie Nash, blackmailer and confidence man, extraordinary. With his white helmet, hid out in such a place to avoid a murder investigation. This is what happened to them in Murder Mansion. A few blocks away from the old Sylvester Mansion, Danny Nash and his wife close out a long-standing account. You rotten blackmailers. For years I've paid to save my family's good name, and now my money is gone. I'm through. What you do about it is up to you. Oh, fuck. What the fuck just happened? Oh, I can do that? What the heckin' fuck? Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, technical difficulties. I'm still learning this amazing... Okay. Okay, that's just a... Okay, so we're over here then. Okay, Carson. Then you're no use to us, are you? Look at his fucking head. Did they stretch out this panel? It was like his head was stretched. Okay, Carson, then you're no use to us, are you? Stop it, Nash. You can't kill me in cold blood. Oh, can't I? That's right, Danny. Give it to him good. I'm sorry. That's right, Danny. Give it to him good. I'm sick of his whining. Blam. Look for this banner when you buy a comic magazine. It is your guarantee of wholesome reading from Standard Comics. Wholesome reading, indeed. Wholesome reading for a degenerate. After their hasty action, the 2 seek a hideout. Where to now, Dan? Ever heard of the Sylvester place? Nobody will ever think of us looking. Nobody will ever think of looking for us there. It's a cinch. No watchman on the place, is there? I've already taken care of him. Come on, kid. Hop in. Haven't got all night. Oh, it's sure spooky here and here. Where's the man who lives here? Old Sylvester's in Florida right now. Nothing to worry about until May. Well, what do you think of it, kid? This is the upstairs library. Off there is our bedroom, and that door leads to the sitting room. It'll do. Right now, it looks like a cyclone hit it. But Danny's attention is drawn to an open book lying on the floor. Well, what do you know? An old hand-lettered book, 500 or 600 years old if it's a day. Okay, bright boy, so you were honor man in college, so how about wrestling us some grub? I'm starved. With that giant head of yours, you sure could buy some Taco Bell. Go on, laugh. I happen to know that the sale price of a book like this could keep us eating for years. Listen to this, Helen. Vocabo, Germanum, Tenesad, Innici, Est, Eek. This is the 1955 issue, by the way, of Adventures into Darkness, issue 5. Highly collectible, key issue. Let's see what's going on. Danny finds that he has called up a demon from the half-world. I am Tenashad, slave of him who calls my name. How can I serve you, good friends? Ask, and I shall bring your heart's desire. Danny, get that thing out of here. You know, it might work. Very well, my friend. Bring us something to eat. The best. I think they've stretched this man because it's insane. This is more like it. I said the best, and he brought it. For years, I served Mr. Sylvester, sir. I brought him wealth, fame, and even this house. Command me, and all these things shall be yours. That looks fucking good. We're going to have a turkey tomorrow night, by the way. We got a free turkey. Damn, that creature is making me so nervous that I can't eat. Ask him to go. Okay, anything you say. Tennis shot. While we finish up here, see that the bedroom is done over, fit for a king and his queen. At once, master. Upon order, the demon transforms the bedroom into a dream from the Arabian Nights. No complaints now, eh? Tomorrow we'll have complete new outfits, sport clothes, formals. Gee, I must be dreaming. Yes, indeed. What's going to happen? Next morning, how do I look in white tie and tails, eh? I've dreamed of clothes like this, and now that I've got my hands on them, I'll never give them up. Look at Tennis Shot now. He's grown. He's getting to be the size of a house. Tennis Shot, I don't understand this. What's more? I saw something crawl. I saw something cross the floor near your feet. What's going on here? I saw nothing, Master. Nothing. Something touched me. Oh, look. Great Scott. What's that? Oh, you mean these, Master? These are my pets. Danny Nash and his wife had a long time getting to sleep that night, but next morning, now what? Look in my bed. Ugh. Notice they've got separate beds, very 1950s. And at breakfast, great Scott, another one. Once Danny had revived Helen, their decision was quickly made. We're getting out of here right now. Wait till I get off. Wait till I get my new clothes. I won't leave without them. They're like rats. They're guarding all the doors and windows. We'll never get out. Look at him, spoiling for a fight. Go back upstairs fast. Danny and Helen try to come to some understanding with Tennis Shot. And so, I order you to call off your pets and let us go free. You order me? A big fella like me? I like you. You must stay here with me and my pets. But at these words, Helen's overwrought nerves gave way completely. I've had enough. You here? I won't stay here. You can't keep me here. Hey, what goes on in the Sylvester house? The trouble seems to be upstairs, Sergeant, but what's to be done about this mob? Solid gold dishes don't come their way every day. Look at this, solid gold. Help, help. It's a dame, Sarge. Get me out of here. My husband's upstairs. We killed Howard Carson. Search the house, men. A thorough search disclosed nothing out of order in the entire house, nor was there a trace of Danny or the demon. All in order on the floor, sir. On this, all in order on this floor, sir. Take two. All in order on this floor, Sergeant. All okay down here. I tell you, officer. Let's get down to headquarters, man. I think this little girl has a lot to tell us. After the police leave, Tennis Shot and Danny return to the library from the half-world. What a place! What demons! Why, Danny, how can you talk about my home? At least Helen is safe in the hands of the police. There must be some way out for him. How about cutting the cards for Hyman? If I win, I go free. If I lose, I'm your slave forever. Sounds like fun, Danny. Yes, I knew we could come to some agreement. 9 of spades, not high enough, I'm afraid. There, that makes me high man. At last, I'm free.
Come, Mr. Nash, you're not playing fair with me. I think you're playing other cards. I think you're carrying other cards about you. Craps in your clothes. Why don't you search me? But you know I could never carry that many cards about me. You produced those cards by magic. Of course, Mr. Nash. Seriously? What the fuck's going on here? Stop seeing this ad. Are they not letting me see the next page? Or is this what's going on? Is this some kind of pay site? Or was that the end of the story? You can't. Oh. All right. I'm sorry. I'm learning this stupid site. Come along, Danny. I want you to meet Mr. Sylvester, the owner of this house. And so Danny is led away, a captive of the demon he had called up. This is a sub-cellar that very few people know about, Danny. Utterly soundproof, too. Say hello to Danny, Mr. S. Make an incident shot and let me die. I beg you. What are those dark shadows moving on Mr. Sylvester's body? I can't see very well. Sorry, Danny. We must have more light. Those dark forms, they were your pets. Of course. The poor little ones were hungry and we disturbed them. And then Danny Nash screams and screams, forgetting perhaps that the cellar is soundproof, just as Teneshot said it was. The end. Yeah, that's a good story, but it's not as good as an EC story. It doesn't have that. Try another comic book in this site. What's going on, Kevin? You there? I got blasted from the Devil's Workshop. You at home or in the store?
No, I'm at home. I'm home now.
Yeah. We've got one viewer. It's probably you. This is not going well for the telethon.
No, it's not me. I shut off my YouTube on here.
Oh, yeah. Well, somebody's out there.
Could be my mom watching.
Really?
No, I'm just joking.
What is that now? What does that say? Pirate water? Oh, you talked about how this smells like the Pirates of the Caribbean ride at Disneyland. Who sells that?
Magic Candle Company. I don't know if they're still around.
That is strange that someone would make something like that. Oh, wow.
I see you've been getting lots of orders today.
Yeah. Imaginary orders, but yeah.
We'll get a lot of orders as soon as I start playing it in the store.
Is that from Scooby-Doo?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, there's a device that can make I can record discs quicker that I can order from Amazon. Um, I can
Does it
do
like
it.
triple tone or something?
Yeah, it's some little box I can get from Amazon for 130. If I pay $100 more, I could do several discs at a time, make several copies at a time. But I think I'll cheap out and just get one at a time. Um, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm putting too many shows out at the same time and overwhelming people.
You got 15. That's a good. I mean, you don't have to make any for a while.
No, I meant today. I'm putting out too many shows. I like while I was doing this telethon, I filmed. I was going to do a show while I was filming the telethon, but then I accidentally pressed the off button on the phone, so it wound up being an 11-minute show, and then I did another one. So while the telethon's been going on, I've done 2 shows.
It's kind of
So
good in a way because when they watch that show, if they see your icon in the corner, it shows that you're live.
yeah,
So when they click on that, if they click right on your logo,
yeah.
it shows you're live. It'll click right into your live video.
Oh, is that how it works?
That's how I do it. That's how I see when people are live sometimes.
When did that thing come out? That's not from the movie, is it?
No, I think Tops put this out like 15 years ago, maybe.
Yeah, the one I have a big one and a little one that came out with the movie release. But
Yeah,
that one looks pretty good.
yeah. This one's sells for a little bit now.
I don't remember how many books I put back yesterday at the shop. Was it less than 10? Or was it a
10
little?
books that you wanted or that you put back?
No, I'm just like I'm trying to. Was it like a dozen books? I kept saying, put that in my pile. Is how tall is the pile? I guess is what I'm asking.
It's not very tall.
Okay. So I can just swap comics for the discs. Is that what you were
Yeah,
saying?
absolutely. Yeah.
Because then there's still profit in you selling the disc to the people because there's profit in the comics that you.
Yeah.
Is that how it works? Okay.
Yeah. And then I got something to watch for the summer too.
Oh yeah. I mean, are you keeping one set or?
Yeah, I'll keep a set in the store.
Okay.
Then as I sell discs, I'll just buy it. I'll replenish them from you.
Yeah. Oh, that's the seat? Oh man, that's that's amazing. Oh, so it's called growth food.
I need to show you this guy's channel he has. It's dedicated to sea monkeys.
Well, show me the baby being fed the growth food at the bottom. That's a great image there. Is that how old is that? Is there a date on it?
71.
Oh man, so that's almost impossible to find one on the card like that. or unless there was a warehouse fine.
It had to have been because it's never even been used or punched.
Yeah, it had to have been a. Did you
It was a comic store in California that found them.
Oh, so there is a bunch out there.
I think so.
So I need to type in sea monkey growth food.
There's also a guy on Instagram. I need to show that that's all he does is sea monkey stuff.
Well, someone's selling a refrigerator magnet with a picture of that growth food for $3. But
I could scan this image if you want.
well, it's all of it. The back card, the little baby being fed, everything's wonderful. Yeah, everything I'm seeing on eBay is more recent looking stuff. It's
This guy on YouTube, he just put up a new video. He was able to hatch some eggs that were 8 years old.
really.
Yeah. He called them a time traveling sea monkey.
Wow, yeah, I don't know much about how all that works.
They usually last, I think, like around 4 years, the eggs.
Huh.
This company's still around too.
Yeah, but it won't have that vintage style.
Yeah,
look.
they do.
Oh, they do?
You got to go to their website. I just ordered a bunch of stuff from there.
Really?
They got a
Trans
really
Science Corporation?
Yeah, just type in transscience.com. They have a really cool poster.
Man, I'm misspelling trans science, I think. Oh, I left the C out. That's the problem.
Did the same thing. I couldn't find it at first.
I think it's correcting my spelling. Oh, no, now I have a U in there instead of an I. I can't, my fingers are too big to hit the keys right on these phones. I'll look it up later. I'm giving up.
Can't share my screen, huh?
Huh?
Can you share my screen?
Am I not doing it?
No, you're sharing my camera, but can you share what's on my phone? You can't do that, huh?
Oh, I think so. Because that's what Paulo does on the Four Color Fossils. He sends over some kind of computer thing. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to do that. Let's see. Is there something on your end that you can click to send? Let me see if I can look it up on my computer. You're trying to show me trans science?
Yeah.
I bet I can spell it right when I actually type it on my computer. What is it? Transscienceincorporated.com?
Just type trans science, maybe seamonkeys.com or something.
Okay, because I'm getting some other thing. Oh, there it is. Seamonkeys.com. Let me okay, let's see. Okay. Yeah, I found the site. The sea monkeys mating powder. That's actually pretty good there. Oh, it's a card. Or what is it?
Oh, I was going to tell you I ordered a whole set of these, and I'll make copies for you guys.
Oh, okay. Are these greeting cards?
They're like postcards, yeah. Greeting cards.
Postcards. Oh, okay.
But they have all the vintage art on them.
Yeah. Yeah, but what you've got is truly vintage. This is pretty good. This is them trying to be vintage, but oh boy, sea monkey medicine. That's the modern version of what you had, the growth stimulator. Oops.
Yeah, go down to the oh yeah, the X-ray specs they sell. I ordered some of those.
Oh. Wow, strange stuff. Sea monkey calendar.
Is that the poster? Hold on.
Yeah, they have a poster here that looks pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's the one I ordered.
This guy's so serious with his sea monkey lovers shirt. Oh boy. Yeah, they're really marketing this stuff.
I mean, they always have it. It never stopped, I guess.
I guess.
Some of the stuff from the early 2000s it's so valuable now.
Really?
Yeah, it's stuff that I ordered through Diamond because I've seen it on there before. And some of the kits are $500. I'll make you a copy of this if you want.
Yeah, that's cool. Is there any luck finding the manufacturer of the spook show? Whatever that was that a towel or a blanket? Was it? Was it a blanket?
I forgot who it. It was an ad I got on Instagram, and I haven't seen it again. You know how you talk about ads? You talk about stuff, and then it shows you on your phone later that day.
Oh yeah, right.
So maybe if I talk about it, it'll show me later.
Well, it would. I probably could find it here. Let me see about sharing the screen. Because it was from, what's the company called? Retro A Go Go.
Yeah, but they're not the ones that make that blanket, or they don't print. I don't know if they just don't print it, or.
But I think
But
if I go to that website, they'll have the name of the company that makes it, I think.
I'm not sure. I don't think they want you to know where else to go.
Oh, because I thought I saw it. That's why I was thinking that.
Check anyway.
Yeah. They're showing it, or one of them.
That's the Tales from the Crypt one. That's a new one. That one I might be able to get cheap because I know they have the. Maybe they're the ones with the rights for that. Those I want.
The only thing that's weird about it keeps moving. The only thing weird about it is having the front cover on both sides.
I didn't. Is that on all of them or just that one?
No, because the other ones don't show the back. See that one? It really looks like they're holding a magazine. That
yeah,
or a comic rather.
That does look weird.
So. There it is. Plush blankets. Oh man. That could really that's pretty good. Have you seen that one before?
Yeah, that'll spruce up your couch, huh?
Yeah. Okay, so it says out of stock on this one. Yeah.
I like the one called Monster Ads, I think.
This one is very good here. Yeah. That's outstanding, actually. The monster ad you said. Okay, so that one's available.
Yeah, and then the one below is the one I like.
That's really big.
Maybe the couch is small.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, this is the one, and it's out of stock that I was talking about.
Is that the drive-in monster called?
It's called Classic Spook Show Plush Blanket. View details. Okay. Let's see. And then they do these reproductions of these spook show posters. This item's currently unavailable. That one's pretty good, pretty great. That's it's out of stock, of course. They're all out of stock. Yeah, people have been buying these up. Maybe they stock more heavily around Halloween time or something. I don't know. That's a good one. I've never seen that before.
Not many people are going to need a blanket in the summer.
Well, that's true. Except I was going to hang it up kind of like curtains in a certain spot. Yeah, they got all kinds of stuff. Do they actually have a physical store?
Yeah, they do. Michigan or somewhere.
Oh, okay. They still selling COVID masks. Oh boy.
Think how many warehouses are full of those things where they can't sell them anymore.
Right. There was one that had an Alfred E. Newman grin that I wanted to get, and my wife said no. It's too horrible looking. But I don't know if people will fall for that the next time they release one. I'm sure they will. People are sheep. Um, so what? How do you have your place decorated? Is it
Like this?
that whole house looks like that?
Yeah.
I'm eager to see more. I don't know if you don't want to show more or man, I don't know many wrestlers. I don't know any of those guys. I don't think. That guy
He's
looks.
probably the only. He might be the only heard of Dino Bravo.
Nah, I mean, something about him looks familiar, but I don't really know much about. Oh,
There's a
I need to
crazy
show
story
something that um, I was talking about on a video I did earlier, and now I have a chance so I can show people. Okay, here. Yeah, there's a DJ in Dallas, and he does. He's on an oldie station, and he must have an unparalleled collection of movie posters. Going back to 1930s posters, and he makes reproductions of them actual size. And,
Oh, wow.
And they're far superior to anything that I've seen. And he sends me emails occasionally with what he's done lately, and he has all these different styles of gigantic King Kong 3 sheets from the original release from other countries. Let me show his website real quick. Is that yeah, okay, there it is. So his movie posters, and they really do look good. So it's actual size of the original movie poster, and I ordered a creature. I think Revenge of the Creature, smaller version of what would have been a billboard size thing that I have downstairs, and I got an Invaders from Mars from him a few years ago, but I doesn't have the prices listed. But here's some of the posters he sells. This is a British quad. See, some of these would look really good. This is this long banner. There's
What's his name? Zippo?
JimZippo.com. And it's just I guess he owns all these original ones. I don't know exactly how he prints them or has them printed, but
I can't see the poster.
Oh, you can't see these posters?
No, I just see the Yoda.
Oh, I see. Because I all right, I got it. You're right. Thank you. Because what happened is I clicked on it and it opened a new page, and then the screen is still showing the original one. So let me go to the new page. Okay. Thank you for telling me that, because you just heard me going, isn't that great? And you're just looking at a stupid Yoda. Okay, so this is the post. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
1984.
Yeah.
One sheet. See, that's cool. That size is really great. 24 by 82. So.
Oh, 24 by 82.
82 is pretty long, right? Because.
Yeah, I have a creature from the Black Lagoon that big.
How many inches are there in 6 feet? 6 times 12 is. Okay,
oh,
so
wait. Never mind. The one you're showing is long.
Yeah, it's long, so it's
like horizontal 6 feet, right, or 8 feet.
Right. Yeah, like someone lying down. It's meant to, like when you come into a movie theater, to be hanging up at the top.
It's like a banner.
A banner.
Yeah, it's like a banner.
That's the word. Yeah.
No, I have one that's more like these other ones, but it's like 4 feet long, or it goes 4 feet vertical.
So he's got every different style of everything.
I need to pull out that creature poster because it's signed too.
Oh yeah. He's got.
So he's got some.
So we're still in the A's.
Oh, jeez.
No, this guy's got everything, and I guess he owns the originals because these are done. That's pretty great.
So he has some giant scanner where he can scan them.
Is that what it is? Because he has some giant scanner. It must be.
Unless you can take a picture that clear on your phone or from a camera.
I don't know how he does it. I mean, I guess I could ask him. I mean, he sends me these emails all the time, and he's a friendly guy.
And then he can go through. If he scans them and goes on Photoshop, he could clean up the edges and everything.
Yeah. Let me look at the emails that he's been sending me. Um,
I'm gonna try to find this poster that I have.
see, some of these posters, it would just be impossible to afford. Look at that. That's impressive there. That's a
Hold on.
billboard. So he's reduced it to 41 by 84, but actually that's meant to be a billboard on the highway.
Wow.
And so I don't, even in this big place, I don't have room for all this stuff. I don't think anybody does. But if you get just, a few really impressive pieces that could really, I mean, no one can afford a John Wayne poster, from now.
And is this guy? He doesn't have his originals on display anywhere.
I don't know. Let me. Man, I'm so incompetent with a telephone. Let me see if I can't locate his emails. But see, that's the poster for that. I've got the half sheet to it. That's what I have, that poster, the real one. But see, no one's going to be able to afford that, and that would look really spectacular, but do you get this one, which is the one sheet? Or what is different about this? This is for chapter 9. They had different one sheets for different chapters, because this was the movie serials usually had 12 episodes, and so they brought out a new poster for the next week. This is 14 by 36 insert, one sheet. Then he does the lobby cards, and then there's a banner. That's great. I wonder if he has ever done spook show ones, because it'd be better to get them from him.
How much are they?
Huh?
Say the price. Does it show the prices on here?
That's why I was trying to look at the email, because as I recall, he had the emails, the price on emails, and they're not insane prices, as I recall. Okay, let me go back to. I'll come back to that. Let me give myself the screen. Okay, this email here. He says, just finished restoring Bad Girl Noir 3 sheet. He sent me this yesterday at 2:06 p.m. Here's a lovely 41 by 79 3 sheet I just finished restoring, adding to the many, many others in my high-res library ready for print. Want one? Rare. And it's can't really see. It's called Blonde Ice.
How much is it?
From a scan of the 1947 original, great poster art. Let me know if you want this or any other 3 sheet. I can make you a perfect museum quality print, Jim. And it's just, you can contact him. It's Jim. Is there a dot there? I think it's Jim.Zippo. Is there a dot? I think there's a dot between Jim and Zippo. Jim.Zippo@gmail.com. So you can, well, let's see what else. I mean, some of these are for, I'm not going to disparage a Casablanca poster, but it's more for, normal people, that would want to decorate with Casablanca posters than us. But that's here he's got an insert for Lon Chaney's Hunchback of Notre Dame, and the one sheet for Phantom of the Opera. These are things that are museum pieces that no one can afford unless you're someone insane. I doubt even people like Rob Zombie and Danzig or whatever, the people that collect the same stuff as us, could afford, these kind of things. That's from 1932. I don't know if he owns all these. I mean, that's super. That's like an insert. See, it just keeps going. Let me see what else he sent. He just seems like he sends me these. Maybe he's desperate for money. I don't know. He sends these to me like almost every day. There's Ghost of Slump. Look at that. I hesitate. There's a close up of it. That's hilarious. The slobber coming out of his mouth. It says, I noticed Willis O'Brien's name is not on the poster, but he wrote and directed it. Here's a wiki link to read more. Oh, here it is. I can make you a museum quality, high resolution, 41 inch by 41 inch, half size print of this for $175 plus $25 shipping. Nobody else has this exclusive beauty. Grab it. Let me know. So he's saying 41 by 41 of this. Now, 41 by 41, that's pretty big, right? It's like
3.5 feet.
And yeah, these dinosaurs are crazy looking. Look at that. So, and then there's another one that he's just the same thing. He says, wow, I just assembled the scans on this 81 inch by 81 inch 6 sheet stone litho poster from 1918, and it came out amazing. The Ghost of Slumber Mountain was the very first Willis O'Brien stop motion film. Just 19 minutes of it still exists. He later used the same technique, creating Lost World and King Kong. So this one, this is actually a 6 sheet. Okay, so this was actually that was like that was gigantic. So he somehow has put it all together from scans. So maybe he's just in with people that collect the posters and doesn't own all of them, but he's getting scans. He's kind of like the Gondwana land, I guess. And here's a beginning of the end. This is one of the great posters. It's like, and then Son of Kong, Invasion of the Saucer Men. I've always wanted one of those. And let's see what he says is the price on these. Oh, look at this. Flash Gordon's Trip to Mars. Shoot. A lot of cool stuff. I mean, you're gonna be. I mean, I guess they're expensive, but they're not. Okay, here it says any title, just $25 right now through the end of May. Any 14-inch by 36-inch insert movie poster for my scan library, and he has over 62,000 scans in original size, high resolution, museum quality replicas for just $25 each. And I combine shipping to stretch your dollar even further. That's one thing I probably should be doing is when people order a bunch of discs, if I'm charging postage on each individual disc, then I probably should reduce the shipping with multiple. I don't know, but so basically these are actual size reproductions of inserts like Casablanca and Citizen Kane. And what is all that noise?
It might be my doggy here.
No,
You're
hold
scratching.
on. No, it isn't. It's like I don't know if that's coming from the attic or outside. Let me check real quick if it's the neighbors. Oh, No, it's the neighbors unloading plants. They're from their truck. They're decorating the yard. It's gonna make us make me look even worse because the neighbors will look better. Let's see. Oh, John Goris says the Tomb of Terror DVDs are going to be the new Bitcoin. You heard it here first. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Get in on the ground floor before it takes off.
Yeah, he's got, Curse of the Demon, Detour. There's the insert for Freaks. I Married a Witch, which is what Bewitched is based on. Terror from the Year 5000. It basically will look just like, you frame them and it's going to look like you have an original, basically. There, I have that original insert, the Undead, the one for the Wolfman, for $25. That's I'm sure that's better than paying what was Retro Go charging for their Spook Show ones. I'll show you what one of them looks like.
Those little ones from Retro are $20.
20. Well,
but they're small. They're 11 by 17.
This is one of the ones that he did. This Invaders from Mars.
That's the one you got from him?
Yeah, that came from him.
Is it framed?
No, I don't have it framed. I have it up thumbtacked up. And it's not perfect, honestly, but it looks pretty good. I mean, you look at it and you can tell it's not the real thing. And I've got a Revenge of the Creature downstairs, but if I go downstairs, let's see if I can get down there without walking with my laptop. The Revenge of the Creature was, I think, like a reduced version of a billboard. This one, that's one of his.
That's cool.
Yeah, so that's one of the ones that he can print. Yeah, that one looks better than the Invaders from Mars, honestly.
That one's just thumbtacked also?
Yeah, I know, but
I guess when they're cheap enough, you can do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I thumbtacked a real Revenge of the Creature poster. And not only was it thumbtacked up, but I had it hanging above pinball machines. And when Pete the cat was younger and healthier, he would get up on top of the pinball machine and start reaching up to the poster and pulling it a little bit so that the thumbtack pulled through. So there's some of the.
Have you ever tried using that blue tape?
Huh?
Have you ever tried using blue tape? Like painter tape?
I probably should. I
never tried it before until I got that Vampirella poster for the door.
Oh, yeah.
And I just doubled up the tape on the back and so you can't see it.
Yeah.
So I didn't put holes in it. But I don't know if that tape is gonna, after a long time, get like fused to the paper.
Yeah. I I
think you froze.
came back up and it's getting used to the Wi-Fi again. And John Goris says, I wish I'd have kept those mini posters the old video rental place used to give out to anyone that would take them after a point. Had a cool Buckaroo Banzai one. Yeah. Buckaroo Banzai was good. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, he's got a ton of things. Yeah, I have an original Attack of the Crab Monsters because I was buying them for my friend who was needing money and had a lot of posters, and that would be great. That Batman, that'd be great. Actually, there's this one, and there's that one. Boy, that would be a hard call. They're both pretty great. Yeah, there's not enough room to put all these up, even if you could afford all of them. He's got it.
That one's cool.
Yeah, I've got a reproduction of that, but yeah, you could get it from him. I wonder how many Spook Show posters he's got in his collection.
He doesn't have them in categories. You can just look them up.
It just looks like it's done in. Oh wow, it looks like it's done in just alphabetically, and I'm only up to the B's. He pretty much has everything. A lot of people would love to have that. That would be, a lot of women would like.
Oh, he's got a lot of versions of that one.
Yeah, because that's a popular one. I still can't believe Mickey Rooney in that movie. It's insane. That's a Spanish one. That's a great one. This one would be worth getting. That's 41 by 95. That would have been a billboard back. I mean, in Hollywood, you would have seen that like a giant billboard of that back in the 30s. 95 inches is really wide. But that's great. If you imagine you get this and it's less than $200 and it fills basically as the focal point of a room. Anyway, sorry, I almost feel sorry to introduce this to people because it's like a rabbit hole. But it's a lot cheaper. If you're going to collect posters, it's a much cheaper way to do it than to actually buy the originals. But they're just not going to go up in value like the originals. But I mean, they'll always have some value, but just because they're cool.
That's the one I have right there.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way you'd be able to afford. The real thing would be, what would you think it would be? $10,000 for this one sheet for the real thing?
I don't even know where I got mine at.
Do you have one like that?
Yeah, it's signed by Rico Browning and signed by Julie Adams.
Is it a reproduction or is it real?
It has to be a reproduction.
Yeah, okay.
I just don't remember where I got it or what I paid.
Yeah. Boy, they really put on that lipstick on it in these posters.
But I have mine framed now.
Yeah.
He has lots of different styles. And so it should be showing the one. That's this one here. I have an original of. I don't see him selling the one that I bought from him, though. I don't see. Oh, that would probably be under. That would be under R. Well, it would be under R for Revenge of the Creature, I guess. Yeah, the X rating was used in England in the 60s. It was more like a PG or just a rating, meaning it's not for kids. The X rating took on a different meaning years later here in this country. That's pretty good. Yeah, well, anyway, this guy is a DJ on an oldies radio station in Dallas and does this movie poster stuff as a sideline. Jim Zippo.
Did you used to listen to him or something?
I think I heard him from time to time, but you know, you can't. It's not oldies radio. I'm sure if the guy was able to play whatever he wanted to play, it would be great. But he was a perfectly competent DJ. It's just that they're only allowed to play like the songs that were #1 hits. That's a great one. And they don't get, it's just not much diversity in the music that they play. It's just like the most obvious 50s or 60s songs, and that's pretty great. The thing that is there's a one
sticker.
Huh?
I have the sticker of that.
Yeah, the thing about it, the original Universals, okay, that's a Universal Pictures, but see, the thing is, when they were re-released, like in the 50s, it was this company called Real Art that did the posters, and I guess they actually put their name on the movie too, and this company Real Art made these really lurid things with they've got skulls and things. This is another Real Art. So Real Art, even though they're re-releases, they're really cool. They're more like more like spook show posters. This is another Real Art poster. You can tell it looks different from the original release, but it's just as cool. It's just, see, this is like an original release when it came out, and it's got Universal Pictures, and it just looks more sophisticated. These Real Art ones look more spook showy. They're both great. See, that's an original Universal. Dracula's Daughter, Dr. Cyclops. Dang, let me look at that Dracula's Daughter again. Yeah. Yeah, he's got everything. And I got those posters from him years ago. Oh, he's got a fake Dr. No. My friend did the same thing. You know, he made a fake Dr. No. That's the one I've got in the other room. It's not real. So I guess there's ways of doing it. Yeah, and if you've got a restaurant or some theme place or something, these would probably be great. And you don't have to worry about them having something that's worth thousands and thousands of dollars in a restaurant exposed to the elements, whatever. You can look at that. Wow. That's pretty great. Anyway, tons of Forbidden Fort Apache.
That Alamo one would have been pretty great. There's a Tom Mix. Anyway, I'm only to the F's.
There should be a lot of Frankenstein.
Yeah, this is the Real Art reissue. Another Real Art one. That's the original Universal. There's the window card. And that's the Real Art reissue. It's a little different. Yeah, that's a lobby card. I have the real thing of that. Lobby cards are smaller. It would be easier to scan those and make fake ones. Yeah, that would be good. There's the first Godzilla.
Yeah.
That is that's a 3 sheet. That's 41 by 81. That would be overwhelmingly cool. And that's 1 sheet size. That's a half sheet. Different style half sheet. Insert is Japanese one.
Surprised that's all I had for Godzilla.
Yeah. The other, I think Godzilla, I mean, 60s Godzilla posters, I don't know how valuable they are, but I think, I don't know how affordable 70s or 60s Godzilla posters would be, but it seems like he's reproducing stuff that's like incredibly high dollar stuff that you just, I have that half sheet. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'd buy that one. That one's cool too.
Yeah, that would be real good. That's not fair to make the Hunchback a girl. It's not exactly that's a really good one. Oh, that's good. 3D billboard 24 sheet, 9 feet by 20 feet. Exclusive restoration from section scans of the only known copy on Earth. 9 feet by 20 feet. Below is detail from lower left corner to show high resolution from scans. Whoa.
So it's a billboard.
And yeah, and he's giving it to, it sounds like he's giving it to you actual size. That was the 1970s reissue.
I mean, how would you even ship that? Does it come folded?
It would be rolled. It would be rolled. Yeah.
It'd be a 9-foot long box.
I guess so. Here's a reproduction of the one sheet for that. I don't know. I mean, the original posters were, you kind of fit them together. You know, if he does it that way, I don't know. Gosh, I have that one too. A lot of these posters I got from my friend Tom. That's the one I got from him there that you just saw. I have that poster too, actually. Oh, that's really good. That's good. And that's everything. And now then you go to J through Q. Anyway, you just go to jimzippo.com and so let's see what people are saying in the chat here. Never saw Black Sabbath, the movie, that is. They named their band after it kind of randomly. I got the James Bond board game from Goodwill, paid 53 cents. It's missing a piece. No idea how to play. Great art on it, though. What James Bond game is it? Is it just says James Bond? Because I might have the game. I might have the directions in it. I've got a Thunderball game. I know. I don't. I'd have to check what I've got in the other room. But 53 cents, that's insane. They don't recognize that an old James Bond board game is worth more than that. That's wild. That sounds like a really nice Goodwill to shop at. Oh, that's a nice paint job on that. When my brother built that thing for me, he put the forgotten prisoner little thing down there between his feet on the ground. I've seen people mount it up there too. I don't know where the directions say to mount it, but he put it down at his feet. I guess it could go anywhere. And years later, I painted it. That's a much better paint job than I did. Oh, okay. night, 2016. When I see 16, I start thinking it's over 100 years old, and then I remember, oh, we've already gone past 2016. But I'm just conditioned in my head to see 16 and think it's 1916. Yeah. Yeah, he did a really good job of that. Yeah, look at that spider.
He must have used a magnifying glass to paint the spider.
He must have, yeah. Or, yeah, I don't think
Because I can't even see those dots without this lens.
yeah. I don't know if Captain Strangelove got inspired to start getting some of those pen plaques from seeing yours, or I know he's always known about them, but I noticed he's got pen plaque stuff he's showing now. I guess people are getting inspired to start getting this stuff. I've always loved this pen plaque stuff. An underwater dog? I've never seen that. That's great. It swims to the top. Wow. Are you in the main living area of your house, or is that a bedroom, or
My office.
oh, your office? How do you store your comics, or do you have much? Because I know some comic store owners don't have much of their own collection.
Store them in a pile.
Just what do you mean a pile? You don't have boxes piled up?
No. There's some down there.
Oh, okay.
Put them in lids so they don't slide everywhere.
Oh, okay. So those are just ones you're reading.
Oh, this is how it works. Here we go.
I just got a missed call from 713. What's 713 area code? Hey Siri, what area? Hey Siri, what city is the 713 area code?
Okay, I found this on the web for what area code. Hey Siri, what city is the 713 area
Oh, that
code?
must be my mother-in-law calling. Let's see. Sometimes when she can't reach my wife, she'll call my phone number. Let's see if they're. Zero.
This is a good one.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. That's one. Man, I can't remember. Where did I see that? Did you show that, or did Captain Strangelove just show that?
I don't think I showed you this one last time.
Okay, he must have shown it on his recent show. I think it's supposed. It lifts the jug up to its mouth and down and back up and down. Is that how it moves?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did Captain Strangelove buy some from you, or
No, I don't think I haven't sold any of mine.
Oh yeah, this is your personal stash.
And then I got this one too. I didn't show you this one.
He got one of those reproduction creature from the Black Lagoons too. Yeah, that's great. It's just such a hard call to. I guess you just got to keep it in the package, but then you also would like to see it in an aquarium. It's almost like you've got to get two of them, keep one in the package, because the package is part of the really part of the fun with those things. The way that they're.
I have this. This one was all moldy, so I took them out of there.
Oh, okay.
Look at that. Because I remember these things being. They would get like that at the pet shop from being on the shelf right above the aquariums.
Right, right.
They would sit there for years, getting a little water on them every once in a while.
Right, right. Because there would be ones that I would see in the 70s that had been there at least 10 years. The ones that were unsold. That was a really common one. I think we had that one in our fish tank. I think they did that guy in different colors, like red and. I wonder if there were chemicals in that plastic or the paint that weren't good for fish.
No, these are specifically made for tanks. If you took a toy that wasn't made for a tank and put it in there, then you'd kill your fish.
Oh, okay. Well, I hear people say you shouldn't drink bottled water out of, or keep it in there too long because the plastics contaminate the water, and it's better to drink it out of glass bottles, soda pop or whatever, or water. And so I didn't know if that might be true. If I remember the fish, it was crazy. Sometimes the fish would jump out of the aquarium and you'd have to put them back in there before they stop breathing, and sometimes they'd get sick and they'd wind up floating at the top of the tank. Yeah, I remember my dad had some big
Or
aquarium.
you go on vacation and the power would go out and you come home and your fish are dead.
Oh, yeah, so when the power goes out, they don't get enough air in the tank, or what causes that?
Like the air would shut off and never come back on.
So if they don't have air bubbling up in the aquarium, they can't survive?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So you've been collecting these for a while.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, this tug of war.
oh, okay. I've never
They
seen
fight,
that one in action.
they fight over the treasure chest.
Wow. Oh, I think someone
ordered a disc. Yeah, let's see what it says here. He wants the first one.
Is that what people have been ordering mostly? Is the first one?
Well, yeah, some people, you know, one person ordered the first three, and then one guy ordered the first one. Then a few weeks later, he ordered the second one, and then he ordered the third one, and I just recorded that one for him this morning. And then this one guy in Iowa wanted at the time, what was it? I think there were only 6 or 7 at the time, or 8 at that time, and he ordered all of them, but I gave him 2 of them free because he'd sent me an AOK package with some really cool comics and magazines. So I intend to start getting free copies out to people that have sent me AOKs in the past. I think the first person that ever sent me, I didn't even know what AOK meant, act of kindness. Graphic Man and Captain Strangelife, I think, were the first 2 people that sent me stuff just out of nowhere. And then, Charlton 66 has sent me stuff, and Jambo. It seems like everybody sent me stuff, and I haven't sent stuff to them. I've done favors for people, but I need to start returning the favor now and start sending people stuff back. Good student. That must be a teacher reward thing. If anyone would like to come on, I'll put the link here. Mr. Bones. Oh, that's the stuff that action figure you showed was based on?
Yeah, those are the candy containers.
Those are the real ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something that was after my time. I see how cool it is, but it didn't come out when I was a kid. So I don't have that connection, that kid connection to it. Oh, fire hydrants. That's candy and fire hydrants.
Yeah. Look at those behind there, the little laundry machines.
Oh, wow.
Dirty lawn candy.
I picked up a toxic waste barrel at a supermarket. I've been passing them forever, and I thought, I really, someday I'll regret not picking up a toxic waste candy. I've never opened it. Someone told me they're delicious, but I just...
Those down there are good ones, Mummies and Daddies.
Okay, is this a display case you're showing us here?
Yeah, I can't really see it though.
Yeah. Oh, I see. It's all, oh, yeah, you got a bunch of stuff there.
It's all old expired candy. Oh, this one you would like. I don't know if I could see it.
I wish I had several boxes from when I was a kid of wacky packages because when they were almost sold out, I'd ask them, if I buy the last few packs, can I keep the box? And they'd let me, but I don't know those boxes have not. Yeah, I remember the Barfo. I remember those guys. That's great.
It was like a nuclear family.
Yeah. Have you ever run across wacky package boxes from the 70s?
No, I don't have any. I've come across them. I was just more into Garbage Pail Kids.
Yeah.
I had wacky packages, but I think late 70s.
Uh-huh.
The ones I had. They were like in a red pack, I think.
Yeah, I think the first ones I bought were in a blue pack. I think I started with the third or fourth series about 73, or maybe it was 74.
Yeah, they don't have cool candy like that anymore.
Yeah, the gum was.
Used to be fun to go to the gas station or the convenience store.
Yeah.
Almost be like going to a toy store,
Yeah. Did you draw that?
No. One of the official artists drew it for. It's like a preliminary sketch for one of the cards.
It's so weird that I don't even think about Cabbage Patch dolls because it's like the parody is more famous to me than the original thing now. It's
Have you ever seen the Mr. T Cabbage Patch doll?
Mr. T?
Yeah, he had a Cabbage
No.
Patch. I think it was a kit that you would buy in the 80s. You would build it yourself.
No, that's weird. No, I didn't know they did that.
Yeah, I see them. I have one. They're like easy to find. But I never saw them in stores. So I think it's some kind of a kit or something. There's little toilet candies too I have.
So do you collect any comics or do you working in a store just not do that?
collect myself. I have some. I showed you these wacky packages.
Oh yeah, you did show those. Yeah, that is so weird.
I was talking to Joe about. I don't even think he has these.
Yeah, what? Are they printed in very small numbers?
I think they're even numbered. Some of them.
Oh,
Let's see. But yeah, some of them are such small numbers that they're actually numbered, hand numbered. This is the holiday Christmas issue. You want to see it?
sure. Yeah, I've never even knew these things existed. I wonder if they're on mycomicshop.com.
It's approved.
Huh.
Yeah, look at it. It's hand numbered.
Oh, there were not many made at all.
How many? 300?
Yeah.
That's what it says. 300.
Uh-huh.
Only 12 pages.
Huh. Well, printed in that small a number, it's almost like it's just exists to establish copyright in comic form or something. I don't know what purpose printing something that small number would have.
This one was what, 2012. This one's 2012. Each one, it looks like, is a different artist. This one might have better art in it. Oh, 20, 30 to 300.
Okay.
This one looks better than the other one.
Yeah.
Oh, there's just. Okay. Sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
This one's only 8 pages.
I just sent a message to Gary Von Davis. He's been moving, and I'm eager to see his collection. I don't know if he's unpacked yet. Let's see if he's responded. No, not yet. What is that you're showing? I missed it.
I don't know what the hell I think it's some kind of 3D glasses.
Oh, I don't know what that is. Cryptic Closet 3.
You never have too many 3D glasses, though.
Yeah. Oh, that's really good. Huh. Oh, that's great.
Should hang at the store, huh?
Well, yeah, somewhere it needs to be seen. Hey, Michael, how are you doing? Does the ball have a garbage pail kid inside it?
Oh, it's the Hunchback Kid.
Oh, they really marketed this stuff in a lot of ways.
Oh, it was a different one on the back.
Ah.
I can't even see the year. Can you see that?
80, I think it says 86.
It was weird. They put him in a red suit.
What color is it supposed to be?
It's supposed to be like blue or gray.
And is that pretty much the most famous of the Garbage Pail Kids?
Yeah. Yeah, he's supposed to be in blue.
Yeah.
I always thought that was weird. They put him in red.
Well, I guess it's because the package is, the background's blue and it has to stand out.
Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. So everything they put it on was blue.
Yeah. It's just so it'll be it'll contrast.
We used to get in trouble for to school.
Yeah, last night you guys were worried about copyright on that Batman TV set, and that wasn't a problem. But later, I was showing old episodes, and I where I'd gone into a Christmas store, and Silver Bells by Johnny Mathis set off the copyright claim thing, and it doesn't affect the show's it just makes it where you can't ever monetize it. But I kept clicking and to see, okay, what it says some countries will not be able to see your video. And I clicked it. Turned out it was Russia is the country that won't be. If you're in Russia, you can't see it. It's just insane. So now Vladimir Putin can't ever see yesterday's broadcast because of Johnny Mathis's Silver Bells.
I could see why some parents wouldn't like these.
Okay, Michael Taylor, see Batman's second cover appearance. What are you talking? Oh, I'm not sure. Did we show a Batman thing? And then John Goris, there much of a demand for original Cabbage Patch dolls, or has everyone tried to forget? Yeah, that's a good.
They still make them, don't they? They still make them. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know. I mean, I remember you would get birth certificates and stuff, and it was.
I used to have one of the astronaut. And the box he came in looked like a shuttle.
Yeah. John, do you want to come on? If you want, I'll put the link here. Don't feel like you have to. You're welcome to. And Papa Shango. All you need to become Papa Shango. 3 colors. Oh my gosh. I don't remember that wrestler. I was never that much into wrestling. What happened a couple of weeks ago? They said that Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, had been part of he had been the mastermind behind a kidnapping plot. And it's like then
Yeah.
it just seemed to drop out of the news completely. I need to research this.
Yeah, and Disney fired him or something.
Something, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, that seemed a little weird, yeah.
Let's see.
Sometimes the laws are all messed up where they say you kidnapped somebody, but really all you did was like lock them out of the room or something.
Let me look this up and see what happened, because it sounded like that was like going to be the end of his career, and then so. Oh, John's here. Hey, John.
Oh, John's here.
I think it's echoing from your YouTube.
Hey, John.
Hey.
Oh, John's here.
There you go.
John's here.
Is this better?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Well, it's still echoing, I guess.
I'm frozen too. Am I frozen?
No, you're not frozen, and there's no echoing. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick.
How's it going, man?
Oh, it's going. It's going, Kevin. Yeah, thanks for handing out my stickers. I'll send a few more your way. I actually made a little envelope for you. A new one. Some new designs.
Somebody took one yesterday, so I got two. Somebody took two of them.
Oh, great. No new subscribers, but
But the bad part is when you type in Ghost Tank 4, nothing comes up.
Really? That's weird.
Yeah. You should put your name or something on there.
All right. Well, I'll take that into account. I don't know. I mean, I've typed it in myself sometimes, and it comes up. So
when you type it in, it says you've done it before, so it knows that you're looking for yourself.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how these things work.
Yeah, but for someone that has no search results for you so far and just the brand new search, it's not going to bring it up. I typed in Ghost Tank 4 and got like a million other things.
Okay.
But then I typed in your name and it came right up.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Maybe I should just put my name on the thing.
Yeah. That's the name of your channel is your name, right?
Yeah. I believe that would be yeah, it's just under me. So yeah. What's that I got blasted thing? That looks familiar.
It's that famous 50s horror cover.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I recognize it now.
And I bought the mask of it and the sticker came in there.
Uh-huh.
That guy's he's the one that makes it.
I see.
What are those stickers? It's called slaps or something that you make? The kids call them slaps.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, sure. I guess you could. Yeah, it's funny because when I was in New York City, in and around for too long, and I'd be walking around because that's what you do, and I would see these postal stickers, slapped all around, and for this and that, and I was
kind of envious. I was like, oh, I wish I could do that. I wish I could, make stickers and slap them up. Although I'm not really much on slapping up stickers here and there. That's just out of respect. But if other people want to be disrespectful and slap up stickers, I got no problem. So I figured, I could, to kill two birds with one stone and, promote my stickers and make the stickers. I haven't gotten into slapping them up myself. I should do that though. Yeah, check out this troll, man. Check out this troll I got from.
It's like a He-Man troll or something.
I think he's more of like a Rambo motif.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's from 1996.
Battle trolls or something.
Was there a whole line of them?
I think battle trolls. I think that's what they're called.
Oh, okay. So were they related to like the official troll line, or was it something different? Like as far as
I don't know. I'm not sure who was the original maker of trolls because
I think there were a company that was called like Damn It or something. They were Dutch.
That's what my mom used to call them damn dolls, and I called them trolls.
Yeah, I think those were American made. I think from that line I've got like a mummy or something, a mummy troll or something like that.
But so if she called them damn dolls because the manufacturer was called what? Damn something?
I think so. Let me look it up. I think they were called Damn It dolls. But
this says it was this says 1992, and it says Hasbro, but I think it's Hasbro. It's got to be Hasbro. I'm looking at it really closely. I'm straining my eyes, and it's got to be Hasbro. I've never heard of Hasbro.
In the late 80s, those trolls were everywhere.
Yeah.
Remember, we had the ones even that stick on the end of your pencil.
Oh, yep.
And I'm cutting the hair of mine. And once you cut the hair off, you're like, "Man, I shouldn't have."
Right.
I guess okay, it was Thomas Dam Troll Doll. So it must have been a guy whose last name was D-A-M. That must be why they call him that. I mean, the real ones have that real face like that.
Yeah.
It's more of you can tell the also known as a Dam doll after their creator Danish woodcutter Thomas Dam. I don't know why I thought they were Damn It dolls. It came from trolls in old Scandinavian folklore. The toys are also known as good luck trolls or gonk trolls in the United Kingdom. And yeah, that there was a bunch of I think they became briefly popular again during it was really the 60s. Then they became popular during the 70s through the 90s and were copied by several manufacturers under different names. During the 1990s, several video games and a video show were created based on troll dolls. In 2003, the Dam Company restored the United States copyrights for the trolls, stopping unlicensed production. So yeah, that's probably unlicensed, and they finally got a handle on it.
Yeah.
Later.
Check out this skull here, man. Is this? I've been trying to identify this for years. Is this the one that they sold in the back of like Famous Monsters? Monsters skull.
I don't think so.
What is that? A skull mask?
No, it's just a skull figure. hollow.
I've never seen that.
Yeah.
I've got a skull that I think Famous Monsters sold, but I don't know where it is right now. I know where it was back in Texas, but I don't know where I have it now. I'm trying to think. Go look, I guess.
Yeah, I didn't have, it was another thing at the Goodwill store. I would haunt whenever I'm near it. It was like a medical skull, but it was beautiful. It was like, life size medical. It was just beautiful detail and everything. But at the time, I just couldn't take it on. So I hid it on the shelf, like behind a bunch of the like glassware and everything, hoping like someone else wouldn't snag it. And I went back like the next day and it was gone. It was like one of those things that like.
Yeah, I think skulls are popular. Yeah, I have the YouTube now where I can download so I can get Ghost Tank 4 or it was 4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I got it on that disc too. But
I haven't looked at the disc yet because I've just been backed up with stuff to do and things to look at and everything. But it's on my to-do list to make sure that it's there and everything, and I'm sure it's there.
But what animation are you working on now? Still the Halloween thing, or?
Yeah, I'm still working on that because well, it only comes around once a year, and I just want to work on something for a long time and make sure that I'm not rushing anything. I kind of wish that the date was already here so I could just be done with it. I couldn't like overly obsess about something, but that's the problem when you give yourself so much time, and it's like, I can't release it. I can't put it out now. I can't put out something, that's like being put out a Christmas special in the middle of June or something. You just can't do it. So then kind of like there's stuff like I sort of have like an inkling to do, but my hang up, I think, is like wanting to make stuff that looks like really polished or really finished or like really like kind of like tells a story like from beginning, middle to end. And I don't do enough like experimenting. Or it's kind of like the ideas I have to like do experimental stuff. I just like don't do it because I'd like because I know that there's whenever you're trying to do something new, that there's like a learning curve, and it's frustrating. So you just kind of like want to go back to the stuff that you know how to do and you know what it will look like, when it's done.
Right.
But I gotta beat that laziness out of me. And
well, how long do you think this segment will be when it's finished?
Oh, it's short. It's like 2 minutes. I took a little bit of Tubular Bells. That album? It was like a whole album, not just that track. I mean, Tubular Bells. That's the famous track from it. Yeah, I just took a little snippet of that and animating it into that. And it's just kind of like your basic kind of Halloween sort of crap done to it.
Right.
It's actually like the most kid friendly stuff I've done. There's not even a drop of blood in it. So.
Well, hey, Meyer.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Not much. So that's the Mr. T customized
Cabbage Patch Kid.
I've never seen
Yeah.
that before.
Yeah, he's got I don't know, was his beard that like blown out? I thought it was more like curated. Or
Yeah, I think it had like a thing going, didn't it? Had like it was like he had a chin strap beard, right? Is that what they
yeah,
call
it was like it's finely groomed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where this is just like
What's going on, guys?
Not much.
Nothing, man. Just avoiding work.
Good to see you, John.
Yeah, I don't know about those sneakers, man. Did he wear stuff like that? I guess he did. It was like in the 80s and
Yeah, he did. Well, I was wondering, so did Chucky come after Cabbage Patch Dolls? Because Chucky looks a lot like Cabbage Patch Dolls, right?
yeah, he did. Because
came out.
Chucky was like mid 80s. That was like 86 or so.
Okay.
And Cabbage Patch was like 83, 84.
Okay. That would make sense. Yeah, because Chucky kind of seems like he's like them. He looks like a combination of Cabbage Patch and Garbage Pail Kids.
Mm-hmm. And when were the what was that doll line? It was called like American Doll or American Girl or something.
Yeah, I think it was American Girl.
Yeah, that was what? That was like that was the 90s. That was late 90s.
It's still a thing. It's still a thing. Like I think if there's still a Macy's, I think it used to be that would be like at the Macy's toy department still, if they still had Macy's, if they hadn't been looted and hadn't been run out of town. But I think they're like $100 little girl dolls, aren't they? I think it's a thing. Yeah. Yeah, I think it still exists. I don't know. But I mean for collectors probably, because little girls don't play with dolls very much anymore, I don't think. Not like they used to.
Yeah, I never liked the American Dolls. They're just too they look too much. They look too realistic, too uncanny valley. You know.
Yeah.
I think that it would be politically incorrect now to have a line of dolls called American Dolls, where they were almost all little white girls dressed like Laura Ingalls Wilder from Little House on the Prairie. They're like little colonizer dolls, little the Manifest Destiny playset type thing. They wouldn't be cool with that anymore. They're not.
Yeah, and if like say they had more ethnicities, you know, and more races represented. But they were like in feminine clothes, you know, looking very like feminine and everything. They'd have a problem with that too.
Yeah, I think that's probably part of it.
So
that's frightening, isn't it? Even like engineering what the kids are playing with, it's all engineered at this point. Well, it's been engineered decades, but it's really apparent right now, right?
Yep.
There was lots of Mr. T merchandise. There was like 12-inch figures. There were 8-inch and 6-inch figures and 4-inch figures.
Now was the 18 like after Rocky 3 or before?
I think after.
Yeah,
it would have been after, because the first time we saw or heard of Mr. T was from Rocky 3, and then
and he was like a villain. But then they discovered that people liked him.
Yes, they
wanted to make
stuff, and he was like initially like appearing as himself in interviews, and they were talking about how he was a bouncer, right? In real life, he had been a bouncer at nightclubs and stuff.
Yeah.
God dang it! Huh. What is this? Oh, it's part of his bling. Wow, look at the detail. His own face.
Yeah. Did you ever hear his rap song about like don't be talking trash about your homies' mothers?
Gosh.
You know, don't leave mothers.
See, like, didn't they do like little clips that would be like inserted in Saturday morning cartoon or something where he'd be all, "Don't be a dope and don't smoke dope" or stuff like that, right? Or,
Yeah, sure, he was all on that. But yeah, he had this one rap song that was like, keep mothers out of your dissing. Don't be
That's
dissing on people's
funny.
mothers. Dude,
That's funny.
He probably saved some lives with that message.
Right. That's great, man. That's fun. Public service for the streets. Don't dish each other's moms. Let's keep it clean. Keep your insults above the table. Don't bring your moms into it.
The last thing I saw him in was Not Another Teen Movie, where he plays like the janitor, the wise janitor.
Really? I haven't seen him in years.
Yeah, but that was like, that had been like 20 years ago. Not Another Teen Movie. So yeah, it's like, dude, he must still be out there doing like commercials and stuff, and right? I think I saw him in a commercial for like, maybe it was like a beer commercial from like I don't know, like 8 years ago or something, 10 years ago.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I would guess he's probably still out there doing stuff. If his health is still good and things, he probably has.
Wasn't he in that Radio Shack commercial that was like 3 or 4 years ago? Maybe 5 years ago?
That might be what John's thinking of.
It was Radio Shack before they went out of business.
Radio Shack's been under since like, for what, like 10 years now, right?
Yeah, just remember it's been a Super Bowl ad like 5 years ago.
This is kind of cool. Now that we're talking about him, I got this from like maybe 10 years ago. This is how deep the fandom goes. This was just some kid in the park had made these lithographs and these drawings of all the members of the A team and made them look like wanted posters. And he was selling them for $10 a piece, so I got the BA one because it looks so cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
But the kid was probably 20 years younger than us. You know what I mean? He must have watched A-Team on Netflix.
Yeah. I haven't actually seen A-Team since I was a kid. I mean, I haven't. I don't know like how good the shows hold up. They probably just have wonderful camp value. But
I think it holds up.
Yeah, I think it does too. I've seen it not that long ago. I've watched an episode or two, and it's enjoyable. Especially after the first few episodes where they got rid of the early people. Like they switch the cast around. It took a while for the cast to get solidified, Kevin, or something. At the beginning they didn't have Dirk Benedict as face, I think.
Yeah, I forget the whole.
I think maybe like the first half of the first season was a different actors.
Man, I watched it a few times. I kind of watched it a little bit. It seemed like it was better than most shows of that time period. But
I watched it.
You guys have been talking about since I left 18.
I mean, it was kind of it was kind of subversive. The A-Team. Yeah, I mean, it was like these they were trying to like kind of rehabilitate the image of the Vietnam vet, right. But they weren't but they were still fucking crazy, you know.
Yeah, of course, they're not going to let him be. Yeah, but I was going to say subversive in a good way because the Vietnam vets had been completely portrayed as completely insane, from Travis Bickle to the Punisher to you ever see Rolling Thunder?
Oh no, that looks like a cool movie.
No.
I never seen it though, but that looks like a cool one.
This guy, I think his daughter gets kidnapped or something, and he goes to this other guy, and he just says, "I'll get my gear."
Yeah, that was done by the same guy that did Taxi Driver, not Scorsese, but
Schrader.
Yeah.
Scorsese is apparently last night at the Cannes Film Festival got the longest standing ovation in history for his new movie that they're saying is going to sweep the Academy Awards. I'd never heard of it. I didn't know it was in production, but it's something about
It's based on some book I was talking about with Meyer last night, but apparently the name of the book is like it's something that caused the FBI to be formed. That happened in Oklahoma about 100 years ago, where these Indians were becoming super rich. Native Americans were becoming super rich because oil was found under the land that was, they were given the crummiest land possible in Oklahoma. Then all of a sudden, oh, there's oil. And so this guy that I think possibly is played by Robert De Niro is starting to assassinate some of the Native Americans that were becoming rich. And I think he killed a dozen or maybe 100 of them. And then I guess the FBI was formed as a response to this or something. And Leonardo DiCaprio was another regular. Scorsese was going to play one of the FBI guys, but instead he's playing like a guy, one of the bad guys. And they say it's a great performance. But Scorsese has always pretty much been great. And somebody puts Leonardo DiCaprio in as Howard Hughes. He just didn't look physically right for that. Rob Slob.
I liked Wolf of Wall Street. I think that was his best DiCaprio collaboration.
Yeah,
because it was funny. It was kind of just back to sort of jokes and like sort of like sleazy, sleazy, seedy guys, kind of back to form for Scorsese.
Yeah, I didn't know about the.
Imagine putting this on your kid.
I didn't know they made Halloween costumes
and send them out. This is just a funny concept.
See, the 80s. This is 80s, right? I mean, I was already in college. I wasn't looking.
This is like in perfect condition, like unworn condition or something. $1985.
Yeah, I didn't know that they made masks also.
That's a full Halloween costume for a little kid, for like a 6-year-old. It's pretty fun.
Yeah. I got your postcard, John. I appreciate that. That's cool.
Good. Yeah, I was wondering if that would make it through the mail because it's like it was such a tough piece of plastic.
Is it made out of plastic?
Yeah, this guy, I know, he sent me all these like DVD covers for some. I guess he figured I'd want them, but I don't know. He sent me all these covers, so I kind of like kept them around for this and that, and I would sometimes want to on them and collaging them or whatever, and yeah, so that's.
I love that one video on your channel, John, where I guess it's a patron of your art. It's a longer video, and it's kind of him narrating a couple sketchbooks of yours. And I mean, to call them sketchbooks is diminishing because they're so beautiful. But he opens a couple of those drawers in that cabinet, and he says, "Look, this is just all postcards." It's pretty stupendous, man. I'm impressed. I love the channel. Cool.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would review that. That pile of postcards sometimes whenever I would visit them, and like one out of I'd say like 1 out of 30 was like really like oh, this is a good one. This is this is a piece, but the rest were kind of crap. And like I mean I think that's how a lot of that's how a lot of art is. It's just like you make stuff like all the time. And like most of it's going to be crap, and it's like that 1 out of 30 that's like really, really stands up, or it's like, ooh, wow, that's really interesting. That's really nice. But it's kind of like, you have to make all the crap in order to like get to the good thing, and that's tough. It's tough as an artist to be making stuff that like isn't quite there, You know, I mean, it's okay, it's good, it's whatever, but it's not quite. It's not like doesn't go right in the bullseye. But that's just the job, I suppose.
You should make a playlist where you have your animation in the proper sequence, so someone could play that playlist and it would be like a feature film. Because if you watch your videos, if you let them play, they're going to play in reverse order. You know, because it's the most recent first. It's still, you know, it's still wonderful, but like if you put all the Ghost Tank and all the other Ghost Tank spin-off things all together in order, and all the other robot mutant things in order, it would just, I mean, because you just let your channel stream, just keep going and going.
Yeah.
All that animation together, it's just, I mean, it's like you're watching a feature film. That's the most amazing thing you've ever seen.
Okay.
And then occasionally there'll be musical numbers, spices sprinkled in. You know, that the people wax nostalgic about the heavy metal movie, but that's beyond anything I've ever seen. It's so great.
But check out this little monster I made. I've been wanting, like when I was talking about, you know, doing experimental type stuff, experimental animation. I mean, this wouldn't really qualify as for me. It wouldn't qualify as experimental because it is like a character, and it would be kind of sort of imitating, you know, life. It'd be sort of imitating kind of, you know, archetypal type stuff if I was to animate it. But this little, like, you know, this monster here, this little tentacle monster thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's you know, I would just have him running around and kind of, I don't know, like flinging his tentacles around and maybe picking stuff up. I guess you could pick stuff up. I guess the tentacles.
You haven't used him yet?
No, I haven't used him. I was thinking about you know, making another kind of robots mutants thing with him, but I'm thinking like now I should just like get away from that universe and just kind of use like what's around me as a set. Like just use the floor as a set, or use, you know, tabletop as is as a set, instead of like building like sets and all that kind of crap. Because the thing is like once you start, you know, once you make like a little set for your stop motion critter, well, he's kind of you're sort of stuck in that. You're sort of stuck in that set, you know. You don't have too much range as far as like you know what you can do, you know, and it's kind of like, well, what are you getting hung up on? Are you getting hung up on the set, or are you getting hung up on the character in the set, you know? And sometimes just like the stuff around us it can be more interesting than like, you know, some set that you would build, you know, like this, like the Gotham City comics, like the freeze frame right there, like that could be a set.
Yeah,
you know, that could be like a surreal set, you know, or Myers background right there. I mean, why couldn't that be a set? I mean, it looks, you know, so sort of kind of like, I guess what you call like the ready-mades, you know, kind of like the Duchamp did with ready-mades.
Because
reality is like more surreal than anything that we can come up with, you know. Like the surreal landscapes that people make are kind of more. People like that stuff because it's more. It looks more like nature than the stuff that's already around us. You know, manufactured plastic reality around us. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Does that skeleton that drives the tank have a name?
Oh no, not really. I would just call him Ghost Tank. He's just I never gave him a proper name.
That stuff is so great. When he grabs that baby, puts him in the tank barrel.
That was a good gag.
What is the name of the movie? There was a feature film that featured you and some other underground film.
Yeah, that was called The Horror Business. It was by Chris Garetano, and
How can I see that movie? Does it stream anywhere? Or?
You could probably find it some streaming service here and there. I would send you a copy, but I don't have a copy of it anymore. Yeah, I'm not really in it that much because I'm just sharing a lot. I'm sharing a lot of time with a lot of other people. So,
well, how long ago was that made?
Oh God, it's made a long time ago. It's probably like almost 20 years ago.
Is that where you think Damon Packard first heard of you?
I guess it was around that time. It was I first heard of Damon Packard before he heard of me. I saw his Reflections of Evil DVD, ages ago, and and then I would show it to everybody, possibly be interested in it. I would insist that they watch it.
It's brilliant. That Reflections of Evil stuff, the whole concept he's done is brilliant. It's just great.
Yeah.
Love Damon. This dog.
Yeah, I wish he'd I wish he'd make another feature-length film.
Yeah.
I mean the last thing he made of like that had like a longer running time was Foxfur. Did you see Foxfur? That was like about an hour long.
I can't remember if I've watched it yet.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was funny.
I remember it had kind of a feeling like a 70s science fiction, like was it kind of like Logan's Run or Arc 2? That's something like fairies and something I don't remember exactly, but had a 70s feel.
Yeah, he's made these sort of archival footage compositions recently. Have you seen those?
Yeah, I've seen ones where he's looks like he's walking down Sunset Boulevard in about 1986. It's really cool, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and he has ones of like traffic from the 70s. And,
love that stuff.
Yeah, one was in from archival stuff from New York from the 70s, early 80s.
I just watched, after hearing you guys talk about it so much, I just watched Licorice Pizza recently, like a couple days ago. So I enjoyed the story, thought it was a good movie, but what really stood out the most to me is the art direction, the cinematography, the acting, the costumes. It really did an incredible job of feeling like 1973. Usually they screw stuff up. This guy did a great job of transporting you back to 73 in California, in Southern California.
There was never a teenage fair that cool ever, where it was just like, you can tell whoever's production design was definitely aligned with how we think.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess, like I never heard of like such a thing like teenage fairs. I guess that those would be like the Comic Cons of that time, right?
I think they had stuff like that in the 60s because that was the biggest demographic. The baby boomers were teenagers, and so they catered to them. They had whole clubs that were just teenage clubs, you know, that had thousands of kids descend on them and bands playing. And
yes,
yeah, and it was kind of a different time. I mean, like these kids, like they had like a lot of money to spend, I think, right? I mean, they had to.
Your money went a long way. So if you had a job as a teenager, my first job was $3.25 an hour, and I since I lived at home and didn't have to pay for rent and food, that $3.25 an hour, it completely enabled my entire lifestyle, because I mean that was enough for me to do little things and to even increase my income with that small amount of money, because I was a teenager, and you know how you would make extra money and stuff. So
yeah.
So yeah, it was an easier time to live in. Everything was less affordable, right, Gratu? I mean, it seemed like it. I don't know. How could you survive on $3.25 an hour?
Well, I think, yeah, the economy was such that you could work. A kid could, save up and buy a Mustang or something.
Well, a hamburger was like a quarter, right?
Yes. Well, yeah. 29 cents for a hamburger at McDonald's. I remember that.
It's just the value.
The movies were like what, like $1, something,
$1.50 or $2.25 or something. Yeah, pretty much. Everything you're saying is pretty much true. Comics were 25 cents in 1973 or 20 cents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, everything was reflective upon that. Like McDonald's and Taco Bell were dirt cheap at that time. Like I said, I get bean burrito might have been 19 cents at Taco Bell. It was really cheap. Everything was very inexpensive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like the bit where he's like running a pinball arcade, and he's like and there's like this little kid who's like being rough on the machine or something, or being too loud or whatever, and he just pushes him out. But then there's like some old like fucking just like biker looking reprobate just like beating on the machine, and he's just like, no, I'm not gonna fuck with this guy.
I didn't get that because the machines have a tilt on them. So that part of that movie stood out to me as inaccurate. Ratu, I mean, you're a pinball expert, kind of. Could a guy hit it?
Reading the comments at the same time. What are you just talking about? The tilt on him?
In Licorice Pizza, there's at the scene after he gets the pinball, after Gary gets the pinball parlor, and during the grand opening, there's an old guy like in his 30s, and he's being rough on one of the machines, and Gary tries to press him, but the old guy presses Gary back, and Gary's like, oh, whatever, and he walks away. But he was lifting the machine off the floor. Now, in my experience in the 80s in high school, if you bumped a machine like that, it would tilt and it would turn off and take your quarter, and you would be done, right? Say tilt.
Yeah, I don't remember that scene. I think towards the end, sometimes I'm very sleep deprived when I'm watching movies, and
machines would tilt, right? They were tilting even back then. Yeah,
they would tilt. Yeah, they were designed to tilt.
What does that mean to tilt? It's been so long since I played that.
It just means that if you are too aggressive with the machine and shake it or try to lift it up or something, it'll just stop. And because you've tilted the machine, and there's a little pendulum inside, and if it hits the side, then it just shuts down, and then the
But I mean, could you lift the machine up?
Well, they're pretty heavy.
So when it tilts, what would happen is it would ring a bell or make a bad sound. Like it would go like that, and a light would flash on the screen. It would say tilt, and the whole thing would turn off, and it would take your quarter, and you'd be done. It would all your balls would just drop, right, Ratu? It would, like if you had 3 balls saved up, it would just open and they would all release, and you'd be done. And it would be, oh shit, I tilted it. And that's how.
This tilting mechanism that was put in from the get-go, right? This wasn't something developed in the 80s or
no, I believe it was like a safety mechanism from way back in the 50s and 60s for the exact same reason, because people would try and cheat. They're trying to move the machine to get more points, to get the ball to go in different directions at that time. Not as much like banging on it because they were angry, like the guy in the movie was. Right, Ratu? It was they were preventing people from cheating.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
Or damaging the machine. Yeah.
Dude, some of those video games, like the arcade games, they must have been built pretty tough because kids are rough, man, especially when they're like getting frustrated with a game, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, they had to have like, you know, like some pretty tough, you know, like plexi on them, and like the things were like built for like to take a beating, you know? 'Cause I know I was rough on those video games, like when I was, you know, just zoned in on them and trying to beat the machine.
Right.
You have some old like arcade games, don't you, Grotu?
Yeah.
I think that's yeah. Like what do you have, like Space Invaders or?
Mm-hmm. I do have a Space Invaders, and
Is it functional?
yeah, but sometimes the monitor will fade out, and there's something that needs to be worked on, and it'll sometimes come back in. You know.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Can you even like find someone to fix those machines? I guess you could, but like
Yeah, there are people in bigger cities that work on them. I had a friend that was always over at my house that could work on them back where I used to live, but now he's 11 hours away.
Yeah.
I just watched that movie, Kevin, Papa Shango, like 2 nights ago. That's really funny, like coincidence that I see in the background. You had like a Papa Shango case or something back there.
Well,
I don't know who that is.
I have no idea what that is.
It's a really weird early 70s voodoo horror blaxploitation movie. It was really actually pretty entertaining. Yeah, it was pretty funny. All black cast, revenge movie. This woman goes to a witch doctor, and you get it. But it was pretty good. Papa Shango is the witch doctor in the movie.
Huh. Yeah, it's weird. I never heard of that.
It's funny that it's called Papa Shango. That must be a thing.
Did you ever see what was it called?
What is that figure from? Is that a custom?
It's like a bootleg Swamp Thing.
Yeah.
Did you ever see this one called Ganja and Hess? It had
I've heard of it.
It had the guy from Night of the Living Dead in it. What was his name? Dwayne Jones? Yeah. Had him in it. It's like this. It's like this funky, weird vampire film where he plays like like a sympathetic kind of vampire guy. It's weird.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it.
Yeah. Did you ever see Martin?
I remember that. So I would have seen it way back then in the 70s when I was a kid, right? Martin. Talking about a black.
It came out in the 70s. It was like 76 or so.
A black horror movie called Martin, right?
No. It wasn't black.
I'm thinking it was black.
It was a George Romero movie. He made it in 76. And this was before like Dawn of the Dead and before he kind of got elevated to Hollywood. So he was kind of struggling. And it's a low budget film. It's about this kid. I guess he's kind of like autistic. I guess you would call him like autistic now. And he thinks that he's a vampire. He thinks that he needs blood. And he goes around like just basically attacking and murdering people and drinking their blood. And he's got like a whole system down where he takes their blood and everything. It's like, and he's taken in by his, I guess it's his uncle or his great uncle, who believes in all this vampire stuff too. But before killing Martin, he is going to exorcise the demon from Martin and like save his soul, or at least that's how it goes. And it's like one of these kind of like really like slow burn kind of movies. It's very freaky. I mean, I can. It's not like a crowd pleaser, you know. It's not. It's not for everyone, but
it's a vampire movie, but he's not really a vampire, so it's not
Sounds
really.
Well, I mean, like technically he is. I mean, he is a vampire, but or is he? I mean, if you're doing something, then you are that thing, right?
But he's not. It's not supernatural. He's not like living forever. And I think he's using a razor blade or something, as I recall.
It sounds like it's based on that real guy. So there was a real guy called the Vampire of Sacramento that was a real like mass killer in Sacramento in the early 70s, and it kind of sounds like that's even like loosely based on that story of that kid that that did that. But I remember either like the teaser trailer or a commercial for Martin is what clicks in my head. Is like I can remember either seeing a TV commercial for it or a trailer at the drive-in or something for it of the movie. Yeah, but I don't think I did. I think that's right.
It was. I mean, it was very it's very low budget. It was very very independent film. Which I kind of think too much money ruined George Romero. You know, as an artist, as a filmmaker. I mean, Creepshow is fun. Creepshow is like it's a very fun movie. It's very watchable, but you could sort of sense him losing his way, and just like giving over his movie to special effects,
right?
You know, or like Day of the Dead, you know, which I thought it was like so ham-fisted, you know, with like, you know, the messaging and everything, and like there is a point where like the special effects like do take over the movie, you know. I mean, I think his two great films were like you know, Night of the Living Dead and Dawn of the Dead. Those were great movies.
I would agree. It seems like the more technology and money increased for him, the lower the quality of the actual piece of film that he produced. Because the earlier stuff is the better stuff, like you're saying. So as it got the best stuff.
It's kind of like he sort of understood like that. It's kind of the idea that matters more than the spectacle.
Right.
I mean, like the spectacle is important and everything because that's what you see, and you know, people want to see, you know, something of you know, people want to see a production. Of course, you know, they don't want to see like some arty little thing that it was, you know, made on nothing. They want to see production value. They do, but too much production value gets in the way of like the idea of something.
Yeah, maybe the character, which is what's kind of most important with Dawn of the Dead. That's both the movies that you mentioned, the characters are the whole basis of the movie. So and
it's also the situation. You know, it's like because it's something that we can all relate to. You know, like a shopping mall is something we can all relate to. We've all been in a shopping mall, and it's like kind of like the banality of the setting, and the fact, like, you know, like the world is seemingly coming to an end, and this is where these people would go to like live out their last days. That's the horror of the film, and amongst other things going on.
Was new. The whole idea of the mall was new, so it was a big social commentary of the mall walkers coming back to the mall and all that.
Yeah, that's true. This was before, like, you know, Night of the Comet and all that stuff. So it was almost like a sci-fi thing. It was almost like a sci-fi setting, you know, in '78. Because I remember when like malls were like really new. It was like, oh wow. A shopping mall. That's like, that was, you know, out in the suburbs was, and they were kind of like a weird alien environment. you know, where you did feel like kind of discombobulated in the place. I don't know if you recall the feelings like the first time you were in a shopping mall.
Maybe it's kind of the echo maybe that you get, and as opposed to walking down they're supposed to be simulating walking down a downtown street where people traditionally shopped, and then in the malls they put up little street lamps and things and benches, so you kind of feel like it's that experience. And meanwhile, all those shops, those real shops that used to be on the town square, were all dying because everyone was going to the mall.
Yeah, that's funny.
George Romero would hit it out of the park with a movie, Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, and then he'd make all these other movies that were just like they just weren't. He just like some, he just couldn't seem to.
Yeah, we were just talking about this, how he kind of like lost his touch. He lost his edge.
Well, he
was like a thinker.
Yeah, but it was like he would have these moments of brilliance, but even in his prime, between Night of the Living Dead and Dawn of the, I guess it was right after Dawn of the Dead, he did Night Riders, and it's
yeah.
And then in March,
well, you got the feeling that he always wanted to make like a biker movie.
Yeah.
Like just like a straight biker movie. But the biker movie cycle had ended by the early 70s, and he kind of brought it back with Dawn of the Dead, where the biker gang attacks the mall, and that was kind of like his chance to have like a biker movie within his zombie movie.
Yeah.
But with like Night Riders, I like Night Riders as kind of a curiosity, but it felt kind of forced, and it felt like all the themes that he was addressing were sort of addressed by other biker movies from 15, 20 years previous. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
you ever see Satan's Sadists?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
That's a cool movie with Russ Tamblyn.
Yeah, and it came out. The timing of it coming out real close to the Tate LaBianca stuff helped it. Then they even hyped that a little bit. There was one trailer, you don't see it very often, where it's as horrible as the Tate LaBianca murders. Then they're like talking about it before they say the Manson murders, because at that point they hadn't even found Manson yet. So it's just called the Tate LaBianca murder. I remember that trailer somewhere, and they're like using Rolling Stones music on the trailer.
I'm surprised that they maybe they were just doing it like on the like kind of bootleg style, like sue us if you want, sue us if you can kind of thing, because like weren't the Rolling Stones just like really, really vigilant about
it was an instrumental, and it was they probably were just using it without permission, I'm pretty sure.
It seems like back then, like people could kind of like get away with stuff like that, because like, but nowadays it's like, you got all these like, we've had like these AI systems in place for years that will just, will tag your video if, the shop happens to be playing, some Michael Jackson tune or something,
Yeah.
You can't get away with nothing these days.
Right. Let's see. This guy's commented, "Hi, Gratu. I love when you open the comics to show an example of the artwork in ads. If you show the cover or the inside, keeping it still just for a few seconds, I can pause and take it all in. In other words, keep the comic still."
That's a nice comment. I like that.
Yeah.
Did you ever get one of those? I had ordered the thing, and I feel kind of bad about it now because I didn't treat the thing right. I didn't understand the creature, how it lived, and I think I don't know. It must have starved to death or something. I didn't know what I was doing, but it was like some kind of beetle or something. It was called like a lion ant or something.
An ant lion.
Is that what it was called?
An ant lion is what you're thinking of. It kind of looks like a big tick with pinchers, and they make little cones in the sand, and ants go in there, and then they eat the ants, right? An ant lion. Yes.
Yeah. I got one of those, and it didn't survive.
I've never heard of this thing.
Yeah, it's probably a California thing. I don't know. I've only seen them here in California, in the mountains, in the Sierra Nevada mountains is where they're at, in like a real soft, powdery dust or dirt or sand. And the animal burrows into the sand, and it makes a trap naturally. Like its life activity is making a trap. So it burrows itself down, and in the action of burrowing itself down, it makes a cone in the earth. And then at the bottom of that cone, it sticks one of these little antennae out, and it barely moves it. And that will attract ants or other predators that will come and think that it's something to eat. They'll go down into that cone and grab onto one of his antennas, and then he pops out, and he's got big pinchers, and he just snatches whatever that is and drags it underneath and eats it. They're called ant lions. I don't know. I mean, I've only heard of them here, nowhere else in the world. So I'm not sure if it's just California. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's what it is. And I haven't seen one in years. Like I haven't seen one since the 80s, probably. I don't know.
Yeah. And then I had a toad that I kept in a tank. And one day, and I was feeding it like worms, because toads like worms. And then it like disappeared one day, and like, what happened to the toad? And so I was taking the aquarium apart and taking stuff out, and there it was somehow like stuck under between the glass and a rock or something, and it was like it was all like desiccated.
Oh.
And and I just felt like shit about that poor toad for forever, because I'm still talking about it. So those are all the ill-fated little critters from my life.
I used to have this tortoise. Like, remember those land tortoises? Like, I mean, it must have been. It's probably like 30 or 40 years old when I had it, but it was about that big, right? One of those like California desert tortoises. So we had this, and it lived in my backyard. And what it would do is he would constantly be trying to escape. So he would be digging underneath the wood fence, and then he would go into the neighbor's yard, and then he would go all the way across their yard and dig under the other fence. So I would have to go like 4 houses down to try and find my turtle. And I even made like I put my name and address on one of those little name things. Remember that you would turn the dial on, and a little adhesive name, little piece of tape adhesive. So it said like return me to my address and my name. But eventually it felt like I don't know what happened with that turtle, but the whole thing left a bad feeling. Like, why does he keep trying to escape? Why can't he just stay here and eat the lettuce that I give him? It felt like I was, I was in the way. He wasn't a real pet. I was keeping him captive.
Well, maybe he was he like still mating? Was he still like Randy looking for?
I don't even know. I was just a little kid, so I don't know. I was like 8 years old, and I had no supervision. So at that time, it was like there was nobody helping.
It was a male turtle.
So just like, here's a turtle. Take care of it.
Yeah. It was a male.
I don't remember. It probably was. It was a big turtle, man. It was like one of those big tortoises.
Is that wax smell just like the haunted? What is it? A haunted mansion smell? Is that wax melt?
I haven't tried it yet. It's supposed to smell like the haunted mansion.
But it's supposed to smell like the Disneyland ride?
Yeah.
Did that have a smell? I mean, I've only been to Disney World, but that's weird that people remember the smells of Pirates of the Caribbean and Haunted Mansion enough to make wax melts and things.
I think it's too. I don't remember them, but maybe if you smelled it, you would remember it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been there since 1980, the Disney World, but yeah, my wife was saying she likes that thing that's smoking a cigarette, whatever that thing was, or it was the cigar or whatever. That guy. Oh yeah, who is he supposed to be? Oh,
there it is. Huh.
He's
the Cleveland Indians card.
Is there a baseball player that's like that?
Well, this is an inside joke from a movie of a player that had a Puerto Rican player that had a shrine inside of his wall locker in this movie called Major League. That's what it is, right, Kevin?
Oh,
yep.
I didn't see. I think I saw a sequel to that. I thought it was terrible, but the original's probably good.
Yeah, I think that's referring to the original.
Oh, okay.
Is that a Charlie Sheen movie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Charlie. It's like it was like maybe his breakout role. That might have been one of his breakout roles right there. He played the Wild Thing. He played this phenomenal pitcher that no one expected to be good. Right. He had the glasses with the tape in the middle and everything. Right.
Well, if you're talking about a breakout role, that would be Platoon, really, for Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, maybe Major League must have come out.
I mean, technically, yeah. Major League came before Platoon.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, breakout. Yeah, I mean, breakout means. What does breakout mean? Breakout means that like everybody suddenly knows your name, or does breakout mean that everyone is about to suddenly know your name? I mean, it's kind of like one of those on the fence.
I think everybody suddenly knows your name is what it would be.
Oh yeah, that's the name of the movie. My wife was talking about.
That mean that everyone is about to suddenly know your name. I mean, it's kind of like one of those on the fence.
It's a werewolf movie about
knows your name.
The thing you can't mention on YouTube that he made. It's really good.
You know, it was a good Charlie Sheen movie. Did you see The Boys Next Door?
Yeah, I liked that when it came out.
That was a cool movie. It's about like these two guys. They're about to. They've just graduated from high school. Their life is kind of looking kind of bleak. They're gonna like go and work in some factory or some crap, and they don't have too much in the way of prospects or like positive attitudes about life or anything. And they decide to just go on like a joyride, like one last. Just having fun, just screwing off kind of joyride, and it winds up turning into like a killing spree because just the combination of these two guys and the way their minds click together is just like a bad combination sort of thing. And it's it's a cool movie.
It's very real life.
Kind of like In True Blood.
Yeah, the movie I think was done by Penelope Spears.
In Cold Blood. I'm not saying In True Blood.
But yeah, it's a real great concept where you get two or three people together, and if they were by themselves, nothing unworthy, nothing bad would happen. But you get these three personality types together, and then you mix beer and seclusion or a situation, and they're committing crimes. They're like, they're ransacking a house, or they're doing stuff that. What's relatable about it is it used to happen to me in high school, and what we would do is things like vandalism. And if it was just one of us by ourselves, nobody would have committed any crimes. But you get these three adolescent teenagers together, and you mix beer and a joint, and then all of a sudden we're vandalizing a construction site or something like that, right? And I think that's
it's like a weird kind of group dynamic that takes over, and it could just be two guys. too.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
No, it was another good Charlie Sheen movie was it was called No Man's Land, and it was about like a car thief who just jacks. He actually just specializes in one kind of car. I forget what it is that he specializes in. I think maybe it's like Jaguars or something. It's something kind of high end, and that's his thing. He doesn't mess around with other vehicles, and he just sells them to like this chop shop, and there's like there's an undercover agent who's like who kind of becomes buddies with them, and it's a lot. I mean, it would blow my mind if Tarantino hadn't seen this movie, because it feels a lot like Reservoir Dogs, especially
There's
towards
a lot of, I've seen that a lot where I'll see something, I'm like, geez, and I thought Tarantino came up with that on his own, and it's some freaking thing that I had never seen before. Right?
I don't think he's ever come up with anything on his own, but he's got a good eye and picks up cool things from movies and synthesizes it into something new. But I don't think there's anything original in any of his movies. He just knows where to nick things from.
But I mean, like, my question is like, is he even like aware of like where he's nicking things from at a certain point? You know what I mean? Because he's filled his mind, his psyche with so many narratives and so many scenes that other people have come up with that that those people might have been ripping off somebody from 20 years previous too. But it's like, is he even conscious of it, or is
when he's taking actual music from other people's movies? I mean, the actual.
Well, yeah. When he does that, he's got to be conscious of it. But when he
when he's putting the outfit that Bruce Lee wore onto his heroin,
some of his decisions, are very conscious. But like with the unconscious stuff, but you could say like every artist is unconsciously doing stuff. Unconsciously.
Yeah, every artist is. I think he's pretty conscious about everything he's doing. I think he could probably tell you the exact minute that everything that he's taking happened, where these things happened in those movies. He knows everything he's doing. I think he's memorized these movies.
Because sometimes I'll watch a movie from. It was like some movie that I was really into, like, 20 years ago, right? And I'll be rewatching it, and then I'll be like, oh shit, that scene, I kind of lifted, not shot by shot or anything, but sort of like the basic kind of scenario for something I did recently. One of my animations, like recently. And I wasn't aware of it because I just wasn't thinking about, I'm going to lift this scene or anything. It was just
different. Tarantino, I think he knows what he's doing. Yeah, everyone, there's something we saw somewhere. Yeah.
But I mean, to his credit, he's kind of turned it into a science or an art or whatever you want to call it, a discipline of doing that.
I guess the only problem is the average person is not a movie, an avid movie buff, and they watch these movies and they attribute everything they see in them to him. So therefore, they think he's far more of a genius than he really is, because they think, wow, look at all this stuff. But he'll hear a song and he'll think that would make a great theme song for a movie, and he'll hear some music cue from some movie. I'd like to use that, and it's just, and then he just cobbles it all together.
Yeah, do you remember the scene in Inglorious Bastards where they're gonna get like they're gonna break out some guy that's who's like a sniper for the German army, and who's gone like psycho and is like killing all his superiors. So this guy is like, he's like a crack shot. So they want to, and he's got a beef with the Nazi regime. So they're gonna bust him out of prison, and it's a lot like that scene from For a Few Dollars More, the Leone film. Except the only difference is the Leone film takes like, that's a whole like long sequence, and it's not very slow, but it's slow, and it kind of builds up and it builds up, and it's part of this whole like musical thing, and it's like but when Tarantino did it or does like an homage to it, it's like he's got to like cram it in there because he's got all these other movies that he's also cramming in there.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like you get like the neutered Cliff Note version of this scene from this movie from 30 years previously.
For us, it makes you feel a little bit like he is a poser. If you understand what I'm saying, it's kind of like somebody saying that the greatest example of punk rock is that movie, the Decline of Western Civilization. It's like he's like condensing something that we love and then using it for his own personal gain. He's a poser in a way. You understand what I'm saying? Like he's a guy who's, I don't know. There's
something kind of soulless.
There's gut feelings that he's stealing something from us and using it to make money. I don't know. That's kind of it.
Yeah.
Think of Inglorious Bastards and just remember a narrative of what was the storyline. There were individual scenes I remember where the long sequence with the German officers talking, and underneath the floorboards they're hiding out. I remember that scene. I remember the baseball bat scene. But there's just, it just seems like, what was the actual story? Then there's this silly thing at the end where this fantasy about killing Hitler or something. And it just.
Very Dirty Dozen. The end was very Dirty Dozen-like. Like the last 45 minutes of the movie are a ripoff of, it's a condensed version of a Dirty Dozen type movie.
Yeah. Then there was the
I mean, it was kind of clever how they worked his Raiders of the Lost Ark into the film.
I enjoyed it, man. I liked the movie, but that's just kind of the feeling is that it's a ripoff kind of.
I don't remember Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Remember when the girl who runs the movie theater?
Yes.
She's like doing this whole spiel about how she's the Jewess who's come to like kill all the Germans and everything, and the film starts burning up, and the theater starts smoking up and everything, and the film image gets like, with the smoke and everything, gets like really demonic, and like she kind of forms like a skull face, just like the Ark.
Okay, yeah. Well,
it's like Lost Ark, yeah. Guess so.
Well, what I was thinking, okay, so he's doing a movie theater sequence just because he's into movies and he wants, it's just that's why that's there. But it's I enjoyed the movie. I have fun watching it. It's just kind of when you're done, it's like, well, what was that really about? I'm trying to remember. There's great performances and there's everything's great and everything, but then what was the actual? I appreciate what he's doing. I understand what he's doing. So sometimes, it's weird. He's got some of the same influences I have, and he'll pick sometimes I've been influenced before him, and then he'll I was into this band called the 5678s back in the probably late 80s, this Japanese girl band, and he discovered them maybe 10, 15 years later, and then he puts them in Kill Bill, and all of a sudden they're getting work in American commercials and stuff. And
that's the kind of stuff that kind of burns you a little bit. That's what I'm saying.
And I was
like he discovered it, and you're like, man, I've been into this stuff for 10 years.
And I was always, I started collecting in the 90s, the old radio ear checks, just broadcast of these DJs and the music and the commercials and everything from different parts of the country, from different time periods. And you can say, well, he got into that. And because it's just fun to drive with a CD and you're listening to 1966 Los Angeles radio with the commercials or whatever part of the United States. And especially if you have a classic car and you're playing it, it's just like a time warp. And so he really got into that and had long sequences where he recreated what the streets looked like and had the radio playing, but it was all focused on the radio. And people that normal people went to see that movie and thought, why are we seeing Brad Pitt drive around for 10 minutes? They don't get it. But everyone, the cool people are like salivating, looking at the stuff in the background and listening to the radio, and it's the experience of being there. And they don't get it. They just, because to them it's just like, oh, that's just the radio. Who cares about the stuff? They don't understand what he's doing. You're seeing what things were like then, and I understood that, but I don't think it works with the average person. It's like aimed only at certain people that get it. To get to that kind of detail is something I've always appreciated, especially in a movie that's set in another time period. I love movies that set in other time periods, but you've got to get the period details right. And so, what does it matter if Chachi in Happy Days has a 1977 haircut? Yes, it does, because if you had your hair like that longer than the Beatles in 1962, you would have been beaten. You would have been horribly, you would not have been a popular guy. It didn't make any sense. But
MASH, I couldn't stand the way, even as a little kid, I could identify that the actors in MASH did not look like actual soldiers. This isn't what an actual soldier would have looked like in the Korean War. Alan Alda's hair is really long. This is really stupid.
Yeah, I couldn't get past that as well. I liked the MASH movie, but it was set in the Korean War, but it was really about the Vietnam War. I mean, and maybe that would have worked for the Vietnam War, but I mean, okay, it's obviously Korea because they've got the older style helicopters and everything, but I don't know if doctors, that get brought into the army, if they can have their hair longer or if they're subject to the military.
I kind of had a problem with like how much they were drinking, like on the show. Like, I don't know if people could really function if because basically that was like, you saw them drinking like all the time, just all the time.
TV series that I would imagine that's probably accurate. But the thing about the Korean War is civilians had their hair short, just like the military would.
Yeah.
They looked nothing like the early 1950s.
No, they look like hippies. They look like.
And the movie was a twisted, very dark thing, and the TV show, I don't think. I mean, they showed why these guys were out of their minds, because they showed the gore and what they were having to deal with, and why. And people drank a lot back then. But the show just didn't. I don't know. It
Yeah,
just,
but like and to me, like people that would drink that much would get like much nastier with each other. You know, just they're just like nastier people to be around. You know, like people that drink that much, they have a much kind of like just harder edge, like to them, or just kind of more abrasive, more just. I haven't seen the show since forever, but it seemed very sanitized.
oh well, the movie they were evil and they were hateful towards the guy that was the religious guy, and they destroy people. The TV show, yeah, it's all more friendly.
The movie was probably more accurate to what the experience was like, because the movie was like giving you that example of how it's this upside down world where everything is completely unpredictable and people will act and react differently in war than they do or have in their entire lives. But these strange personalities and people come out, and sometimes you do stuff like play terrible practical jokes or torture people or get into wars within the war. So that's like you're in mini wars with the guys in the tent next door, and you're fighting in a war, and you actually hate the guys that live next door. That's like you
figure if like you're in some godforsaken place in Asia, and you're a surgeon, someone who can put people back together again who've been blown apart. It's a very specialized skill, and you'd be hard to replace. Right? So basically, you're like in this insane situation, and so you can basically act as free and as fucked up as you want, and express yourself as much as you want. And because of the fact that you'd be so hard to replace, they just had to put up with you. It's like everyone had to put up with everyone else. It's like.
Yes, it's kind of that way, and you don't even have to be a surgeon to be in that situation, and everybody reacts differently. So some people they tend to go to like the opposite ends of the spectrum. So you get like these guys like we saw, like they're in MASH, and you also see the character in Platoon, the guys that make little shrines right above their bunks, and they fill sandbags and they dig holes because they're worried that every minute is going to be their last. Well, on the opposite end of the spectrum, you have the guys that cope with it in the opposite way, where they don't give a fuck. They just, if my time is now, my time is now. Until then, I'm going to walk around with no helmet and I'm going to play cards all night. I don't give a shit. I'm going to drink beer. I'm going to do whatever I want to do. And so mix those people together, and then you get what is the excitement and fun of war. Right. What makes it fun, kind of, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, because you can't be like normal in a totally insane situation. Your personality is going to be pushed one way or another, and you're going to join one camp or another.
Yeah, it happens, and yeah.
Well, what Alan Alda did is basically tried to do a Groucho Marx impression, as I recall.
Yeah, it was too much. It was just, he was always on with it, and I felt like if he like held that back and it just came out once in a while, like just the way some people's screwed up alter personalities come out once in a while, I'd be like, okay. But it just got cloying.
Well, that's just the actor, it's himself. So it was just, I always felt that way about him.
Really preachy. I always thought he was kind of preachy and
self-righteous.
He's like a Phil Donahue type, the movie I liked a lot. I really liked, but yeah, the TV show. But yeah, people love it, and it's a sacred cow.
So we lost Kevin. What I was thinking about, what Kevin was doing, with those waxes and the water, and they're kind of like candles, so you can make your area smell like the rides, right? So it reminded me of, you remember in Harold and Maude, when Harold goes to Maude's trailer, she has that old device called the olfactorator, and you can smell smells. She puts in like a little cartridge, and you hold this thing up to your nose, and you can smell like what the ocean smelled like in 1930 or things like that. She had smells sealed inside of tubes, and she was remembering things by smelling things, right? And so that's what this new thing that they're doing with the.
I love that movie, but I don't think I've seen it since the mid '80s, so I don't remember that scene.
You remember that scene? Yeah, it's a great scene.
Kevin's back.
But that's what it reminds me of. It's like smell-o-vision. It's like when you smell that familiar smell that's not even, it's only familiar in your memory, and you have to bring it. It brings you back to where you were when you smelled it last.
I'd have to have been, a Californian that had gone to Disneyland like once a year to really know the smells of these rides. I mean, I if I'm in a parking lot that's just been newly blacktopped and it's summer and it's real hot and I smell the smell of that burning tar, I think Six Flags over Texas, because it always smelled like that. So I don't know if you could get a wax smell like burning tar, but that immediately makes me think of Six. What's that?
It smells like that all summer here.
Yeah. Well, it just reminds me of that amusement park. I guess maybe they repaved a lot there during the summer or whatever before the season started, but it always smelled like that there. And of course, it was in the hot, it was in Texas, which is, I guess, not as hot as where you're at. But yeah, I don't know, man.
So whatever you could look it up on IMDb or whatever, but that guy that played Harold from Harold and Maude, he never really went on from that.
I've seen him and stuff.
Yeah, Bud Court.
Stuff. I don't think he made very much. He made like low budget or like maybe like horror movies in the 80s, right? Maybe.
Okay, that sounds about right.
Maybe a couple, but not much. He didn't do much work past like the 80s, right? Right, Gratu?
I don't really remember. I remember seeing him in some stuff, but yeah, he was an actor, a character actor that there's not many roles for someone that looks like that, the bug-eyed guy.
I mean, I guess they were trying to like turn him into the next Malcolm McDowell or something, but it didn't.
I don't know. I think he'd be more like what was that guy, Michael Pollard, more of like a guy like that.
Jack Wilde. He kind of looked like Jack Wilde from Puff and stuff, right?
Yeah, but I don't think Bud Cort could have. Wasn't he too weird to be like a teen idol?
Yeah, he was too weird to be a teen
He's
idol.
more like someone that's just like very odd looking.
I think that movie also like kind of like that he forever everybody just remembers him as being Harold now.
Yeah, there's some actors like Ron Howard's brother. It's like, how did they ever wind up in Hollywood? I guess because he's Ron Howard's brother, but he was a weird looking little kid when he was on Gentle Ben, and he was always a weird looking kid. And then
strange choice, huh? Wasn't that a weird choice? Because he was a weird looking little kid in Big Ben, and you would like notice it from the beginning. People
remember, wasn't he like he played an alien in Star Trek, and he had an adult voice coming out of him.
Tranya, drink the Tranya. That little.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's just like.
I'm mostly familiar with him with the ice cream movies, the Ice Cream Man movies.
I don't know what that even is.
Oh, those are just horrible things.
Are they? Is that a horror series?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I remember him as the guy that was the entrepreneur that had his office in the boys' restroom in Rock and Roll High School, but he looked like he was 35 years old.
His name was Eaglebauer. That was his name.
Yeah, he was balding in high school.
Such a great movie, man. That was such a great movie. Those scenes in the men's room. He's got an office in the men's room, right?
Yeah.
The boys' room.
Wait, I hit the wrong button. Hold on.
Oh wow.
Does he? Oh, he must roar and light up his eyes. Man.
I would love one of Minya where you push it and he blows little smoke rings. Wouldn't that be cool? Remember how Minya couldn't? Yeah, if he was a baby, he could, baby Godzilla. He would just blow the smoke rings.
Right. Right.
It'd be cool to have like one of those like, those like kind of desk ornament lighters. Those things that would like but they were kind of like really ostentatious like lighters. They would just be kind of just sculpture, decoration, whatever thing they light up. Would be cool to have like a Godzilla one.
Yeah.
It looks like one of those $500 statues, but it's got a lighter installed in it, and you click and hold your cigar up to it. Yeah.
I'm sure someone has made that. We're talking about it. I'm sure someone has made that. If we looked it up, we couldn't have been the first ones to think about that.
There was this movie that came out a long time ago, maybe 15 years ago, a long time ago. 15 years ago, this cheap comedy. Remember how those silly comedies that came out in the early 2000s? I had these teenage kids, so I watched everything new and was exposed to everything new. Well, this movie was called The Benchwarmers. And in this movie, it was this movie with like Rob Schneider and Joan, the kid from Napoleon Dynamite. But there was this character in the movie that was a benefactor that owned a baseball team. And it was that actor, John Lovett, played the character. And this guy was a guy that's like our age now. And he was living this lifestyle where he was like a geeky or dorky Patrick Bateman, where he had a house filled with glass cases with super high-end action figures and a full set of stormtrooper armor and a robot that would make him sandwiches. So that was the first time I saw what I kind of would become. And so I was sitting there watching that with my kids, and I was like, wow, I would love to get one of those glass cases and one of those $200 Batman figures. And then I kind of turned into that guy in a way. It was like, that was the first time I saw it. And I was like, wow, so you could be a 50-year-old guy with a bunch of toys.
That's called the bench warmer?
The Benchwarmers, yeah, is what it's called.
I don't know that.
The Benchwarmers, yeah. And then also 40-Year-Old Virgin came out around the same time too. And I was like, wow, this is a terrible choice that this guy is making. He should never do this. This is stupid. Because it was like I had a lot of the same stuff, but I wasn't a virgin, but I would never have let some woman make me sell all my shit to buy a record store, a stereo store, or something like you did.
Yeah, I never saw it. I know people reference it a lot. I mean, is it like a good movie? Like generally good movie? Or?
I think it is. I mean, but it's dated. It's like an early 2000s comedy, so it's kind of like Pineapple Express, or it's got that big.
There's something about Mary.
Yeah, there you go. Kind of like that, I guess. So it's like that's what you're getting into. But the premise of the movie is good. It's entertaining. And that actor is really good. It's that Steve Carell, the guy from The Office, and he plays one of us. But he's a guy who's an actual 40-year-old virgin who lives in a stereo store and has never really done anything. But he makes a group of friends that work at the stereo store, and they start waking him up. And then he meets a girl or a woman, and this woman starts, according to the filmmakers, setting his life straight. So he begins to enjoy life or something. And she tells him that he needs to follow his dream because he wants to open his own little Radio Shack type thing. And so
to me,
he's selling his collection. She makes him.
It kind of doesn't ring. There's a note about it that doesn't really ring true to me. It just feels like a little bit of a phony premise. I mean, okay, it's a movie, it's a story, do whatever you want, right? But
it was kind of almost
a real 40-year-old virgin would be someone who, I don't know, it would be someone who would be just very into whatever it is that they were into, to the point where he would be like a Tesla, he would be some mad genius type, right? He would be
I've new one. He was one of the oddest people I've ever met in my life. Was incredibly talented musician, knew everything about H.P. Lovecraft, had all the Arkham House, and he was so odd in the way he talked. His father was a college professor, and he just was enormously obese. It was really probably, he was a good looking guy when he was young, and he was still, but he just become, and he was very, it's like he would talk to you like this, and it's just like he was completely out of his mind, had, every episode of Dark Shadows memorized, every Star Trek, but he would talk in this way that people talked 100 years ago. Yes, I'll write you a letter. I am a man of letters. And just like, it's just like, it would be like, everyone said he is the real life guy from A Confederacy of Dunces. That's, you're exactly right. It would be someone, but Hollywood always gets it wrong because the people that write these movies are not the people that they're portraying. So it's like the guys on the football team writing a movie about a comic nerd, and they think that's the way it must be. Like the people that write the script for that TV series, Third Rock from the Nerd or whatever. What's it called?
The Big Bang Theory.
Big Bang. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fake.
That is, people think, oh, that's so great. Oh, it's so wonderful. But it's like the popular jocks writing a script, like, oh, this must be what they're like. And it's completely unauthentic. The only time that I know of where an actual weird collector type has written a script and portrayed a character like that has been in Ghost World, with the character Seymour, because you look at his collection behind him, and it's an authentic collection. He's the guy that collects real stuff that real collectors would collect, just the insane stuff. Because Terry Zwigoff,
and his friends, just like what our friends are like,
and it's like, okay, this is like our Crumb's collection. He's got these all walls of 78 RPMs. They're all perfect. Actually, there was another movie called Diner, where this guy's a record collector, and he has a certain way of organizing all the records, and he's about to get married, and he's making sure his wife knows exactly how to handle the records. But yeah, Ghost World that's the closest I've ever seen to getting it really right. He had everything. You could tell that there was a lifetime of collecting, and he'd been into these kind of movie posters, and then he was into that, and you could see all the different phases of his life behind him. It was perfect. I assume you both have seen that movie.
It's on my shelf. I've been meaning to watch it. I will make fun of it.
I love it.
You've seen it, Meyer?
Oh yeah, many times, and I've read the comics and all that.
Yeah.
So it was Steve Buscemi was in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Buscemi played Seymour.
What was the movie where he's like this ice cream truck guy, and he's kind of like messing around with some jail bait or something, and I think one of the Baldwin brothers is in it and like beats him up with a bat at the end. Like this music guy.
Something earlier that he made. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I forget the name of it.
Lizard people writing about humans, says my wife.
Yeah, some way along the way, one of those suits figured out that it was that who we are is marketable somehow. So at the same time as them doing this MCU thing, they came up with this Big Bang Theory thing, and it was like a cross promotion to sell superheroes again, or to sell geekdom, to sell Dungeons and Dragons to girls with purple hair and horn-rimmed glasses. It's kind of what it is. They wouldn't be making stuff about us if it wasn't marketable and it didn't involve them making money off of our weirdness, right?
Yeah, they sold that stuff to those that type of woman. They love that show and all that. It was right about the same time as the internet came in, and then suddenly it became cool to be a geek because those are the people that produce the internet and allow you to walk around all the time staring at this thing in your hand, and then they became cool for that reason.
Well, I mean, my kind of interest in quote unquote geek stuff has kind of morphed or what's the word, migrated over to the conspiracy theory stuff.
Oh yeah,
because there's like a lot of overlap.
Yeah,
with culture, production, social movements, all this kind of stuff, and it's relevant to the stuff being made right now. Even if I don't like the stuff being made right now, I still have an interest in it, not in consuming it, but keeping track of how people are reacting to it. Like this new Indiana Jones movie. I'm not going to see it. It sounds just dismal. I don't want to see an 82-year-old Indiana Jones. That's elder abuse, in my opinion. It just sounds like trash to me. But I am interested in seeing the reactions to it, and what's being pushed with it.
But you say you're interested in conspiracy theories and
yeah, sure,
and how the crowds react to popular culture.
How crowds are formed, how consensus is
right
cultivated, that sort of thing.
Yeah. I think I know exactly what you're talking about because I've become really fascinated in the last few years, really since before Trump was elected, and definitely after they released that thing which can't be mentioned upon the public to see how they'd handle it, and because
there's so many things that we can't mention at this point.
Right, I know. It's like popular. It's fascinating and terrifying, but it's not fun. But in a way, it is. It's kind of fun as someone that's always. When I went into Half Price Books, I'd go to the comic book section. I'd go to the nostalgia section for the old stuff, but I'd also always hit the sociology section because I was fascinated with that. And I'm watching. It's interesting to watch history unfold because this is one of the three. When you get the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, and now our country's being taken over, and people don't even realize because they're hypnotized by these phones. And I'm one of the same a-holes that is because I'm ruining my eyesight literally. With staring at this blue light, and
I love what Gotham City Comics is doing with the glove. Just not saying a word, just showing the glove.
Well, what I liked is yesterday when he was in your corner, John, and that Donald Trump was up there, and he would move the figures. I noticed it this morning when I was watching the part that I had missed because I had to go to the store. He'd move figures so that it looked like Trump's head was on the. I know he was doing it on purpose. It couldn't have been an accident. But
that's great.
Anyway, I'm talking about you like you're not here. I'm so sorry. But it's like all of a sudden these people that speak truth or seemingly speak truth, they may be total madmen on the internet, but they're willing to get out there and just shout like John the Baptist or Paul Revere. And just, I just am fascinated with people like Alex Jones, and then they try to take him down. It's like watching wrestling, and then he comes up triumphant, and everything they do to Trump, and he keeps coming back up. They almost, it's just like I'm watching real life. I don't even know. People call it clown world, and it's
people
horrible.
call it
People are
kayfabe.
dying, but
People call
it's
it kayfabe
fascinating
too.
and it's funny as heck watching Donald Trump. And then the other night, I was all excited. He was going to have a rally in Iowa, and it was sunny outside. And all of a sudden, it's pouring rain there, and we've got to cancel it. There are tornadoes skipping around, and it wasn't even predicted. And then like someone has this footage that shows I don't know what it's called, the technology where they can control weather, and they show these weird pulses that someone recorded with their phone. And it's like isn't that what they would do if they have the ability to control weather? Wouldn't they want to silence him? And I noticed he has not rescheduled that rally that was canceled last weekend or the weekend before last. And it's like, so I'm fascinated with these people. Like, there's all kinds of people on Rumble that have become these celebrities amongst people that are into this conspiracies, and my wife knows the names better than me, but some of them are so much fun to listen to, and maybe 30% of what they're saying may be true, but even if that's 30% more than any of the mainstream media is telling the truth. And I just can't even believe what's happening. But it certainly is it's fun to watch the world going down, swirling down the toilet. But I think, and it's like I'll come on here and I'll talk about it, and then I hear people on other channels saying, we really shouldn't talk about politics and religion mixed in with our comic book community culture. And I was thinking, what? You're just going to look at comic books while the country's being taken over by literal Satan worshipers? And I mean, it's demonic stuff that's happening. And and then I heard Glenn Beck talking. He's living in this wealthy community, and I guess his daughter must have tried to commit suicide. She's in the hospital. I mean, they're coming after these people, man. It's like we're really under attack, and I can't just be silent and not mention it and just say, "Oh, aren't comics wonderful?" It's great,
Yeah, well, you've heard of kayfabe, right?
Kayfabe is the fake element of wrestling. I've heard different definitions of that meaning.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of like the mainstream, conservative right media. It feels like a lot of kayfabe. Like it's just phony. Like it's not.
Some does, yeah. Some, but what about the mainstream media?
That's just completely just mind control, like hardcore, just.
So
are you familiar with I never read the book, but I've heard it quoted so many times and cited so many times. I feel like I've read it. The Theodore Adorno, the authoritarian personality.
I don't know.
Okay, I think he wrote it after World War II. I mean, don't quote me here. A lot of my details are fuzzy. But basically, he was a shrink, and he wrote this book saying that the only way to stop Mustache Man in the future is to destroy patriarchal authority, destroy the family, destroy nation. Destroy borders.
That's been happening since I was a kid. I've watched it happen, and I was talking about it last week with Meyer and with Night Tiger, And I was saying, I noticed it starting to happen in the 70s with shows like Three's Company. And I liked the show, but I noticed that that's when they were starting to bring in this stuff. Like, what? It's like, because it's like the family all of a sudden was sitcoms was now always dysfunctional. It really started with, and it was a funny show, Married with Children, and that's it's there's no television show that I can think of. Maybe the Cosby Show had a functional family, but they, and Cosby would say all these things, when he spoke about how people should act, and then they got him good, didn't they? Did that really happen? I guess people might wait 30 years to accuse someone of something, and then they all of a sudden 30 women after 30.
Yeah, I know, but the next level is like, okay, they set up Bill Cosby in this role of this, righteous, very professional, very level-headed black man who is the leader of his family and holding it together. And they would make fun of him like they would in all these Father Knows Best kind of shows here and there. But it was all very gentle and all very kind-hearted. So he became kind of like America's sweetheart. But they knew that he had these. They knew he had these like conservative type ideas. And they knew that he was a bit of a scoundrel with the whole drug thing.
At the Playboy Mansion, hanging out since the 60s. So you're saying they set him up as the perfect male role model, and then they knew they could pull the rug out from under him and destroy completely the last vestige of the family being a good institution. And now, what Beck was saying is, don't send your kids to college. There's no point in it unless they're becoming a doctor or something. He said you got to homeschool them. What he's saying, what's happening is through the internet, they're being affected, and that's kids are.
I don't see how anyone learns at school these days. I mean, schools are just just drug-addled whorehouses. They're just out of control.
Well, the colleges certainly are, and to a large degree, but with some of the Marxist professors. But anyway, I just see, there's about to be some legislation possibly passed on gun control. So all of a sudden, someone goes crazy and starts shooting, and then they're a supremacist, and then they have all of a sudden they have it's like
remember the Mexican drug cartel guy who he was down in Texas, right? He shot up a shopping center, I believe, killed 9 people or so,
right?
And they were trying to make it out like he was like some Hitler worshiper or something.
Right. They still are, because people will
whatever. He had like a swastika tattoo on him or something. But if you look into the guy's backgrounds, I don't think that he really believed in any kind of ideology or anything. I think he just liked edgy stuff. You know, so whatever was edgy, like 666 or Devil Head or upside down cross or swastika, or he was putting out tweets in support of the that female to male mixed up person that went and shot up a bunch of school children. He was for that too. So they're trying to categorize someone who is just all over the place as far as the ideas swirling around in his head, and trying to just label him as the bad guy that they want him to be labeled.
They're desperate, and they're backed into a corner, and so it's the only problem is when they're backed into a corner and desperate enough, and as Donald Trump's poll ratings go up and up, what are they capable of doing? We've seen what they were capable of doing a few years ago, and
and look, why don't they release that manifesto of that trans person?
Yeah, I know that'll never happen. So Anyway, to me, it's fascinating to watch this, and I'll even watch people like David Nino Rodriguez, he's this ex-boxer. He does this show where he interviews people, and he's nuts, but he's fun to watch. And it's like, let's see, what was Michael Terra said? I wish I would have been smart enough like Ratu to save all my toys, etc. Had a lot of the great toys growing up to the decade of the 70s. Well, how smart it is, I don't know. That might be debatable. Depends on who.
Well, I think when it comes to collecting, like I'm not really a collector. Okay, I mean I've kind of would grab things here and there, and but most of the stuff that I had, I was not able to hold on to because I didn't have the discipline to hold on to it.
Okay.
I would get something and I'd be kind of obsessed with it, but then I would get sick of it. I would just get sick of it, and I would give it away. I would put it on the curb, hawk it, pawn it, whatever, just get it out of my life because I needed more. I needed to fill my brain space and my visual area with more something else, some new novelty. And because I was living in like what you'd call like student quarters,
right.
For so much of my life, way beyond the point where I should have been, right? That I didn't really have the space to kind of store stuff or keep stuff,
right?
Because space was just very limited. So it's a being a collector is a discipline that you have to work on like every day, and that means like holding on to stuff that like you might feel kind of ambivalent about, or maybe you're not that thrilled about because whatever, it brings back other memories, or you look at the design of the thing and it's not that hot, or maybe it's not quite the thing you're into right now or whatever, but you got to keep it because it's part of your collection. It's part of your discipline.
Yeah, that's a good thing to collect is money.
Yeah.
That's just different philosophies of everything,
I mean, or you could talk about people that are like really into fitness.
Yeah.
I mean, that takes a lot of time, and it takes like a lot of energy, and right. You could be putting that time and energy into doing other things, and it's all being as fit as you possibly can is not going to stop you from getting old and dying someday. It'll just slow. It might slow down the process a little bit. You'll be a little bit more capable doing this or that. But I mean, how much does it help you? I don't know. I mean, that's kind of subjective. But it's like anything else. It's a discipline. I feel like as an artist, as an animator, there have been times in my life where I've had like that obsessive discipline, but when I was doing it, all I got to do is remember, say like, oh, I don't know, like this time last year where I was burning the candle at both ends. I was just very obsessed about getting everything right and getting everything perfect and really stressing out about this stupid thing that hardly anyone sees. But that takes a toll, and it's a trade-off. I could have been spending that time and energy, money, brain power, everything on having a more balanced and ordered life. But
look at the animation you could do with all of his action figures.
Oh yeah, I mean, I could spend a lifetime. Easy.
The old GI Joes, I think, are perfect for stop motion animation with their articulation.
The old ones. How old back are you saying? Are you going back?
Oh, I'm talking about the ones from the 60s and 70s that were the tall 12-inch ones, because the way they were like artist model kind of where everything would swivel and as opposed to,
Anatomically correctly, yeah, I could, yeah.
I
Those have been great.
I've seen some tremendous animation done with old GI Joes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so when are you you move frame by frame with the camera you have? Will it give you one frame at a time, or how does
Yeah, yeah, sure you could. You could just take them as separate stills. Using just like a digital camera.
Yeah.
And you can what I use like an ancient version of Final Cut Pro, but I'm sure that the new versions aren't too different. But you can set the import settings so that you can bring in one picture at a time, and it staggers them numerically. So you wouldn't have to, like in the old days when you're shooting stuff on video or film. Of course, if you're shooting on film, you couldn't just shoot like an hour of film and then cut out frames. That would have been impossible. But the thing is like if you're shooting on video, you'd have to go and you'd have to singly take the frames out and then put them in your timeline. You know what I mean? So you'd be doing a lot of editing. But if you're just bringing in still pictures, the computer program will just line them right up, so you can see what you got like right there. You wouldn't be futzing around, taking your hand out of the video in order to get the frame where your hand isn't in the video. You know what I mean?
So the main, I always understood one of the main problems with doing stop motion animation over a long period of time is the change in lighting, right? The light bulb gets weaker.
Oh yeah, oh my God, that's such a pain.
I guess you have to have blackout curtains.
Yeah, I mean, like my ventures into physical stop motion puppet stuff are very rudimentary. I don't exactly know what I'm doing. I learn a little bit more every time I do it. But yeah, a lot of it has to do with just understanding how to work lights. And there's people that just do that, that's why professional Hollywood movies that have stop motion in them look the way they do, because there's people that know exactly what they're doing with that.
Yeah.
Like the person building the puppets isn't the one doing the stop motion, doing the actual stop motion stuff, nor is the person doing the lighting the person that's doing the physical manual manipulation of the puppet.
But it used to be the same guy, and
I mean, with like Ray Harryhausen, but he must have had assistants at some point.
Yeah, he did. But yeah, I don't think anyone uses stop motion animation now. It's all CGI.
Yeah, you don't see too much of it. Every once in a while, you'll see a little bit of it, but it doesn't really. A lot of it's kind of like computer manipulated, and you can tell, like when they're trying to make a stop motion look, you can tell that it's been like futzed around with in the computer.
Yeah, my friend was always real adamant that it should be kind of the opposite way, where it's stop motion animated and then the computer's just used to fix little bits of it, to give a blur to it or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's that that Great West magazine.
What's going on with that, man?
It's a super ultra gory cover for a Western magazine. From
Yeah, I like the hooker just getting blown away in the back. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's a great cover. It's just like those eerie publications because it's the same company that did those horror ones.
But that's great. And this would be like the early 60s, right? Like the men's adventure stuff.
That one there could be late 60s. I can't
Okay. Because like, yeah, I mean it has that like James Bond kind of zeitgeist to it. You know?
I'd say that one is probably 71. The last one I'd guess is maybe 68.
Okay.
You can kind of tell from the covers and there's certain little tip-offs. He showed one that had Doc Savage, so that would be around 74. That looks like about 69.
You're close. Most of this stuff is late 60s, early 70s, but some of the men's magazines are a little older.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at that girl on that cover. I mean, she looks kind of damaged. You know, I'm not saying the magazine is damaged, but the girl.
No, but yeah, totally. Yeah.
Yeah. Challenge. What is that? A sailor?
That looks like some gay magazine, man. What is that?
It does. It definitely. I mean, this is a men's magazine, Challenge for Men, but this guy is kind of sexual.
I think he's supposed to be a pirate.
Yeah, he is supposed to be a pirate.
It's like that cover. That's great.
We all know and
Then
love.
the inside is just like 5 or 6 different stories trying.
Is he supposed to be an astronaut? Is that his story? Or
That's the thing is it was painted, and then on the side it's asking you, is he an astronaut? If you zoom in on that, it's like, what is this guy? And the inside they have different artists and writers interpret this cover painting and come up with stories to explain it. So there's like 6 different stories that incorporate this image.
You know what that image reminds me of? Did you ever see Frankenstein meets? I forget the exact title of the movie. It had James Karen in it. It was called like Frankenstein meets the monster from outer space or something.
Frankenstein meets the space monster. Yeah.
Yeah. You know the astronaut in it is like a Frankenstein, right? He's
right.
He's some kind of like cyborg creature.
Yeah.
And then they send him up and he gets blown up or whatever, or his ship comes back, but he gets all screwed up, right? So his like face is all burnt up and nasty looking. And that cover always reminds me of that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a great film.
Yeah, it's funny. It's a funny film. Like some of those old like B movies are like hard to watch. Like I find Plan 9 from Outer Space just like hard to watch.
Yeah.
But like you know, The Killer Shrews, like, or what is it called? Night of the Killer Shrews or Attack of the Killer Shrews or whatever. That's a fun movie. It actually moves at like a really good pace and everything. And it has like, you know, fun stuff. Same with that Frankenstein and the meets the monster from space or whatever it was called.
Yeah. Yeah. I kind of think, in my personal opinion, Ed Wood was in on the joke. Some people think he wasn't. He was just kind of this autistic guy that really didn't know he was making bad movies. I think he was in on the joke. I mean,
okay.
If things weren't that different in the 1950s, people weren't that naive. I don't think. I think he realized that he was making a bad movie and he was having fun with it. And but
Oops.
Yeah.
Gordon.
Yeah, I mean, because you have to have just a certain degree of like intelligence to be able to pull off any movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you'd have to have like a self-awareness of what it was that you were creating.
Yeah, when a character says one thing's for sure, he's been murdered and somebody's responsible. He knew that was a funny line, and when the policeman scratching his forehead with the barrel of his gun like pointed towards his head, I mean, anyone would realize that these were guys that had fought in World War II. This was just the early 50s. They knew that was insanely ridiculous and funny. They were trying to be funny. But, people could always argue that, I guess. This is an interesting little collection of magazines. Imagine if this was your local newsstand and all these were the new issues available. Imagine going into Barnes and Noble and finding this selection of magazines.
We'd be in Based World.
In what world?
Based World. As
Based World? Oh.
Based.
Yeah.
Yeah, that python, man, strangling that guy. That's great.
So is Reptosaurus Reptilicus, but they just had lost the license to use the name Reptilicus?
The movie Reptilicus?
Well, yeah, but he's got a Reptosaurus comic book there, and I know there was a Reptilicus comic book based on that movie, but I'm just wondering, is that the same monster?
No, I think
it's just a derivative of Reptilicus, right?
Oh, I think you showed me that one time. That it looks like a turkey. That's great.
The terrible.
It's just an awful cover. It's a really bad cover.
I think it's one of the greatest. Well, it's bad, but it's.
I have it because I think it's so bad it's good.
Right. The old line from the 80s. It's so bad it's good. That was what the Medved brothers that started that.
I like that animal life, the ape on ape violence. That's great.
This.
That looks like from the 90s.
Yeah, it is. It's stuff from the 90s. This is just a random magazine rack that's completely unorganized. This is just overflow type stuff. This is some zine catalog from 2010.
Yes, Michael Taylor, the Ed Wood movie was great. He portrays Ed Wood as kind of this crazed guy. I thought it's one of the best things Tim Burton ever did. Tim Burton usually is very unrestrained but he was more restrained in that movie. That was a really great movie. What were the good Tim Burton movies? I guess the first Batman, Beetlejuice. I'm trying to think of Tim Burton movies that were genuinely great. Edward Scissorhands.
You didn't happen to see Big Eyes, did you?
Oh yeah, we saw Big Eyes. Yeah, I like that. You know something though, he's fine, I guess. But that what is his name? Christoph, whatever, that German actor.
Yeah.
I kind of getting sick of that guy, and his accent and everything,
Yeah, he was just overexposed, He was just like.
I think. Like Lucy Lawless is from New Zealand with a thick accent, and she could make herself sound completely American when she played Xena, Warrior Princess. If that guy's such a great actor, can it with the German accent? I just get so old. Something about it is annoying. But that character was supposed to be German. The guy that married, what her name was, Keen. Yeah, I like that movie. I forgot that was a Tim Burton movie because it wasn't like beating you over the head with all of his little goth kid stuff.
Right.
But then he made movies that were so bad, like the remake of Planet of the Apes and
What about that? His Alice in Wonderland
Alice in
thing?
Wonderland. His Dark Shadows was horrible.
Yeah, I never saw it.
Yeah, he yeah, that was originally a cover for Frontline, for not Frontline, for Blazing Combat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, National Lampoon was a great magazine. It truly was great there in the 70s.
This one's hilarious, man.
Yeah, who's the subscription label for? Where did he live?
Let me look. It's Greenville, Michigan. Mr. P. Carnes, Greenville, Michigan.
Imagine they sent National Lampoon through the mail.
I know. Imagine
a
this,
label on it.
This came just like this.
I know. They didn't put it in an envelope. I mean, some of their covers were pretty extreme, and just to have them delivered to your mailbox.
Yeah.
I mean, they weren't always, but they could do an extreme cover sometimes.
He has a cornucopia of junk food. That's what that is.
Yeah. Were those from mycomicshop.com?
Yeah, most of these are from mycomicshop.com.
Yeah, they would sell me National Lampoons when I was, let's see, how old would I have been? Well, I would say I was 13 or 14, and they were selling. I think that's a little too. Is it too young for National Lampoon? What do you think?
That's when I started reading it and buying it in the 80s. Yeah, in the early 80s.
But they would sell it to me, and it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, I was too young for National Lampoon when it was like a thing, when it was big. So
Yeah.
I kind of missed that whole wave.
Well, it was great, and it was where the original Saturday Night Live came from. It's the first. There was Animal House, and that's about, then the original creators pretty much died off, and yeah. The thing about National Lampoon is it got all the details right in its parody. When it did a parody of something, it looked like the original thing. If they were doing a parody of Life magazine in the World War II era, it looked exactly right. If they were doing a parody of a 1962 high school yearbook, it looked exactly like a 1962 high school yearbook. And those details were present in Animal House. That movie got every period detail exactly right. The haircuts, the music, everything, all of that stuff.
So it came out like in the early 70s, right?
What, National Lampoon?
Yeah.
Yeah, right about 1970, and it was good during the 70s. Into the 80s, new people took over, and it wasn't as good. But basically, they had a radio show spinoff that was syndicated from the National Lampoon magazine with the writers of National Lampoon. They actually built a radio, like a sound studio in the offices of the National Lampoon magazine, and they got a great cast. And
what was that record?
When
Lemmings was the name of that record? Was it a double record?
Well,
it was really good.
Lemmings was an off-Broadway play, parody of the Woodstock Festival, but it was like a festival where they were all going to basically off themselves, and it was. But yeah, it was the cast partially of that did the radio series, the radio show. And then what was the guy that started Saturday Night Live? Michael
O'Donoghue. O'Donoghue.
No. Michael O'Donoghue was the writer, but what was the guy that Lorne Michaels?
Or Lorne Michaels.
All he did was just take the cast and writers from the National Lampoon Radio Hour, and that's why he had such a great original cast on Saturday Night Live, because there was John Belushi, there was Chevy Chase, Gilda Radner, Bill Murray was brought in the second season, and he was on that radio show. His brother Brian Doyle Murray was on there.
He basically poached them all.
Yeah, Michael O'Donoghue was the head writer. He brought him in as one of the writers, Mr. Mike on Saturday Night Live, and there were some others.
Chris Miller,
Christopher Guest was really great, and he was one of the. He later, was the Spinal Tap, and they brought him in for one of the later seasons of Saturday Night Live, like in the '80s when it wasn't as good. But he was a great talent. He poached the whole cast. Exactly what he did. That's why it's not funny now, because there's no National Lampoon for him to steal from.
There was no replacement. Plus, the place where those guys came from was basically destroyed. The roots are from like the Harvard. It came from the Ivy League schools, and a lot of those guys were conservative at their core. They had grown up in the 50s and early 60s in a conservative environment.
Well, they had a different.
It was more middle of the road. Nowadays, comedy is only one-sided. They were,
and it's a whole different type of humor on that coast, and from because the typical way you'd see a lot of comedians, they would always make fun of themselves, and the Woody Allen kind of thing. It's like, I'm a schmuck and you're great. I'm a schmuck. There's something wrong with me. And the National Lampoon or the East Coast mentality was you're a schmuck. I'm fine. You're the one that's the schmuck. And they directed it outward at the other people. And it was a very vicious type of humor. And it was, they did a parody of Mad Magazine. All the art looked dead on like the original artist. They do a parody of Conan the Barbarian. They get the original artist, Barry Smith, to come in and do it. They do a parody of, they bring in Neil Adams to do a superhero parody. I mean, they made things look right. They had a parody of the SAT test. I just saw it in the other room. I should show it to you. It's hilarious, and it looks just like an SAT test. I don't know why this magazine's not. It's just out.
This is probably, John, the best way. This is probably the best way for anybody to get National Lampoon. All this old stuff we're talking about is that they put out these best of compilations back in the 70s, and they're less expensive and easier to find. Like, look at this cover. This is Best of National Lampoon #5, and it's called Sloppy Seconds. Look at that cover. Can you believe this was sold like at a dime store, or liquor store, or pharmacy?
Yeah. Is that a funnel she's got between her legs? It looks like
no, she's pulling her skirt down to cover herself up, and she's just laying on the street, sitting on the street.
All right.
Yeah. You know where she is? She's at a drive-in movie theater, leaning up against the drive-in box. That's the audio box at a drive-in theater. She's just got a blanket laid out in the drive-in spot where you would park your car.
But what's the triangle holding over her crotch? Is that like
it's a black skirt that she's pulling down? She's pulling her skirt down.
Okay.
The skirt is up over her, on her lap.
Okay, I get it. Yeah.
Pulling it down. Yep. Here's the original Animal House adaptation. It was also sold, right out on the stands and stuff. Look at this great picture.
Yes. Yeah. This is the stupid issue. There's an episode I did earlier. Don't show that. Put that down.
Oh, this one too.
Yeah. That's a brilliant parody of the.
Yeah, this is the best right here.
Yeah.
Okay, what is?
It's kind of
Oh, okay,
different,
yeah,
right?
that's referencing like old yearbooks, right?
Yeah, tell them
Right.
about
And that's the basis of Animal House, because Larry Kroger, the guy that joins the frat at the beginning, is one of those guys. But it's
Yeah.
and it's the same people that wrote Animal House did that, and like Vernon Wormer is the football coach, who's the dean, and the
Well, how much contribution did Landis play to like Animal House as far as the writing
well,
goes?
he was the director, but he didn't write it. Or
Okay.
see how they'll do a parody. This is a parody of Classics Illustrated, and it's and then they'll switch from slick paper to newsprint, so it really looks like a comic. They'll do everything just right. Yeah.
Do you think like a lot of people just didn't appreciate that level of detail like at the time? Or?
No, this was a very popular magazine,
Okay.
which is amazing because it's so politically incorrect, and it was being sold to college students that now this magazine would be completely considered outrageous now. But anyway, this is the
all of this
SAT test. It's got the
all just being put right out there.
This magazine would be literally Hitler.
And this was right on the rack next to everything that was popular and all those nude covers that we looked at. No one even blinked twice in 1974 when they saw this. No one cared.
These questions.
That is hilarious. This is so great, man. These guys were just so acerbic. There was just something they were doing that nobody had done yet, where they were just, it was almost like old, like Punch or something. It was,
Well,
you know what
it
I mean?
it was sort of in the, what is the stupid zeitgeist of the time, because Monty Python was doing this in England and they were doing it. Then Saturday Night Live came along and it was basically that for at least the first few years. And then I feel like we're ignoring Kevin. Is he falling asleep over there at Gotham City Comics? Oh, you're
I'm
still
just
there.
cleaning my desk.
My gosh. What is that there? Money from where? Argentina?
Money.
My goodness. Did you have someone from Argentina shopping at your store?
I think I've had this for like since the 90s.
I've got some money from Vietnam somewhere from my father.
I don't think this is worth anything, right?
I don't know. Probably not. I mean,
Probably like $1 or something.
there's no telling. Yeah, one of the geniuses behind National Lampoon was Doug Kenny, and he went from Animal House to Caddyshack, and they gave him a lot of power and a lot of money on Caddyshack, and a lot of people love Caddyshack, but it wasn't as funny as Animal House, and he kind of went crazy with cocaine, and the movie studios was talking about, they just referred to it as, that cocaine movie being made down in Florida, and it was just that's. I mean, the movie's funny, but it's disjointed. I mean, you remember all the funny bits, but then you don't remember the main plot line about the caddies. That no one remembers that part, which was supposed to be the real thrust of the plot, and it just didn't work like Animal House did. And then
there was Vacation, right?
Well, Vacation was based on a real story that was in National Lampoon, and that was one of the other writers that he wasn't ever as biting as the other writers. The original story, that first Vacation movie, was based on a story I remember reading, but they weren't going to Wally World. They were actually going to Disneyland, as I recall, and I think it was set maybe in the 60s or the 50s. And then at the end, you know, as I recall in the movie, I think he pulls a gun on Walt Disney. I think it was John Candy, it was Wally or whatever. And then they become friends and they're on a roller coaster together with their arms up. And as I recall in the original story, he shoots Walt Disney at the end. You know, I don't think he kills him, but he's so frustrated. You know, it's same basic storyline, but it's a lot darker. As
did you mention? I think his name was Doug Kenny. That was the
Doug
other guy.
Kenny, yeah, and he wound up going off a cliff in Hawaii or something, and they don't know if he committed suicide or just kind of lost his footing. But yeah, he was the main guy behind all of that. And he was Stork in Animal House, the really weird guy that just could barely even talk. And he was great. Let's see.
It was an interesting magazine. When you look back, you can really see how well they were doing when you look at the ads that were in there. So they were selling stereo ads and hard liquor. It's like Canadian Mist and Toshiba stereo.
Well, they were catering to the baby boom, who were teenagers in the 60s, you know, watching Gilligan's Island and the Munsters. And in the 70s, they were in their 20s and starting to make money. And they were bachelors and they were filling their bachelor pad with the most expensive Pioneer, Sansui, whatever, stereo systems. And yeah, the ads are...
Man, I miss those old stereo systems, man.
I just pick it and say immediately, see, this is
yeah.
This is
and
not
then the
aimed at a married man.
And booze. It's cigarettes, booze, and stereo ads is what it is.
Yeah, and record albums and
yeah, I used to have like a turntables and receivers and all that. I mean, the only thing I have left here is like this old tape deck. That's the only thing that's left of my old stereo stuff. You know,
I don't have much anything left. I used to have a roommate that was one of these guys that was a DJ that like had a second job as a DJ. So he had like 4 turntables inside of his bedroom and had the whole crazy DJ thing, thousands of records and all this equipment. Stuff that's probably kind of extinct probably now, but that was his thing.
There's the poster ads. There's I
love these
who peed in the pool, Creature from the Black Lagoon poster you could get. And
there was a poster in there that one of my cousins ordered from National Lampoon that I was always envious of because he had it above his bed. And what it was a poster of an open submarine hatch from the being in the submarine, looking up at the hatch being opened, and there were these Nazis climbing into the sub. Have you ever seen that poster before? Yeah,
I don't know, but they have all these posters. I guess they're trying to be ironic. They're World War II posters, but they're just Hitler posters.
Isn't that weird?
These are things you could order, right? Like for real.
Yeah, this is a real poster company. Yes, Art. And they're selling these to basically hippies. I mean, these were guys that buying these.
Well, hippies, I mean, the funny thing about like the hippies, or you know, counterculture, is that they were like into like everything. You know, I mean, they'd have a poster of Janis Joplin. They'd have a poster of Stalin. They'd have a poster of Mao. They'd have a poster of Hitler. They'd have a poster of JFK or whoever the fuck, you know.
Well, yeah, you kind of have to have a counterbalance to that poster. Otherwise, you'd have a lot of explaining to do to whoever comes and visits. So, like here, you can get rubber masks. This is legitimate ad.
You know what were big too was
Richard Nixon, Eddie Haskell T-shirt, Three Stooges T-shirt, Karl Marx T-shirt, or you could put your own picture on a T-shirt, you know, flipping off people.
Yeah.
Eddie
from the
Haskell.
Head Shed in
Choice.
Worcester, Massachusetts.
Head shed. Yeah, great.
Worcester.
That's great.
Pronounced Worcester. They pronounce that Worcester. Yeah.
I heard.
Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, they pronounce it
What did
Worcester.
I say?
You said Worcester.
I don't
There's
know.
a bunch. I know about it because there's a lot of Portuguese people there. A lot of Portuguese
okay.
people in Worcester. Yeah.
I heard there was actually like a renaissance of sorts with Bogart, like Humphrey Bogart, as far as like the 70s like counterculture was concerned. Like they had kind of like discovered bogey.
Tracy, Katharine Hepburn, they were all popular at that point, right?
There
Right,
was a
Russ?
lot of nostalgia for the 30s in that time period. Yeah.
Yeah, but Bogart really didn't come into his until like the 40s and 50s, really, though.
Yeah. Well, nostalgia for old movies.
Okay.
There's an ad for Roach t-shirts.
Roach.
I think in a weird way, it was kind of like this thing where like the people that were consuming culture, you know, like the young people weren't kind of old or as old or as experienced or had their stuff together enough to make movies of their own. So they were getting pushed kind of like these very kind of dark and serious and kind of very transgressive films on them, like whatever, like The Godfather, you know, or The French Connection and stuff. And you know, the kids, the young people, I should say, they liked those movies, but at the same time, I think that there was kind of like a pushback on them where they wanted something that was more kind of idealized and heroic, even if it was kind of hokey and campy.
Well, that's why Star Wars was so big, and then Superman in '78 the next year was so big because they had been everything and was very even the ones that are meant to be just fun entertainment were dark in a way, like Logan's Run. You know, it had a happy ending. A lot of those movies, you know, at the end the hero dies. It seems like almost all of them. So when they do Superman, and it's not in an ironic way, he's just there for truth, justice, and the American way. He's a great guy. There's no darkness to him, and they just do it straight for the most part. And then Star Wars was just like a throwback to the 1930s movie serials, and it's like
it's kind of like the hippies became like the yuppies in the 80s. You know what I mean? Like they wanted to leave like the darkness and the seriousness, and you know,
by that point they were, you know, pushing 30 or in their 30s, and
well, I mean, like in their 30s meant something different back then. I mean, than it does now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm gonna feed the dog here real quick. She's wanting food.
You know, I complain about this city, but there's this store, you know, right on my street, down the street, where I get my stuff, where I buy like cigarettes and root beer and milk. That's really all I buy there. But just now I bought cigarettes, 2 root beers, and a thing of milk. And she does this. She gave me a White Claw. I've never even tried a White Claw before. She just reached down under the counter and she goes like this. She pulls that and she goes like that. And I go, yeah, sure, thank you. And she puts it inside the bag and gives it to me. Have a good day. The other day, And this is really odd because a lot of people here still wear masks, right? But she doesn't, which is kind of cool. But the other day, I did the same thing. She pulls out a box of See's candy, John, the big box of See's candy, like the $50 box. She opens it up and holds it out for me to pick a See's candy with my bare hands. I took a can, thank you, and ate a See's candy. I felt like royalty for a second, you know? But every once in a while, there'll be like a glimmer of hope here in San Francisco that there's still the old ways still exist.
Yeah, interesting.
I had a customer last night came in from Vallejo.
Oh, cool. That's a weird coincidence. Isn't that where your aunt used to live?
Yeah, we were just talking about that. Yeah.
Maybe there's so many. Like how many years have you been going to that corner store?
Oh, I've known her for 15 years.
Okay.
I knew her husband. Her husband used to run the store all by himself, but then he had a stroke, and now she runs it with her team.
Yeah, so you're almost like family at this point.
I'm like family with them. I've been supplementing their income every day for years, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, well, maybe, people are, it's just kind of in the air that like so many people are just fleeing, I've heard. That's true?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, so
negativity, a lot of fear and a lot of stuff that's still here. And so, yeah, I mean, people are hopeful, I'm sure, still down deep inside. And so hopefully it will come back to normal again eventually. Even beyond normal, there hasn't been anything. It's been Democratic rule since 1964 here. There hasn't been a Republican mayor in San Francisco since 1964. And the whole city's just been degenerating every year, getting worse and worse and worse.
Yeah.
Who knows? Something could change.
I heard it was nice for a little bit. I mean, I guess nice if you're of a certain type. Like in the 80s or something, right?
Maybe. I mean, it was pretty rough downtown, and it's always been kind of rough here for years and years in certain parts of the city. It just depends where you're at. And recently, the last few years, because of everything that's been happening, the bad stuff has become more prevalent and more visible because it's just the way it has been working. And where people used to be just kind of confined to certain parts of the city, now they've spread out. And so you've got people sleeping in places where they didn't used to be sleeping and things like that. People, the open air drug markets is all kind of new. Now it used to exist on a small scale, but the way it is now, it's huge. It's like, it's like freaking New Delhi here in certain neighborhoods. It's like really, really bad. And that didn't used to be.
And I hear it's like really like, it's like hard drugs. It's not just like.
No, it's I'm talking about people like shooting heroin and smoking hard drugs right on the sidewalk in front of kids and the police, and everybody just walks right by and doesn't do anything about it. That's kind of been happening for about 10 years, and it's just been getting worse and worse and worse. And it has to do with open borders and with drugs coming from Central and South America and Mexico, because that's who's bringing the drugs to the city, or illegals coming from Mexico.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how anyone could do anything without appearing like the bad guy, as far as, people's civil rights and all that kind of thing are concerned.
Well, what's interesting, if you look back to like in the 70s, remember Clint Eastwood was making all those movies as Dirty Harry, and they were all taking place in San Francisco. And he was portraying this cop that was crossing the line, right? And that was the whole thing. And it was really popular at the time. But now it's completely counter narrative. Like they would never have a movie about a strong cop in San Francisco. You know what I mean? Cracking down on crime. They don't want that.
Yeah, when they need one more than ever. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. There you go. Thank you, John. Yes.
It's like people are scared of like reality, It's like they don't want to see it. They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to have to do anything uncomfortable. You know, if people are destroying themselves right in front of them, it's like people don't want to feel like that has anything to do with them or is ever going to affect them. You know, that they can just wish it away or something.
For any of that.
Wish what away?
We're just talking about the situation in San Francisco. I've never been, but what I know.
As far as the homeless in the streets,
yeah,
that's everywhere, and it'll soon be in every city. They're going to make sure people are bused to every city, especially cities that vote heavily Republican. But it's all right. We're sending billions of dollars to the Ukraine, so that should help the homeless here.
But what if we sent the homeless over to Ukraine to repopulate that country?
Great, great idea.
Well, So what if we create an island, a man-made island, and send the homeless there, and then they all have to like form a functioning society to survive and develop trades to survive? And
we already have to put them on.
I don't know. That sounds very fascist.
Put them on that.
Remember all those TV shows like, you know, Survival Island? I never watched any of this stuff. I just got it through osmosis. But wasn't that kind of like the theme of these shows? Like people were put on this island, like they barely knew what to do. Maybe some people knew how to start a fire. Maybe some people knew maybe how to fish a little. Maybe some people knew how to build. Like
yes,
kind of
they wanted to try and capture a real life Lord of the Flies on camera. That was the main thing that they were doing, right? They wanted the crazy drama of Lord of the Flies.
That's like a Saddam Hussein uniform.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess that's Sergeant Slaughter when he went heel, when he took a heel turn. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
So Sergeant Slaughter wasn't always a villain? Is that what a heel turn is?
He was a good guy and became a villain. He was a good guy and was like a drill sergeant, an army drill sergeant, and then he became a bad guy right here. Right?
What was his
That was before.
Was his name Sergeant Slaughter when he was the good guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, I never watched enough wrestling to notice these things.
Yeah.
Now, when someone does like a heel turn, do they just like flip overnight and like the next day they're just suddenly something else, or is it gradual?
Most of the time, it's just a split.
Okay.
Yeah, either way.
Do they write it into the storyline why they became evil, like the secret origin? Someone offended them, and they're mad at the world.
Very, very much like a comic book or a cartoon, or like it's all set. It's just like as you might imagine it. It's as sensationalistic and as entertaining as they could make it. So it's all made up and over the top. And
yeah,
that's the kayfabe. That's what they're doing. You know.
Well, kayfabe means the theatrical fake element, right?
Yeah, I think so.
The first time I heard it, I knew there was the kayfabe comic guys, but someone explained to me that wrestlers, when they were on tour, they were going around, they would be in some other town, and they wanted to call their wife and say, hey, or, I'm okay, but they didn't want to call long distance. Because back then it's like now we can call anywhere in the world but back then if I was in, you call someone 10 miles away and you're having to pay ridiculous long distance charges. So they would say, they would tell the operator to make a collect call and then say that kayfabe is calling, and then they'd say, would you accept the collect call from Mr. Kayfabe? And then they'd say no. And then and then they wouldn't get charged anything, and then the wife would know that he's okay, and they would use the name kayfabe. That is that true, or is that something made up by someone for my benefit?
That sounds made up because we do the same thing with collect calls. You would just say your name real quick or where you're at. You'd say, "Come pick me up," and then
Yeah, that's true. You can use your real name.
You could use any. You would get a message across without having to pay the money.
Right.
That's
There
what
was a
they'll
name-
collect call from.
In my family, we used to say collect call from Antoine. So here's what it was like an inside joke in my family. So when you would get home after driving for 2 hours from the valley, you would then call the valley and say, it's a collect call from Antoine. And would you accept the charges? Then they would know then that my mom had gotten home to the beach from the valley. And then they would say, no, we don't accept the charges. It was a way of.
It's getting a free call.
In my family, but they always said collect call from Antoine. I don't know why, but that's.
Well, my wife was referring to this music festival that was in Los Angeles last night. I don't know if you heard about this, with all these bands from the 80s, like big bands. And I think Susie and the Banshees, Susie Sue, is going to be performing at the end of, and then like 2 bands before Susie went on, they had this big announcement: due to the threatening weather in Los Angeles, we're, go home, get, the lightning. And people said there was no lightning. The weather was perfectly fine. Like, what are they doing? And everyone was outraged, but apparently she's performing tonight, I guess. So that was a big deal, I guess, on the internet. My wife was talking about it last night. So apparently people are going to get to see her after all. I've never seen Susie and the Banshees live. I've always loved her music.
Oh, that's cool.
So Meyer, with your tortoise, your childhood tortoise, it just ran away?
Yeah, so here's what he would do. So we had a big yard, right? This is a big backyard in San Jose, California, in a new suburban neighborhood with a lot of new houses and open fields and stuff around it. So, but a fully fenced in yard. So here's what he would do. He would immediately go to the perimeter to where the fence was, and he would just walk around the fence and stay all around the perimeter of the fence, the whole backyard. And he had like a path worn. And then he would find a spot that was the best, and he would just burrow down and dig a little bit under the fence and go into the next yard next door, do the same thing next door, and go to their other fence. And he would go all the way down the street. He could have gone out the back and gone into an open field, but he chose to stay in someone else's garden. He would go from yard to yard to yard. And we would have to I would put dirt and fill it back up, and then he would just dig right back out again. And
in the same spot.
He was just trying to escape.
You'd fill up the dirt in the same spot, right?
Right. And then he would just
You'd always
go back
to the same place.
Right, and just dig it back out again.
I didn't mean to laugh. I was just when you said the tortoise ran away, to me that just sounded funny.
Yeah, that was the whole thing that was funny about it, is that it all took place it must have took hours for him to do all of this. But he was just in his own world out there. So it seemed like he was running away, but he was going very slowly.
Yeah.
I never really became, when I was a kid, wrestling was something that was on super late at night. So I never really was exposed to it. In fact, it was on at the exact same time that Saturday Night Live was on, but my mom would let me stay up to watch that when the first season it was on.
It was on Saturday mornings for us.
Yeah, I'd watch it on Saturdays, and I actually watched quite a bit of it. I think I just never got that into it. I never was that fascinated by it. It was just something that was kind of there, and I kind of absorbed it, but it wasn't it wasn't the thing that lit the fire,
What entertained me as a real little kid was roller derby. I was able to see that, but
But yeah, wrestling didn't come on until 10:30 at night in the Dallas Fort Worth area, and that's where the Von Erichs were big stars and all that.
So they showed roller derby and wrestling here on Saturday afternoon and maybe Sunday morning. And just like what you said, I preferred roller derby, but it was, if you watch it now, roller derby is almost like wrestling. It really is wrestling.
Oh, it's the same thing.
But it was really entertaining, man. They had these teams here called the Bay Bombers and the LA Thunderbirds. And what they were doing is they had this rivalry that was the same that what the Dodgers and the Giants were doing. So they created this fake rivalry in a West Coast roller derby league and made you think that the Thunderbird girls hated the Bomber girls and the Bomber girls hated the Thunderbirds. And it was very entertaining. It was great.
To me, my favorite was the Ultimate Warrior. Because he was just such a strange character, and his performances were so. I want to use the word apoplectic. Is that the word? Is that the right word I'm using? Apoplectic.
Run out there and shake the whole ring, but he would just
He just seemed like he was just like so like unstable. He was like unstable, but at the same time like kind of very controlled about his instability. He was just like this like simmering pot of madness, you know. There was something kind of like alien to him, just in terms of just how, you know, Trey he was. He wasn't. It's not like he was trying. It's not like he was trying to put forth a character that you could relate to or anything.
Roller derby had some great names. So roller derby would have these weird guys that would be like, there was this guy named Alfie. What was his name? So it would be like this old dude that must have been in his 50s, old Italian dude who's like little, but he was like the fastest jammer or something. And it was like, it was almost like mixing bowling with wrestling, because you'd have these crazy characters and names that clearly were not like athletes, but they were really great skaters, and they could and they were funny. That was kind of what it was all about. They would pretend to be angry. Ralphie Valideri. That was his name. Ralphie Valideri. That was his name.
I didn't know that like roller derby was a thing. I knew that like female roller derby was kind of a thing, but I didn't know that it was like a male sport too.
Yeah, it was so here's how they would do it. It was a co-ed sport in that each team had both a male and a female team. And the roller derby match would last like an hour or 90 minutes, and half of it they would go in shifts. So the men would race against the men for like 20 minutes, and then that would end, and then the women would race the women for 20 minutes, and it would go back and forth like that. Same coaches in the middle, and then they would put on little pretend like wrestling type things where the coaches actually pretended to hate the refs, and the refs pretended to hate the coaches and the players, and it would get pretty violent. They'd hit each other with chairs and, you know, all kinds of, in their helmets, and people would really, you know, fall down.
Yeah, that's weird. I never saw any of this.
What's that, Kevin?
Remember when they would put the water pits with the alligators in there?
Oh, I haven't seen that. That sounds
yeah. They'd push them in the water. Yeah, they would push them in the water with the alligators.
Wow.
Look it up on YouTube. It's crazy. I thought I imagined it.
On YouTube?
A lot of roller derby is on YouTube.
I thought I imagined it as a kid, but then I looked it up later and I was like, oh yeah, that does happen.
And they show it on YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, look it up. Look up roller derby alligator.
I'm gonna look that up. Roller derby alligator pit.
Dude, alligators always scared the hell out of me, man. Like even like recently, like I don't know what, like, you know, in recent memory, I've had like, I don't have too many nightmares, but I've had like nightmares about alligators. You know?
You ever seen the movie Alligator?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was good. It was probably like an okay movie for what it was, but I remember as a kid it was really scary. Who was that? That was Robert Forster. It was the guy that was in Jackie Brown, the actor. I forget his
Then they made a sequel, I think, but I don't think the sequel is good.
I never saw the sequel. It was called like The Mutation or something.
Oh yeah, I remember that mutation. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, why does he have to mutate? I mean, a giant alligator is plenty scary.
That came out with in the early 2000s that had Betty White. It was pretty darn good about the alligator in the lake.
Lake Placid.
Yeah, Lake Placid. That was good. I enjoyed that.
I remember liking it. For what it was. Yeah, it was all right. Did you ever see this British movie? It was from 2006. It was called Creep.
That's a great movie.
No,
Yeah.
tell me about it. I don't know.
It had a Franca Potente from Run Lola Run. You remember that movie, right?
Yeah, I do. I remember Run Lola.
Yeah, okay. It had that girl from it.
Okay.
Are you talking about Creep, the Point of View movie?
Oh no. That's a later movie. Yeah, no, I'm talking about the one from 2006. The British. I know that there's a later Creep movie, but no.
The later Creep movie.
Yeah, this was a girl. Did you ever see? I think it was called Raw Meat. It had Donald Pleasance and Christopher Lee, I believe, is in it. Though Christopher Lee isn't. He shows up as like an MS5 guy. He's not in it too much. But it's basically about these mutants, these people. It's kind of like a Hills Have Eyes type situation, but it's in the British subway, and they were coal miners, or they were either coal miners or they were track workers, or I forget what exactly their story was. But basically they were like caved in there, and they had nothing to eat except their fellow victims, and they sort of became.
Chuck Underwood from the Super Roller Dome, where the skaters of Roller Games International are chomping at the bit for a shot at this brand new concept and attraction. Just wait till you see these skaters take on the 14-foot.
I am Iron Man. I know what it's like to lose. Hello, family.
I don't know what's going on. What's happening?
Ninja Funk, the 4-issue.
I turned on a phone that hasn't been on in a few days, and it started going nuts.
It's putting all these alerts up. That's what's happening, huh?
What is going on?
Two different dogs barking at two different remote locations right now?
14-foot high wall of death. It could be devastating. In the sky jump. And yes, the live alligator pit used during sudden death overtime. Chuck, that could be devastating.
Well, just about an hour
ago when the best laid plans of alligators and men went awry. Beneath the bleachers here in the dome, the reptiles rebelled. They were loose, and in came that one-man security force, David, in that distinctive uniform of his.
Well, no doubt about it. The guy who spotted these giant lizards is the man responsible for them in the first place. There he is right there. They call him Animal, the fearless master of a roller gator. He wasted no time in getting this situation under control. Thank heavens, who knows what could have happened.
Well, the
Dude, if I was a kid, I would have totally been into this. You know,
controversy divided the House, but by a 4-2 vote, the teams of roller games have chosen to include the reptiles, but only in a sudden death
Where's the
overtime.
Trump garbage pail that Michael's talking about?
We'll have to wait and see. It's never been used before. Unbelievable! It could be devastating! 80 to 80!
And so the game has ended in an 80-all tie. Sudden death will determine which team gets this Commissioner's Cup. Sudden death involves the controversial element of the alligators.
Well, Chuck, we're bringing a new meaning to the term sudden death because I'll tell you, it could be devastating if one of those players gets in that alligator pit. The whole league is split on this issue. Half the league wants the pit, half the league doesn't. Basically, the bad guys want it, the good guys do not. And it's been an ongoing controversy. But I'm scared to death to see what happens when one of these team's specialty players, the gator skaters, falls into the pit. It could be absolutely devastating.
And right on cue, here come the gator.
This is just like wrestling, huh?
Yes.
I never knew about any of this. So.
Yeah, I've never seen a roller gating spectacle like this. All the roller gating that I watch is all the old school. Doesn't look like
But I don't remember roller derby looking anything like this, though.
No, me neither.
The roller derby I remember was very, this is very.
When I watch it,
I remember early '70s roller derby. I guess.
I call speedy.
Yeah, this is more high production values looking stuff.
Unbelievable down here. Look at those gators. There are 4 of them in the pits. There are 3 7-footers and 1 big 10-footer known as roller gator. There he is right there.
Both teams have been cleared to the outside of the track. They are
It's
lining
very 80s here.
Gator skaters, and here we go in sudden death. Each skater wearing the ceremonial sudden death hood. We don't know.
Didn't Don Johnson have a did he have a pet alligator on one of these guys?
On the first lap, neither seems to be getting any leverage. So no, they'll clear out and try a second lap. T-Bird twins looking on. And again, as they approach the pit, down goes the gator skater.
Now the violators got him by the shirt. He's got him up to the rail. He's pulling him up. It could be devastating. And out of the pit, I can't believe what we're witnessing. You know, I saw them distract that T-Bird skater. I believe that these violators have cheated.
But they have won in sudden death overtime.
Come on, get out of there, buddy.
A victory lap for the violator, a roll over the top, apparently uninjured for the T-Bird Gator Skater. The Commissioner's Cup goes to the team in black.
This whole alligator thing is just ridiculous, David. Who ever heard of a sports competition being decided with an animal? It's ridiculous. I've heard from the ASPCA. I hear Bob Barker's even trying to get in touch with it. The whole thing got snuffed through by the likes of a skull and a hawk. And those people, and even Lopez got sucked into the thing. This is terrible. Obviously, we'll see these 2 teams at it again. Back to you, Chuck.
All right, David. And given what you told us about Skull distracting the T-Bird Gator Skater, we have perhaps just seen a classic definition of skullduggery. But to the victor go the spoils, and in the middle of that chanting group,
I mean, you could definitely see the influence on like Running Man.
If the doctor delivering your baby looked exactly like Henry.
Rollerball.
Yeah.
But
I mean, like the sort of like the kind of circusy energy was definitely there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it did look like that guy's hand was in that gator's mouth, though. That was a good trick. However, they pulled that off. You know.
Yeah, the roller derby I remember was more like, let's see.
There's still derby today, right?
Well, roller derby at a certain point became like something where, a bunch of girls that were there like hipster goth girls.
Yeah, it did. My sons took my sons to modern day roller derby a few years ago, and it's a
I remember it was a lot more low rent like this.
Yeah, this
is early 70s. This is 1973.
Yep, this is what I loved.
From my age here.
Yeah, that's the Bay Bombers, I think, in the gold.
Roller skating action.
Yeah, see? I recognize the color.
Area Bombers. This game goes wire, but
They used to
this
do
when
roller
I was like 4 or 5 really made me laugh.
They used to do this at Kezar Stadium in Golden Gate Park. They used to film these episodes here in San Francisco at Kezar Stadium.
In the movie with Raquel Welch, what was that called?
That's based on that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's the name of it? It's just called Roller.
Kansas City Bomber.
Kansas City
Bomber is what it's called. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna show John's page real quick, so maybe 7 people that are watching will subscribe to this. Let's see. The trick is you gotta. Let's see if I can. Okay. That. So if you type his name in, then you and.
Yeah, the sound is different.
Sounds different where?
Oh, on this end.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, something's lost in translation. That's okay. Thanks for showing it. Roger, this is too painful to watch. I can't look at. I wasn't ready to look at.
I'm sorry. I won't do that then.
It's okay.
No, don't worry. I got it. Well, I was trying to get some subscribers.
No, I appreciate it.
I think it's brilliant. It's brilliant. I just know that it's hard to find your stuff if you type in Ghost Tank, because you wind up getting stuff like GI Combat, but
Yeah.
if you type in your name, you get it immediately.
Yeah, I gotta fix that.
So if you put search John Goris on your stickers, I think it'll help people find it, because it took my wife to help me find the first time I was looking up your stuff way back when. My wife helped me find it because I was typing in Ghost Tank and I was getting, and Graphic Man has the same problem. If you type in Graphic Man, you get the most horrible videos on YouTube. Graphic Man crushed by
Right.
and unless you type in Graphic Man comic book, and then you get this type of Graphic Man.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh boy. Where is everybody? Yeah, I prefer the cheaper looking roller derby from the early 70s to the more fancy 80s or 90s stuff.
Yes, me too. Yep.
So more low rent it looks, the more seedy it looks, the more fun it seems to be. It just seemed like a locally produced show that I guess got syndicated too.
Well, and with the '80s one, you felt like you were like seeing like some kind of like phantasmagoric spectacle.
Yeah, like some kind of Super Bowl halftime thing. But that particular roller derby with those LA or those California people, that must have gotten over, because I was watching it in Germany on the one American language German channel that was aimed at military families over there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure it was that show, but I was getting it over there. And because that's where I was when I was that age, laughing hysterically. I thought it was so funny when the girls got thrown over the railing. That was great fun.
Yeah, I don't know how many different markets there were, or how many different productions there were. There was just I think there was one in LA and one in San Francisco. So
I think that was it. I don't think it was all over the country like wrestling was.
Oh, then maybe everybody was watching us.
I think everyone was watching that, because roller derby was never as big as wrestling. Now, I never really understood wrestling had all these different regional markets. How many regions were there? And was it Vince McMahon that unified it all into one? Is that what he did? Was that his achievement?
Yeah, I think so. In a way, I would say yes.
Because that's a pretty big thing. I mean, I just know it was kind of a seedy looking local show with the Von Erichs and
the Star.
But if I could stay up that late, I certainly would have tuned in and watched, Saturday Night Live for the wrestling. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I remember that existing. I don't know why. Did you have to buy them all separately? Probably.
You bought the 2 kids together and the mom and dad separately.
Oh boy, I can't believe I didn't buy those.
Those were $15. Now they're $300.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. What are they? About 6 inches? They look like they're about 4 or 6 inches. Can't believe they went up in price like that.
300, really?
Yeah, all day long. Yeah.
Isn't that more than a 60s G.I. Joe or Captain Action?
Yeah, right around the same price.
Yeah. You could probably get a Great Garloo for under 300, possibly. Or maybe not anymore. I don't know. What do they go for?
Yeah,
this one's even more. This one's the 2-pack.
Yeah, they look like they're from the 90s or something.
I think they were, or 80s. I mean, probably 90s. I think
late 90s,
early 2000s, like
Tower
Records or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they would have been sold at like Sam Goody at like the mall record stores or what's Spencer's Gifts.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I didn't get them because they were $15, which I thought was a lot.
This one's a Japanese exclusive right here.
Oh wow.
Has that seahorse. The other ones don't have that.
So if there's
and
that
it's two
kind
pack.
of demand, why don't the people make new ones if they know there's demand enough for people to pay that much money? Why don't they make more or different ones?
I'd buy them.
Yeah. Oh man.
Did any of you ever order the sea monkeys, like the actual sea monkeys?
I never
No.
did. No.
I did.
I didn't order much from comics ever, really, but I
ordered them multiple times.
did
And
you?
how'd they do?
They're good. They last they live like a week and then they die.
I see.
Are they supposed to live longer?
No.
They don't tell you in the ad.
Well, at least you don't get too attached to them, I suppose.
Wait, they tell you in the ad they don't live that long?
No, so they don't tell you that in the ad.
Oh yeah.
That they're brine shrimp and they only live a week. Maybe they do tell you in fine print.
Oh yeah.
And it's just like a little envelope of like eggs, I suppose.
Yeah.
I guess. Do you guys remember Mexican jumping beans? Did you guys ever get Mexican jumping beans?
Oh
I
yeah.
remember them for sale at the 7-Eleven check out counter. But I never bought
them
them
all the time. It's weird. I don't see them anymore.
I mean, what were they? What?
It was a little weevil, a bug inside of a bean that they would seal inside of a little plastic like box, right? And it would just move around. As long as the bug stayed alive in the bean, it would move around, right?
Well,
that's what they were. It was a bug inside of a bean.
Yeah.
Right? Right? That's what I always thought it was.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, you think maybe like the animal cruelty people would shut that down by now, but
I think that's what it was.
This insect being sold, coming across because they would come from Tijuana. I would always get them in Tijuana when I was a kid. When we'd go to Tijuana, I would get them and bring them back.
Well, they have a sea monkey tank that's a watch.
Huh.
And the same thing with that. People consider it cruelty if you put the sea monkeys in this watch and then go to school with them.
So they live a week, but they don't breed and have babies.
Oh,
and
they do. They do breed.
So after a week, you still have like new ones?
After a week, you could get some eggs and then have new ones. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, but why won't the sea monkeys you buy the first time produce eggs and just keep going?
I don't know. We always used them as fish food. I think they'd have frozen brine shrimp, and you would drop them in the fish tank, and then the fish would eat them.
Oh, okay.
Think about the marketing genius. Like, who is that been documented? Who came up with this idea? Like, who it was that thought of it?
Yeah, he was a scientist.
yeah, I mean, I wonder how much money they actually made with that.
Oh, they made millions off of him.
Yeah. Well, I guess, I mean, if you go into like kind of like the psychology of the thing, it's kind of like, well, what, kids they like aliens, right? They like monkeys. They like things that are kind of underwater, kind of inaccessible underwater, not seen by people.
Yeah.
you know,
I think a lot
they like things that are really, really small. You know, like you gotta have like a microscope or something to see them. So they're kind of hitting all the marks for little kids, right?
Yeah, they are. And I think that there's an element of control. Okay, so I think a lot of toys, the reason why people, even adults, the reason why we have action figures is because they're little people that we can move around however we want. And miniatures like doll houses, the same type of thing. So kids are like creating their own world within the real world. And that's why a lot of it is like families, or it's like, I think it's about control. It's about control and safety, like making their own little play worlds out of fake people and fake situations, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be it.
Wow.
My older brother is really into miniatures. He's like a professional miniature maker. He's been building miniature houses professionally like his whole life, and then he turned it into a successful business, right? But so his whole house and his whole workshop is nothing but miniature buildings that are empty and don't have any people. He doesn't collect toy cars. He's not even a toy guy. He's just an architecture guy. And so, but this is my brother. We're 5 years apart. While my house is just filled with miniature people, like real people. And some of them are actual like characters, like mythical characters, like superheroes or people from movies. And so it's kind of the psychology of that. I find it interesting that he became this person who has empty buildings, empty miniature buildings, and I have miniature people. Kind of interesting.
Yeah.
You combine the two worlds.
What's the scale of these models?
His main scale I think is 1/12. So it's like dollhouse scale, like a 6-inch tall like doll, but he doesn't use dolls. But then he also makes smaller stuff too. But that's the main scale he makes, these large, elaborate like doll houses for rich people mainly.
Oh, they're for for children, for rich people.
For adults. They're for this subculture of women that purchase high-end architecture in miniature. That's how I would describe it. A lot of them, he makes houses of real houses. So a lot of them will be these people that have these beautiful giant Victorian homes that they've renovated that are 100 years old and stuff. Then he'll be commissioned to make a miniature version of that home for them.
Okay.
And it will be like $10,000 each one of these jobs that he does.
Yeah, interesting. And was he like trained as like an architect or a sculptor, or what was his training?
So he trained on his own himself. Like from an early age, he would make miniature houses out of balsa wood. We would buy balsa wood at the hobby shop, and he would use an X-Acto knife, and he would frame out an entire house out of little pieces of balsa wood. He would build the framing, and then he would use the flat balsa wood to do the walls. And then he went to art school. He went to school, I think, at Washington State, I think is where he went to school. Went to art school. He's also a musician. He's also a very accomplished pianist as well. But yeah, so he taught himself, but then he went to art school, and then he just kind of kept doing what he was good at. And even one of his houses, when like years ago, like maybe 30 years ago, he made a house for Elizabeth Taylor. Like he's worked for a bunch of people in LA. Yeah. He built a house for Elizabeth Taylor he used to work for, what's his name? Herb Alpert. Remember Herb Alpert in the Tijuana Brass? He made a house for Herb Alpert and became friends with him. Yeah.
Wow.
But there's no dolls involved. These aren't like doll collectors. These aren't people like they're buying houses to put their figures in or anything.
Right.
They're just miniatures. It's a whole different thing. And he actually makes real inlaid like tile and varnishes and electrical, and everything is all handmade. And he
I mean, how does it open up? like how would you see all that inside stuff?
All different methods. Like some of them are hinged and in pieces and parts, and they open up. They're very elaborate. Like, let me show. I've got one picture handy. I can show you a picture of him standing in front of one of his early houses, and the picture's probably 30 years old. So it'll show like his humble beginnings. Hold on.
Yeah.
Does it have to be like distilled water or something?
That's what one of the packets does. It cleans the water.
Oh, okay.
And then you put the eggs in and mix it up.
So whose house was that he was replicating?
I don't know. I don't remember. This is some house that, like I said, this is about 30 years ago, probably.
Okay.
So this is like one of his earlier projects.
Yeah.
But then, hold on, I've got something else for you. This is from a magazine like a couple years ago. So this is like the stuff he makes now. And this is an article in this magazine. It's a cover. He made the cover.
Mm-hmm. I see. Huh. Very interesting.
Yeah, so that's what he does. But it's not toys. That's what I'm saying. There's nothing fanciful about it in the same way that what we have here is fanciful.
Yeah.
It's empty in a way. He's providing. He's building these structures for people to put their own whatever into in a way. It's hard to even explain. You know what I mean? It's
yeah. Has he ever done any like miniature work for like film or that kind of thing?
no, not that I know of. He hasn't. Not that I know of.
Yeah.
He could easily do that. He could have done that.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. I think I'm gonna check out.
All right.
Because I'm burnt out, man, and I gotta save the day.
Yep.
It's been fun hanging out.
Yeah.
Great talking. Good hanging out.
Yeah. See you guys.
All right. Take care. That little Godzilla's cool.
It is. That looks like a little.
He's a critter. He's not a Godzilla.
Oh, he's a critter. Okay.
It is a critter.
Is it an eraser?
No, it's made out of like some shitty resin.
Yeah, it looks like it's like it is computer printed, but it's not, right?
No, this is like from 15 years ago, I think.
This is from that garage model period where you could buy these resin kits, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have a bunch of those, Gratu, don't you?
No, well,
you have some of them, like that slee stack that your friend made is kind
the
of the
sleep
same.
back, and I have a Lily Munster, but I don't have I don't have a whole lot. But yeah, that was an interesting time period. Whoa.
I'm going to take off too. I think I'm going to go eat, you guys. I'm going to get something. It's been a long
Yeah,
time.
I probably should see what my wife's doing.
Thanks for having me, too. I appreciate it. It was
Sure,
fun.
yeah.
Good to see you guys. It's
Take
good
care.
talking.
See ya.
I'll talk to you. I'll give you a call in a couple days, Kevin.
Sounds good.
All right, later, guys.
Yeah. And I hope, Kevin, that couple comes back by with those comics.
Me too. Having a hard time sleeping last night thinking about it.
Really? Yeah, that sounds like one of the. Would that be one of? What's the biggest score that you've come across? Would that be one of the biggest?
Definitely.
What was the what would compare to that in your time?
I usually forget about them.
Is that a live picture, or are you looking at the screen? Is that? Oh, that's on your phone. I was thinking that was in your house. Oh, yeah, those are the little guys they would sell in the back of comics.
It's Michael. What's his name? Michael Dodd.
Michael
his name?
Dodd. Apparently, I think last night put up a video. I haven't watched it yet about a
That's this one.
Oh, that's his. Oh, you're watching it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he makes his own custom play sets that don't really exist or something. I haven't yet watched that. Yeah, he was doing a lot of videos there for a while and then kind of disappeared. And I think he reemerged last night. Or what are the big books coming out this week on Wednesday or Tuesday or whatever?
I can think of one.
Can't think of one. Are there?
Besides that Iron Man reprint that you got.
Oh yeah, that yeah. Do you know what facsimiles are coming out in the next few weeks or months?
I think Hulk 181.
Just dropped my phone.
Did I scare you? I'm sorry.
No, no, I dropped my phone. Hulk 181, they're doing that. Okay. That sounds good. Okay, I missed it. Michael said, Gratu, there's that Trump garbage pail. I missed it while I was turning off lights.
You want me to go back to the garbage pail kid?
Yeah, Michael Taylor keeps saying, you got to look at this Trump garbage pail. And
is it the card or the toy?
I don't know what. I don't know. Maybe he'll answer in the chat. I know there's a Trump card, but that's you were showing that I think yesterday, but it sounded like that was kind of expensive thing. Is that what you think he's talking about? Is the Trump card?
Maybe. There was two card. Yeah, there was a card I showed yesterday.
Yeah.
Is he talking about the toy?
I don't know. He just says
I might be able to.
You must have just panned past it because he said, "Look, there it is."
Oh, he saw it here. Then it's the toy.
Oh, okay. Well, the stuff that he's showing Michael isn't for sale. This is his personal collection. He's at home, not at his store. But you know, it's always something I could look for if it's really cool.
I think damn, I can't even reach it.
Oh, shit. Is everything okay?
Yeah.
I don't like that sound. Shit.
Everything's fine. This one?
I don't know. He said Trump garbage pail. Oh, what is that? What is her name there? Hillary. Oh, okay. And what's he called? Donald Dumpty. Okay.
Oh, here's the card, remember?
Oh, right. Yeah.
Still in the wall. I bet you those have value now.
Yeah, maybe to somebody. No, I guess I'm gonna run. I think my wife just called. I see missed call. I don't have my ringer on. It looks like okay, silent mode off. I guess I'm gonna run. I'll talk to you real soon.
All right, talk to you later.
All right, take care. Bye. All right, guys. I will see you guys real soon with a canned show very soon. I just put up 2 episodes earlier today, so if you want more punishment, go watch them. And Michael, I'll go back and review the part that I missed. Whenever I walk out of the room or something, I always go back and watch that part that I missed, and I'll see what you're talking about. But that's the one. Looks like a cardboard figure. Oh, okay, that's the one. Okay, yeah, it probably would be cool for me to have that. I just need to. If I run across one, I'll probably grab it. But that stuff he was showing, that's his own personal collection. So I don't ask. You know, is that for sale? Because we were actually in his house, in his office. But anyway, take care, ladies and gentlemen, and I guess in the telethon we sold 1 episode, 1 disc today. That was amazing, outstanding. So take care, ladies and gentlemen.